Section 83 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4. The Eastern Roman Empire. The Balkan States 2. The Turkish Conquest, 1355 to 1483, Part 4 by William Miller. Stephen Thomas began his reign by taking a step which had momentous consequences for his kingdom. Although his predecessor had been a Roman Catholic, his own family was, like most of the Bosnian nobles of that time, devoted to the Bogomil heresy, which had come to be regarded as the national religion. The new king came, however, to the conclusion that he would not only enhance his personal prestige at home, diminished by his illegitimate birth and his humble marriage, but would also gain the assistance of the West against the Turks, if he embraced the Roman Catholic faith. But, although he had none of the fervour of a convert from conviction, he soon found that the erection of Roman Catholic churches did not satisfy the zeal of the Franciscans, of his protector Hunyadi, and of the Pope. Accordingly, in 1446, an assembly of prelates and barons met at Konjica, the beautiful town on the borders of the Herzegovina, through which the traveller now passes on the railroad from Sarajevo to Mostar. It was there decided that the Bogomils shall neither build new churches nor restore those that are falling into decay, and that the goods of the Catholic Church shall never be taken from it. No less than 40,000 of the persecuted sect emigrated to the Herzegovina in consequence of this decree, and found there a refuge beneath the sway of Duke Stephen, who, although he had allowed his daughter Catherine to embrace Catholicism and marry Stephen Thomas, remained himself a Bogomil. Thus, if the King of Bosnia had, by his conversion, gained a divorce from his low-born consort, and had become the son-in-law of the powerful magnate whose sovereign he claimed to be, if he had been taken under the protection of the Holy See, and had secured the support of the famous Wallachian hero, he had estranged a multitude of his own subjects, whose defection involved him in a war with his heretical father-in-law, and hastened the downfall of Bosnian independence. Moreover, the old despot of Serbia continued to harass his eastern frontier, so long a source of discord between the two sister states, while, as if that were not enough, this embarrassed successor of the great Vatko must needs try to make good his mighty predecessor's title of King of Dalmatia and Croatia, regardless of the hard fact that what should have been in theory the natural sea frontage of his inland kingdom had become a long and practically unbroken line of Venetian colonies. Such was the behaviour of the Balkan leaders when in 1451 their destined conqueror, Mohammed II, ascended the throne. It was the policy of the new Sultan to humour the Balkan princes until the capture of Constantinople left him free to subdue them one by one. He not only renewed his father's treaty with Serbia, but sent his Serbian stepmother back to her father with every mark of distinction, assigning her sufficient estates to support her in her widowhood. The consequence was that George Branković assisted him to amuse the Hungarians till the capital of the Byzantine Empire fell, and contributed nothing to the defence of those walls which only 5 years before he had helped to repair. Footnote: Inscription on the walls of Constantinople, Miklasic, Monumenta Serbica, page 441. End footnote. When the fatal news arrived, the wily despot and the terrified king of Bosnia hastened to send envoys to make the best terms that they could with the conqueror. For the moment, Mohammed contented himself with a tribute of 12,000 ducats from Serbia, but he had already made up his mind to put an end to the autonomy which that rich and fertile country, the stepping stone to Hungary and Wallachia, had been permitted to enjoy for the last 2 generations. In the spring of 1454 he sent an ultimatum to the despot, bidding him, under threat of invasion, surrender at once the former land of Stephen Lazarevich, to which he had no right, and promising him in return the ancestral territory of the Brankovic family with the city of Sofia. Only 25 days were allowed for the receipt of his answer. George was, however, absent in Hungary when the ultimatum reached Semandria, and his crafty officials managed to detain its bearer until they had had time to place the fortresses on a war footing. Before the Sultan could reach the Serbian frontier, Hunyadi had made a dash across the Danube, had penetrated as far as the former Bulgarian capital, and had retired with his plunder beyond the river. Mohammed's main object was the capture of Semandria, the key of Hungary, but that strong castle resisted his attack, and he withdrew to Hadrianople. In the following year he repeated his invasions, and forced Novobrodo to surrender after a vigorous and protracted bombardment. A portion of the inhabitants he left there to work the famous silver mines, which, as his biographer remarks, had not only largely contributed to the former splendour of the Serbian Empire, but had also aroused the covetousness of its enemies. Indeed, the picture which Chrysostom has drawn of Serbia in her decline might kindle the admiration of her modern statesmen as they read of the cities many and fair in the interior of the land, the strong forts on the banks of the Danube, the productive soil, the swine and cattle and abundant breed of goodly steeds, with which this little Balkan state, so blessed by nature, so cursed by politics, was bountifully endowed. But the numerous and valiant youths who had been the pride of the old Serbian armies had been either drafted into the cause of Janissaries to fight against their fellow Christians, or were helpless, in the absence of their aged and fugitive prince, against the artillery of Mahomet. The summer was, however, fast drawing to a close. Serbia gained another brief respite, and George, to his surprise, obtained peace on the basis of uti possidetis and the payment of a smaller tribute for his diminished territory. In June 1456, Mohammed appeared with a large park of heavy artillery before the gates of Belgrade, boasting that within a fortnight the city should be his. So violent was the bombardment that the noise of the Turkish guns was heard as far off as Cbteddy, and the Sultan hoped that all succour from that quarter would be prevented by his fleet, which was stationed in the Danube. But Hunyadi routed the unwieldy Turkish ships and made his way into the beleaguered town with an army of peasant crusaders, whom the blessing of Calixtus III and the preaching of the fiery Franciscan Capistrano had assembled for this holy war. Enthusiasm compensated for their defective weapons. When the Janissaries took the outer city, they not only drove them back, but, headed by the inspired chaplain, charged right up to the mouths of the Turkish cannon. Mohammed himself was wounded in the struggle and retreated in disorder to Sofia, while the Serbian miners from Novo Brdo fell upon his defeated troops. Unfortunately, the pestilence that broke out in the Hungarian camp and the death of Hunyadi prevented the victors from following up their advantage. Belgrade was saved for Hungary, but the rest of Serbia was doomed. Even at this crisis, the quarrels of the despot and Hunyadi's brother-in-law Zil Agyi, the governor of Belgrade, demonstrated the disunion and selfishness of the Christian leaders. The despot, who tried to entrap his enemy, was himself captured, and although he was released, died not long afterwards on 24th December 1456 of the effect of a wound which he had received in the encounter. His 90 years had been spent in a troublesome time. His character had been rather of the willow than of the oak, and the one principle, if indeed it was not policy, which he consistently maintained, was his refusal to gain the warmer support of the West by abandoning the creed of his fathers and his subjects, as he had abandoned the cause of the other Balkan Christians to keep his own throne. George Branković had bequeathed the remnant of his principality to his Greek wife Irene and his youngest son Lazar, for his 2 elder sons, Gregory and Stephen, had been blinded by Murad II. But the new despot chafed at the idea of sharing his diminished inheritance with his mother. Indeed, he had refused to ransom his old father from captivity in order to anticipate by a few months his succession to the throne. The death of Irene occurred at such an opportune moment and under such suspicious circumstances that it was attributed to poison administered by her ambitious son, and his eldest brother and his sister, the widow of the late Sultan, were so greatly alarmed for their own safety that they fled the selfsame day with all their portable property to the court of Mohammed II. That great man treated the fugitives with generosity. They obtained a home near Ceres, where the former sultana became the good angel of the Christians, obtaining through her influence permission for the monks of Rila to transport the remains of their pious founder from Trnovo to the great Bulgarian monastery which bears his name. Lazar III was now sole ruler of Serbia, for his second brother Stephen soon followed the rest of the family into exile and became a pensioner of the Pope. But he did not long profit by his cruelty. While he allowed the internal affairs of his small state to fall into confusion, he was lax in paying the tribute which he had promised to his suzerain. Mohammed was preparing to attack this weak yet presumptuous vassal when, on 20th January 1458, the latter died, leaving a widow and 3 daughters. Before his death, Lazar had provided for the succession by affiancing one of his children to Stephen Tomasevic, son and heir of the King of Bosnia, an arrangement which would have united the 2 Serbian states in the person of the future Bosnian ruler, and seemed to promise a final settlement of the disputes that had latterly divided them. 3 candidates for the Serbian throne now presented themselves: Stephen Tomasevic, a son of Gregory Branković, and Mohammed II. None could doubt which of the 3 would be ultimately successful, but at first the Bosniak gained ground. In December 1458, King Matthias Corvinus of Hungary, in a parliament at Szegedin, formally recognized him as despot of Serbia, that is to say, as much of that country as was not occupied by the Turks. Meanwhile, in order to strengthen herself, as she thought, against the latter, the widowed princess, a daughter of the despot Thomas Palaeologus, had offered the principality as a fief to the Holy See. The marriage of the Serbian heiress and the Bosnian crown prince took place. The commandant of Samandria was sent in irons to Hungary, and Stephen Tomasevich took up his abode in the capital of George Brankovic. But the inhabitants of Samandria regarded their new master, a zealous Catholic and a Hungarian nominee, as a worse foe than the Sultan himself. They opened their gates to the Turks. The other Serbian towns followed their example, and before the summer of 1459 was over, all Serbia, except Belgrade, had become a Turkish pashalik. The history of medieval Serbia was thus closed, but members of the Brankovic family continued, with the assent of the kings of Hungary, to bear the title of despot in their Hungarian exile, whither many of their Serbian adherents had followed them, and where their house became extinct just 200 years ago. Belgrade was able, in Hungarian hands, to resist repeated Turkish attacks till 1521, while the Serbian patriarchs did not emigrate from Ipek to Karlovic till 1690. But from the time of Mohammed II to that of Black George in the early years of the 19th century, the noblest representatives of the Serbs were to be found fighting for their freedom among the barren rocks of what is now Montenegro. End of section 83. Section 84 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. The Balkan States 2. The Turkish Conquest, 1355 to 1483. Part 5 by William Miller. The Kingdom of Bosnia survived by only 4 years the fall of Serbia. In 1461, Stephen Thomas was slain by his brother Radivoj and his own son Stephen Tomasevich, who thus succeeded to the sorry heritage of the Bosnian throne, of which he was to be the last occupant. The new king depicted to Pope Pius II in gloomy but not exaggerated colours the condition of his country, and begged the Holy Father to send him a crown and bid the King of Hungary accompany him to the wars, for so alone could Bosnia be saved. He told how the Turks had built several fortresses in his kingdom, and how they had gained the sympathy of the peasants by their kindness and promises of freedom. He pointed out that Bosnia was not the final goal of Mohammed's vaunting ambition, that Hungary and the Dalmatian possessions of Venice would be the next step, whence by way of Carniola and Istria he would march into Italy and perhaps to Rome. To this urgent appeal the Pope replied by sending his legates to crown him king. The coronation took place in the picturesque town of Iași, Hrvoje's ancient seat, whither the new sovereign had transferred his residence from Bobovach for greater security. The splendour of that day, the first and last occasion when a Bosnian king received his crown from Rome, and the absolute unanimity of the great nobles in support of their lord, for on the advice of Venice he had made peace with the Duke of St. Sava, whose son was among the throng round the throne, cast a final ray of light over this concluding page of Bosnia's history as a kingdom. Stephen Tomasevich assumed all the pompous titles of his predecessors: the sovereignty of Serbia, Bosnia, the land of Hum, Dalmatia and Croatia, at a time when Serbia was a Turkish pashalik, when a Turkish governor ruled over the Bosnian province of Foča, and when the self-styled King of Dalmatia was imploring the Venetians to give him a place of refuge on the Dalmatian coast. There was still, too, one Christian enemy whom he had not appeased. The King of Hungary had never forgiven the surrender of Semendria, and had never forgotten the ancient Hungarian claim to the overlordship of Bosnia. He resented the Pope's recognition of Stephen Tomasevich as an independent sovereign, and was only appeased by pecuniary and territorial concessions, and by a promise that the King of Bosnia would pay no more tribute to the Sultan. This last condition sealed the Bosniaks' fate. When Muhammad II learnt that Tomasevich had promised to refuse the customary tribute, he sent an envoy to demand payment. The Bosnian monarch took the envoy into his treasury and showed him the money collected for the tribute, telling him, however, at the same time, that he was not anxious to send the Sultan so much treasure. For in case of war with your master, he argued, I should be better prepared if I have money, and if I must flee to another land, I shall live more pleasantly by means thereof. The envoy reported to Muhammad what the king had said, and Muhammad resolved to punish this breach of faith. In the spring of 1463 he assembled a great army at Hadrianople for the conquest of Bosnia. Alarmed at the result of his own defiant refusal, Tomasevich sent an embassy at the 11th hour to ask for a 15 years' truce. Michael Konstantinovich, a Serbian renegade, who was an eyewitness of these events, has preserved the striking scene of Muhammad's deceit. Concealed behind a money chest in the Turkish treasury, he heard the Sultan's two chief advisers decide upon the plan of campaign: to grant the truce and then forthwith march against Bosnia, before the King of Hungary and the Croats could come to the aid of that notoriously difficult and mountainous country. Their advice was taken. The Bosnian envoys were deceived, and even when the eavesdropper warned them that the Turkish army would follow on their heels, they still believed the word of the Sultan. 4 days after their departure, Muhammad set out. Ordering the Pasha of Serbia to prevent the King of Hungary from effecting a junction with the Bosniaks, he marched with such rapidity and secrecy that he found the Bosnian frontier undefended and met with little or no resistance until he reached the ancient castle of Bobovac. The fate of the old royal residence was typical of that of the land. Its governor, Prince Radak, a Bogomile forcibly converted to Catholicism, could have defended the fortress for years if his heart had been in the cause. But, like so many of his countrymen, he was a Bogomile first and a Bosniak afterwards. On the 3rd day of the siege he opened the gates to Muhammad, who found among the inmates the 2 envoys whom he had so lately duped. Radak met with the fitting reward for his treachery, for when he claimed his price, the Sultan ordered him to be beheaded. The giant cliff of Radovica served as the scaffold and still preserves the name of the traitor of Bobovac. At the news of Mohammed's invasion, Stephen Tomasevich had withdrawn with his family to his capital of Yecha, hoping to raise an army and to get help from abroad while the invader was expending his strength before the strong walls of Bobovak. But its surrender left him no time for defence. He fled at once towards Croatia, closely pursued by the van of the Turkish army. At the fortress of Cluj, one of the keys of Bosnia, the pursuers came up with the fugitive, whose presence inside was betrayed to them. Their commander promised the king in writing that if he surrendered his life should be spared, whereupon Tomasevich gave himself up and was brought as a prisoner to the Sultan at Yecha. Meanwhile, the capital had thrown itself upon the mercy of the conqueror, and thus, almost without a blow, the three strongest places in Bosnia had fallen. The wretched king himself helped the Sultan to complete his conquest. He wrote, at his captor's dictation, letters to all his captains, bidding them surrender their towns and fortresses to the Turks. In a week more than 70 obeyed his commands, and before the middle of June 1463, Bosnia was practically a Turkish pashalik, and Mohammed, with the captive king in his train, was able to set out for the subjugation of the Herzegovina. But the Turkish cavalry was useless against the bare limestone rocks on which the castles were perched, while the natives, accustomed to every cranny of the crags, harassed the strangers with a ceaseless guerrilla warfare. The Duke and his son Vladislav, who only a few months before had intrigued with the Sultan against his own father, now fought side by side against the common foe, and Mohammed, after a fruitless attempt to capture the ducal capital of Bréhier, withdrew to Constantinople. But before he left he resolved to rid himself of the King of Bosnia, who could be of no further use and might be a danger. It was true that the Sultan's lieutenant had promised to spare the prisoner's life, but a learned Persian was found to pronounce the pardon to be invalid because it had been granted without Mohammed's previous consent. The trembling captive, with his written pardon in his hands, was summoned to the presence, whereupon the lithe Persian drew his sword and cut off Tomasevich's head. The body of the last king of Bosnia was buried by the Sultan's orders at a spot on the right bank of the river Vrbas, only just visible from the citadel of Yechi, where, in 1888, the skeleton was discovered, the skull severed from the trunk. The remains of the ill-fated monarch are now to be seen in the Franciscan church there. His portrait adorns the Franciscan monastery at Sutjeska, but the fatwa, which was carved on the city gate of Yechi to excuse the Sultan's breach of faith by representing his victim as a traitor, the true believer will not allow a snake to bite him twice from the same hole, vanished some 70 years ago. The king's uncle Radovoy and his cousin were executed after him. His 2 half-brothers were carried off as captives, and his widow Maria became the wife of a Turkish official. But his stepmother Catherine escaped to Ragusa and Rome, where she received a pension from the Pope. There, in the midst of a little colony of faithful Bosniaks, she died on 25th October 1478, after bequeathing her kingdom to the Holy See, unless her 2 children, who had become converts to Islam, should return to the Catholic faith. A monument with a dubious Latin inscription in the church of Are Coele and a fresco in the Santo Spirito Hospital still preserve the memory of the Bosnian queen, far from the last resting place of her husband by the banks of the Trist-Ivnica. Even though Bosnia had fallen, the Turks were not allowed undisturbed possession. In the same autumn the King of Hungary entered Bosnia from the north, while Duke Stephen's son Vladislav attacked the Turkish garrisons in the south. Before winter had begun, Matthias Corvinus was master of Yecha, and even the return of Muhammad in the following spring failed to secure its second surrender. Such was the terror of the Hungarian king's arms that the mere report of his approach made the Sultan raise the siege. Matthias Corvinus then organized the part of Bosnia which he had conquered from the Turks into two provinces or banats, one of which took its name from Yecha and the other from Srebrenik. Over these territories, which embraced all Lower Bosnia, he placed Nicholas of Ilok, a Hungarian magnate with the title of king, not however borne by his successors. Under Hungarian rule, these two Bosnian banats remained free from the Turks till 1528 and 1520 respectively, serving as a buffer state between the Ottoman Empire and the Christian lands of Croatia and Slavonia. The Herzegovina, which had repulsed the conqueror of Bosnia, did not long maintain its independence. The great Duke Stephen Vucic, after losing nearly all his land in another Turkish invasion caused by the aid he had given in the recovery of Yechi, died in 1466, leaving all his possessions to be divided equally between his three sons, Vladislav, Vlatko, and Stephen. The eldest, however, whose quarrels with his father had wrought such infinite harm to his country, did not long govern the upper part of the Herzegovina, which fell to his share. He entered the Venetian service, and thence emigrated to Hungary, where he died. Accordingly, the second brother Vlatko assumed the title of Duke of St. Sava, and reunited for a time all his father's estates under his sole rule, relying now on Venetian and now on Neapolitan aid, but only secure as long as Mohammed II allowed him to linger on as a tributary of Turkey. In 1481 he even ventured to invade Bosnia, but was driven back to seek shelter in his strong castle of Castel Nuovo. 2 years later, Bayezid II annexed the Herzegovina, whose last reigning duke died in the Dalmatian island of Arbe. The title continued, however, to be borne as late as 1511 by Vladislav's son Balsha. Stephen, the youngest of old Duke Stephen's three sons, had a far more remarkable career. Sent while still a child as a hostage to Constantinople, he embraced the creed and entered the service of the conqueror. Under the name of Ahmad Pasha Herzegovich, or the Duke's son, he gained a great place in Turkish history and, after having governed Anatolia and commanded the Ottoman fleet, attained to the post of Grand Vizier. His name and origin are still preserved by the little town of Hersek on the Gulf of Izmid, near which, far from the strong duchy of his father, he found a grave. The fall of the Bosnian kingdom is full of meaning for our own time. The country is naturally strong, and under the resolute government of one man, uniting all creeds and classes under his banner, might have held out like Montenegro against the Turkish armies. But the jealousies of the two powerful nobles who overshadowed the elective monarchy, and the still fiercer rivalries of the Roman Catholics and the Bogomiles, prepared the way for the invader, and when he came the persecuted heretics welcomed him as a deliverer, preferring the mufti's turban to the cardinal's hat. Most of the Bogomiles embraced Islam and became in the course of generations more fanatical than the Turks themselves. They had preferred to be conquered by the Sultan rather than converted by the Pope, and when once they had been conquered, they did not hesitate to be converted also. The Mussulman creed possessed not a few points of resemblance with their own despised heresy, while it conferred upon those who embraced it the practical advantage of retaining their lands and their feudal privileges. Thus Bosnia, in striking contrast to Serbia, presents us with the curious phenomenon of an aristocratic caste, Slav by race yet Muslim by religion, whose members were the permanent repositories of power, while the Sultan's viceroy in his residences at Vrabosnia, Ban Julaka, and Travnik was, with rare exceptions, a mere fleeting figure, here today and gone tomorrow. In fact, Bosnia remained under the Turks what she had been in the days of her kings, an aristocratic republic with a titular head who was thenceforth a foreigner instead of a native, while the Bosnian beys were in many cases the descendants of these medieval nobles who had lived in feudal state within their grey castle walls, whose rare intervals of leisure from the fierce joys of civil war were soothed by the music of the piper and amused by the skill of the jongleur, and who, unlike the rougher magnates of the more primitive Serbian court, received some varnish of Western civilization from their position as honorary citizens and honored guests of Rakusa, the South Slavonic Athens. But besides these converted Bogomiles, there remained in the midst of Orthodox Serbs and Catholic Croats some who adhered to the ancient doctrines of that maligned sect, and it is said that only a few years before the Austrian occupation, a family named Helesh, living near Konjica, abandoned the Bogomile madness for the Muslim faith. Their bitter enemies, the Roman Catholics, at first emigrated in numbers to the territories of adjacent Catholic powers, till a Franciscan prevailed upon Mohammed II to stop the depopulation of the country by granting them the free exercise of their religion in what was thenceforth for 4 centuries the borderland between the Cross and the Crescent, the home of the Lion that guards the gates of Stamboul. The Turkish conquest of Bosnia was followed, after a desperate struggle, by that of Albania. That mysterious land, whose sons are probably the oldest race in the Balkan Peninsula, had been divided upon the collapse of the great Serbian Empire between a number of native chieftains, over whom Carlo Thopia exercised, with the title of Prince of Albania, a species of hegemony for a whole generation. After his death, Albania was split up among rival clans who acknowledged no common head and seemed inevitably destined for one of 2 fates, that of a Turkish province or that of a Venetian protectorate. At first there appeared to be some hope of the latter alternative. The Republic began her career as an Albanian power with the acquisition of Durazzo in 1392. Alessio, its right eye, was annexed as a matter of necessity in the next year. There followed in succession Scutari and Rivasto, Dulcineo and Antivari, all acquisitions from the Balsha family, and finally in 1444 Sati and Dagno on the left bank of the Drin. At that time the whole Albanian coast as far south as Durazzo was Venetian, and the Albanian coast towns were so many links in the chain which united Venetian Dalmatia with Venetian Corfu. The Adriatic was, what it has never been again, an Italian lake. It was not, however, the policy, nor indeed within the power, of the purely maritime republic to conquer the interior of a country so difficult and so unproductive. It was her object to save expense alike of men and money, and she saved the former by devoting a little of the latter to subsidizing the native chieftains in order that they might act as a bulwark against the Turks. But the brute force of the Turkish arms proved to be too strong even for such astute diplomatists as the Venetians and such splendid fighters as the Albanians. As early as 1414, the Turks began to establish themselves as masters of Albania, and for nearly 20 years the castle of Croia, soon to be immortalized by the brave deeds of Skanderbeg, was the seat of a Turkish governor. The national hero of Albania, whose name is still remembered throughout a land which has practically no national history except the story of his career, was of Serbian origin. His uncle had, however, married an heiress of the great Thopir clan, and had thus acquired, together with the fortress of Croia, some of the prestige attached to the leading family of Albania. Then came the Turkish invasion, and George Castriota, the future redeemer of his country, was sent as a youthful hostage to Constantinople. The lad was educated in the faith of Islam and received the Turkish name of Iskander or Alexander, with the title of Beg, subsequently corrupted by his countrymen into the form of Skanderbeg, under which he is known as one of the great captains of history. For many years he fought in the Turkish ranks against Venetians and Serbs, leaving to Arianites Komnenos, a prominent Albanian chief, the futile task of trying to drive out the Ottoman garrisons from his native land. At last, in 1443, while serving in the Turkish army which had been defeated by Hunyadi's troops near Nish, he received the news of a fresh Albanian rising. Realizing that his hour had come, he hastened to Croia, made himself master of the fortress, which was henceforth his capital, abjured the errors of Islam, and proclaimed a new crusade against the Turks. His personal influence was increased by a marriage with the daughter of Arianites. The other chiefs rallied round him. The Montenegrins flocked to his aid, and at a great gathering of the clans held on Venetian soil at Alessio, he was proclaimed Captain General of Albania. Venice, at first hostile to this new rival of her influence there, took him into her pay as a valuable champion against the common enemy, and soon Christendom heard with delighted surprise that an Albanian chief had forced the victor of Varna and Kosovo to retreat from the castle rock of Croia. The Pope and the King of Naples hastened to assist the tribesmen, who were both good Catholics and near neighbours, while the king dreamed of reviving the claims of the Neapolitan Angevins beyond the Adriatic, and even received the homage of Skanderbeg. Muhammad II was, however, a more formidable adversary than his predecessor. He played upon the jealousy of the other Albanian chiefs, and his troops utterly routed an allied army of natives and Neapolitans. For the moment Skanderbeg seemed to have disappeared, but he soon rallied the Albanians to his side. Fresh victories attended his arms until in 1461 the Sultan concluded with him an armistice for 10 years, and the land had at last a sorely needed interval from war. But the peace had lasted barely 2 years when Skanderbeg, at the instigation of Pope Pius II, broke his plighted word and drew his sword against the Turks. The death of the Pope caused the failure of the projected crusade. and Skanderbeg found himself abandoned by Europe and left to fight single-handed against the infuriated Sultan whom he had deceived. In the spring of 1466, Muhammad himself undertook the siege of Croya, but that famous fortress baffled him as it had baffled his father, and Skanderbeg journeyed to Rome, where a lane near the Quirinal still commemorates his name and visit, to obtain help from Paul II. With the following spring the Sultan returned to the siege of Croya, only once again to find it impregnable. But his valiant enemy's career was over. On 17th January 1468, Skanderbeg died in the Venetian colony of Alessio. Thereupon the Turks easily conquered all Albania, with the exception of the castle of Croya, occupied by Venice after Skanderbeg's death, and of the other Venetian stations. 10 years later, the disastrous war between the Republic and the Sultan brought Croya, Alessio, Dagno, Sati, and Drivasto under Turkish rule until 1912. The Peace of 1479 surrendered Scutari, in 1501 Durazzo, and in 1571 Antivari and Dulcineo, the two ports of modern Montenegro, were finally taken by the Turks, and the flag of St. Mark disappeared from the Albanian coast. Today, a part of the castle of Scutari, a mutilated lion there, a Venetian grave and escutcheon at Alessio, and a few old houses and coats of arms at Antivari and Dulcineo are almost the sole remains of that Venetian tenure of the Albanian littoral which modern Italy was anxious to revive. Skanderbeg's memory, however, still lives in his own land. Although his son and many other Albanian chiefs emigrated to the Kingdom of Naples, where large Albanian colonies still preserve their speech, a soi disant Castriola has in our own day claimed the Albanian throne on the strength of his alleged descent from the hero of Croya. If his grave in the castle of Alessio has disappeared, the ruins of the castle which he built on Cape Rodoni still stand to remind the passing voyager that Albania was once a nation. And, even under Turkish rule, the Roman Catholic Medites preserved their autonomy under a prince of the house of Doda, still wearing mourning for Skanderbeg, still obeying the unwritten code of Leg Ducagin. Serbia, Bosnia, and Albania had successively fallen, but there was another land, barren indeed and mountainous, but all the more a natural fortress, which sheltered the Orthodox Serbs in this, the darkest hour of their history, and which the Turks have in vain tried to conquer permanently. We saw how the Balsha family had established a century earlier an independent principality in what is now Montenegro, and how upon the death of the last male of that house in 1421, his chief cities had been partitioned between Venice and Stephen Lazarevich of Serbia. Even in the time of the Balshas, however, a powerful local family, that of the Krenoyevich, derived by some from the royal line of Nemanja itself, had made good its claim to a part of the country, and its head, Rajic Krenoja, even styled himself Lord of the Zeta. After his death in battle against the Balshas in 1396, the family seems to have been temporarily crushed. But early in the 15th century, two collateral members of it, the brothers Jurashevich, had established their independence in the upper or mountainous portion of the Zeta, the barren sea of white limestone round Njegoš, which then began to be called by its modern name of Kranagria. in Venetian Montenegro, perhaps from the then predominant local clan, less probably from the Black Forests, which are said to have once covered those glaring, inhospitable rocks. Venice found the brothers so useful in her struggle with the Balshas that she paid them a subsidy and offered to recognize one of them as voivoda of the Upper Zeta, although they were supposed to be nominally subjects of the despot of Serbia. A son of this voivoda, Stephen Krnavljević by name, revolted against the Serbian sovereignty, then weakened by its conflict with the Turks, made himself practically independent in his native mountains, but in 1455 admitted the overlordship of Venice, which had appointed him her captain and voivoda in the Zeta. A solemn pact was signed between the Republic and the 51 communities which then composed Montenegro on the sacred island of Vranina on the lake of Scutari. Venice swore to maintain the cherished usages of Balsha and to permit no Roman Catholic bishop to rule over the Montenegrin church, while Stephen Krnarevich, victorious alike over Serbs and Turks, hoisted the banner of St. Mark at Podgorica and made his capital in the strong castle of Zabljak. On his death in 1466, his son and successor Ivan the Black was confirmed by Venice in his father's command as her captain and voivoda in the Zeta. In this capacity he assisted with his brave Montenegrins in the defence of the Venetian city of Scutari against the Turks in 1474, an event still commemorated by a monument on a house in the Calle del Puavin in Venice, and by a picture by Paolo Veronese in the Sala della Maggiore Consiglio. 4 years later he again aided the Venetian governor of Scutari and the heroic Dominican from Epirus, who was the soul of the defence. But by the peace of 1479 the Republic ceded Scutari to the Turks after an occupation of 85 years, and Montenegro lost this powerful obstacle to the Turkish advance from the south, the quarter from which the Principality had always been most vulnerable. The conclusion of peace was a severe blow to the Montenegrin chief, especially of a peace on such terms. Abandoned by Venice, Ivan the Black was now at the mercy of the invader. His capital was too near the lake of Scutari to be any longer a safe residence. Accordingly, he set fire to Zabljak and founded in 1484 his new capital at Cetinja, which remained the seat of the Montenegrin government. There he built a monastery and a church, and thither he transferred the metropolitan see of the Zeta, hitherto established in the Krena, the piece of the Dalmatian coast between the Narenta and the Cetina. The Turks occupied the lower Zeta, but a national ballad expresses the belief that Ivan the Black would one day awake from his sleep in the grotto of Obod near Rijeka and lead his heroic Montenegrins to the conquest of Albania. At Obod he erected a fortress and a building to house a printing press for the use of the church at Cetinja, and under his eldest son George the first books printed in Slavonic saw the light there in 1493, an achievement commemorated with much circumstance 4 centuries afterwards. But George Krnojevich was driven from Montenegro in 1496 by his brother Stephen with the support of the Turks. The exiled prince took refuge in Venice, the home of his wife, whence, after a futile attempt to recover his dominions, he threw himself upon the mercy of the Sultan, embraced Islam, and died a Turkish pensioner in Anatolia. Meanwhile, Montenegro was governed by Stephen II till 1499, when it was annexed to the Sanjuk of Scutari and placed under a Turkish official who resided at Zamliak. But the mountaineers resisted the Turkish tax gatherers, and in 1514 Stephen II was restored by the Sultan. According to tradition, one of his descendants, married to a Venetian wife who found residence at Cetinja both monotonous and useless, abandoned the Black Mountains forever and retired to the delights of Venice in 1516 after transferring the supreme power to the bishop, who was assisted by a civil governor chosen from among the headmen of the Căcunsta district. The prince-bishop, or Vladica, was elective until in 1696 the dignity became hereditary, with one interval, in the family of Petrovich. Meanwhile, for some years after the final abdication of the Krnoyevich family, another brother of George, who had become a Mussulman, held, under the name of Skanderbeg, the post of Turkish governor in Montenegro, a land which, although the Turks have often invaded and overrun it, they never permanently conquered. While Montenegro, the autonomous Medites, and the tiny republic of Poljica alone remained free on the west of the Balkan peninsula, the two Danubian principalities of Wallachia and Moldavia retained a large measure of domestic independence under the forms of vassalage on the east. After a long period of civil war between rival claimants, who called in their neighbours and partitioned their distracted dominions, Wallachia acknowledged in 1456 a strong if barbarous ruler in the person of Vlad the Impaler, and Moldavia in 1457 a vigorous prince in that of Stephen the Great. The Wallach's hideous cruelties do not belie his name. He executed 20,000 of his subjects to consolidate his throne, but he achieved by his savage punishments what his predecessors had failed to obtain: the loyalty of his terrified nobles and the suppression of brigandage. As soon as he felt secure at home, he defied his Turkish suzerain, refusing to send him the contingent of 500 children which Mohammed demanded in addition to the customary annual tribute. He impaled the Sultan's emissaries, and when the Sultan himself marched forth to avenge them in 1462, forced him to retire in disgrace. In the same year, however, the Impaler was driven from his throne by his brother, a Turkish puppet, aided by the great Prince of Moldavia. For the rest of the century, Stephen overshadowed the petty rulers of the sister principality and became the leading spirit of resistance to the Turks in Eastern Europe. His father had, indeed, paid tribute to them as far back as 1456, but he completely routed them at the Battle of Rakova in 1475, the first time that a Turkish and a Moldavian army had met. Europe applauded his success, but, after in vain trying to form a league of the Christian powers against the enemy, he realized at the end of his long reign that his efforts had only postponed the necessity of recognizing the suzerainty of the Sultan. His son Bogdan in 1513 made his submission and promised to pay tribute on condition that the Moldaves should retain the right of electing their own princes and that no Turks should reside in their country, a condition modified in 1541 by the imposition of a guard of 500 Turkish horsemen upon the prince of that period. Thus, largely owing to the fraternal quarrels of their rulers, both the principalities had fallen within the sphere of Turkish influence. Their constantly changing princes, whether natives or Pharaoh-oat Greeks, were the creatures of the Sultan. But, unlike Bulgaria, Serbia, and Bosnia, they never came under his direct rule, were never formally annexed to the Turkish Empire. The medieval history of the Balkan states and the causes of their fall are full of significance for our own time. In the Near East, and in the Near East alone, the Middle Ages are but as yesterday to the newly emancipated nations, which look upon the centuries of Turkish domination as a watch in the night, and aspire to take up the thread of their interrupted national existence where it was left by their ancient Tsars, each regardless of the other's overlapping claims to lands which have been redeemed from the Turk. The medieval records of the motley peninsula teach us to regard with doubt, in spite of Turkish vicinity, the prospect of common action between Christian races, which, if small individually, would, if united, have formed a powerful barrier against the foreigner either from the east or from the west. But the greater nations of Christendom cannot afford to criticize too harshly their weaker brethren in the Balkans, for it was quite as much the selfishness and the mutual jealousy of the Western powers as the fratricidal enmities of the Eastern states which allowed the east of Europe to be conquered by Asia, and which has, even in our own day, retarded its complete emancipation. Tables of rulers. Serbia. Stephen Nemanja, Great Zupan, 1143 or 1159 to 1196, died 1200. Stephen, Great Zupan, 1196, King 1217. Open bracket, Vukan, King of Dioclea, 1195 to 1207, close bracket. Radoslav, King 1228. Vladislav, King 1234 to 43, died 1263. Stephen Uros I, King 1243. Stephen Dragutin, King 1276 to 81, died 1316. Stephen Uros II, Milutin, King 1281. Constantine, King 1321. Stephen Uros III, Dekansky, King 1322. Open brackets, Vladislav, King 1321 to 24, close brackets. Stephen Uros IV, Dushan, King 1331, Tsar 1346. Stephen Uros V, Tsar 1355 to 1371. Open brackets. Simeon Uros, Tsar 1356 to 71. Vukashin, King 1366 to 71, close brackets. Lazar I, Hrebel Yanovich, Prince 1371. Lazar II or Stephen Lazarevich, Despot 1389 to 1427. Open bracket. Vuk Brankovic, Despot 1389. George Brankovic, Prince 1398, close bracket. George Brankovic, Despot 1427. Jointly, Irene and Lazar III Brankovic, Despot 1456. Lazar III Brankovic, alone 1457. Stephen Tarmasevich, Crown Prince of Bosnia, Despot 1458 to 59. Turkish 1459. Bulgarian Tsars. Jointly, Peter and John Asen I, 1186. jointly. Peter and Kaloyan, 1196. Kaloyan alone, 1197. Boril, 1207. John Assen II, 1218. Kaliman I, 1241. Michael Ashen, 1246. Kaliman II, 1257. Constantine Assen, 1258. Avelo, 1277. John Assen III, 1279. George Teteri I, 1280. Smilets, 1292. Theodore Svetslav, 1295. George Teteri II, 1322. Michael Shishmanek, 1323. John Stephen, 1330, died 1373. John Alexander, 1331. At this point, the line splits. One part goes to John Stratsimir at Viadin, 1360 to 1365 and 1369 to 98. This part is Hungarian 1365 to 9 and Turkish 1398. The other part has John Shishman at Trenovo, 1362 or 1365 to 1393 and 1395, and Turkish in 1393. Frankish Dukes of Philippolis, Renier de Tritt, 1204, Gerard de Sturm, 1229, and the kingdom becomes Bulgarian in 1235. Bosnia. Boric, Banat, 1154 to 63. Open bracket, Byzantine Empire, 1166 to 80. Kulin, Banat, 1180 to 1204. Stephen, Banat after 1204. Matthew Ninoslav, Banat, 1232 to 37 and 1240 to 50. Open bracket, Kingdom of Hungary, 1237 to 40. Close bracket. Prayezda I the Great, Banat after 1250 to 87. Prayezda II and Stephen Kotroman, Banats, 1287 to 90. Stephen Kotroman alone, 1290 to 1302. Paul Shubich, Banat, 1299 to 1312. Mladen Tsubich, Banat, 1312 to 1322. Lower Bosnia. Under Hungary with Hungarian magnates, 1254 to 64. Duchy of Machva and Bosnia. Agnes, Duchess, 1264. Bela, Duke, 1271 to 2. Stephen Boric, Banat, 1272. Egidius, Banat, 1273. Ugrin, Banat, 1279. Queen Elizabeth of Hungary, Duchess, 1280 to 84. Stephen Dragutin, ex-king of Serbia, 1284 to 1316. Thereafter, the combined Bosnian kingdom. Stephen Kotromanich, 1322. Stephen Tverko I, Banat 1353, King 1376. Stephen Dabisha, King 1391. Helena Gruber, Queen 1395. Stephen Ostoya, King 1398. Stephen Tvertko II, Tvertkovich, King 1404. Stephen Ostroya, Second Reign, King 1408. Stephen Ostrorich, King 1418. Stephen Tverko II, Tverkovich, second reign, King 1421. Stephen Thomas Ostrovich, King 1443. Stephen Tomasovich, King 1461-3. Open bracket. Turkish 1463, except Banat of Yace, Hungarian 1463-1528, and Banat of Srebrenik, Hungarian 1463-1520, close bracket. Hum, Herzegovina, Miroslav Prince, 1180-90. Open bracket, Hungarian 1198-1202, close bracket. Peter, Prince, circa 1220. Open bracket, Hungarian 1237, close bracket. Colin, Prince, 1239. Andreas, Prince, 1239. Radoslav Zupan, 1254. Open bracket, Hungarian 1254, close bracket. Open bracket, Serbian circa 1284-1325, close bracket. Open bracket, Bosnian 1325-57, close bracket. Open bracket, half Hungarian 1357-74, close bracket. A half each, Voyaslav Voinov, Count 1357-71, Nicolo Altomanovich 1371-4, open bracket, Bosnian 1374-1435, footnote, Sandali Haranek Kosacha, practically independent 1404-35, end footnote, close bracket. Stephen Vocic, 1435, quotes, Duke of St. Sava, quotes, 1445-66, jointly, Vladislav and Vlatko, 1466-7, Vlatko quotes Duke of St. Sava, close quotes, 1467-83, open bracket, Turkish, 1483, close bracket. The Zeta, Montenegro. Balsha I, circa 1360. Strakemir, 1362. George I, 1372. Balsha II, 1378. George II, 1385. Balsha III, 1405-21. The territory then splits. Part becomes Venetian 1421-1479 and part Serbian 1421-7. Following Radic Krnoje 1392-96 and George and Alexius Yaroshevich 1403 to circa 1427, the previously Serbian part then has the following rulers: Stephen I Krnojevich circa 1427, Ivan I 1466, George I 1490-96, died before 1514, Stephen II 1496-99, 1514, Ivan II 1515, George II 1515-16, open brackets, Skanderbeg Krnojevich, Turkish, quotes, governor of Montenegro, close quotes, 1523-26, close bracket. Venetian colonies in Albania, Durazzo 1205-15 and 1392-1501, Alessio 1393-1478, Drivasto 1396-1419, 1421-23, and 1442 to 78. Scutari 1396 to 1479. Antivari 1421 to 23 and 1444 to 1571. Dulcineo 1421 to 1571. Dagno and Sati 1444 to 56, 1458 to 78. The Republic of Poljica, founded 944, under Hungarian Banats circa 1350, under Venetian suzerainty 1444. Turkish sultans: Osman 1299, Orkhan 1326, Murad I 1360, Bayezid I 1389, Suleiman 1402, Musa 1410, Muhammad I 1413, Murad II 1421, Muhammad II 1451, Bayezid II 1481. East Roman emperors from 1261: Michael VIII Palaeologus 1259 to 82, Andronicus II 1282 to 1332, Michael IX 1295 to 1320, Andronicus III 1325 or 28 to 1341, John V 1341 to 76, John VI Cantacuzene 1347 to 54, Andronicus IV 1376 to 79, John V restored 1379 to 91, John VII usurper 1390, Manuel II 1391 to 1425, John VII co-regent restored 1399 to 1412, John VIII 1423 to 48, Constantine XI Dragaces 1448 to 53. Princes of Wallachia: Radu I Negru circa 1290, Ivanko Basaraba 1310, Nicholas Alexander Basaraba 1330, Vladislav I 1364, Radu II 1372, Dan I 1385, Mircea the Great 1386, open paren, first tributary to Turkey 1391 close paren, open paren, Vlad I 1394 to 95 close paren, Michael I 1418, Dan II 1420, Radu III 1422, Dan II second reign 1427, Vlad II quotes the devil close quotes 1432, Dan III 1446, Vladislav II 1448, Vlad III the Impaler 1456, Radu IV the Fair 1462, Leote Basaraba 1465, Vlad III the Impaler second reign 1477, Leote Basaraba the Young 1477, Vlad IV the Monk 1481, Radu V the Great 1494. Princes of Moldavia: open bracket, under Hungarian suzerainty circa 1288 to 1349, close bracket. Bogdan I, 1349. Latsku, 1370. Yaga I Koryatovich, 1374. Peter I Muchata, 1375. Roman I Muchata, 1390. Stephen I Muchata, 1394. Stephen II Muchata and Peter II Muchata jointly 1395, Roman II Muchata 1399, Yuga II Muchata 1400, Alexander I the Good 1401, Elias alone 1433, Stephen III alone 1433, Elias' second reign and Stephen III jointly 1435, Stephen III, Roman III and Peter III jointly 1444, Roman III alone 1447, Peter III second reign and Alexander II jointly 1448, Bogdan II 1449, Peter III third reign and Alexander II second reign jointly 1451, Peter III alone 1455, open bracket, first tributary to Turkey 1456, close bracket, Stephen IV the Great 1457, Bogdan III 1504. End of section 84.
Section 85 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Attempts at Reunion of the Greek and Latin Churches, Part 1, by Louis Bréhier. Between the schism of Michael Cerularius and the capture of Constantinople by the Turks, a period of 400 years, from 1054 to 1453, some 30 attempts were made to unite the Greeks and the Latins once more in the same communion, at 3 separate times, in 1204 under compulsion, and in 1274 and 1439 by the terms of an agreement. The union appeared to have been effected, but on each occasion it was inchoate and ephemeral. It might be said that, from the 11th to the 15th century, the union was the great ambition of the popes and emperors. It seemed to them the one effective remedy for all the ills of Christendom, which would reconstruct the unity of the Church and re-establish religious concord. Strengthened by it, Christendom could resist the attacks of the infidels. Every time that this splendid ideal seemed within grasp, events thwarted its realization, and the wisest combinations, the most subtle compromises, the fruit of long and laborious negotiations, were powerless before the permanent causes of schism, which were destined to render all these efforts abortive. The history, therefore, of the attempts at union is one of continued mortification, repeated checks, perpetual failures, which militated against religious peace. In point of fact, the union could never be completely attained, and it was the impossibility of achieving this end which brought on the final fall of the empire. At the present day, the dogmatic and disciplinary divergences which were then separating the two churches, the double procession of the Holy Ghost, the dispute as to the pains of purgatory, the use of unleavened bread, and so on, do not appear insuperable difficulties to the union. Agreement on these points was reached several times, and the popes recognized the right of the Innate Greeks to preserve their peculiar uses. But all these questions, which gave birth to countless controversies, were really only an excuse for schism. The fundamental difficulty was the recognition by the Greek Church of the papal supremacy, which was far more far-reaching in the 13th and 14th centuries than in the days of Photius and Cerularius. The Greek Church, jealous of her traditions, proud of her history and of the ecumenical councils on which orthodoxy was based, and in which she had played so prominent a part, could not accept passively the idea of pontifical monarchy held by a Gregory VII or an Innocent III. She admitted the primacy of the Pope, while the more moderate of her members allowed the papacy its universal character, but one and all rejected the disciplinary jurisdiction which made all bishops merely delegates and papal vicars. Two irreconcilable parties were thus opposed, and there was no solution to the dispute on the religious side. The Western conception of the freedom of the Church from the state, from which the supremacy of the Pope was the essential guarantee, was confronted by the Eastern doctrine of the autocephalous Church, whose autonomy corresponded to that of the state, to which it was strictly subordinated. It is the rule with the East that an independent sovereign requires an autonomous patriarch, whose relations with the other patriarchs are only spiritual. The one link between the churches is the participation in orthodoxy established by the councils. The Patriarch of Constantinople himself was bound, within his own territory, to recognize the autocephalia of the island of Cyprus, Bulgaria, Serbia, Russia, and Moldo-Wallachia. Since no agreement was possible between these two contradictory conceptions, the questions of dogma and discipline were always in dispute. Theologians, far from trying to solve them, took pleasure in complicating them. This is the explanation why that protracted controversy, in which on the Latin side men like St. Anselm or St. Thomas Aquinas, on the Greek side men like John Becus or Vicus, Barlaam, Mark of Ephesus, Bessarion, Gemistos Plethon, are found, produce absolutely no results. It may be said that from 1054 to 1453, the question did not advance one step. Nothing can surpass the autonomy of these erudite treatises on the procession of the Holy Ghost, of these dialogues and contradictory debates, which repeat over and over again the same arguments, and appeal continually to the same authorities. Whether at Constantinople in 1054, at Lyon in 1274, or at Florence in 1439, the discussion revolves round the same points and arrives at no result. One chief hindrance to the establishment of the Union was its complication at all times with political interests. It was never desired for its own sake, but for the temporal advantages which the emperors, Byzantine and Western alike, expected from it. The consequence was that, when the political advantages looked for from the Union disappeared, the Union itself was abandoned. From 1054 to 1453, the emperors always looked to religious unions as a means of carrying out their political designs, or of assuring the defense of the empire. From 1055 to 1071, they, as Constantine IX had done, contracted, by means of the Union, a political and military alliance with the papacy against the Normans of Italy. Then from 1073 to 1099, the union was courted by Michael VII and Alexius Comnenus to assure the defense of the empire against the Seljuk Turks. In the 12th century, at the time of the Pope's struggle with the Germanic emperors, John and Manuel Comnenus had entertained the fond hope of reconquering Italy by means of the Union and assuming at Rome the Western imperial crown. After the conquest of 1204, at the time of the decadence of the Latin Empire, Theodore I Lascarius, John Vatatzes, and Theodore II saw in the Union the means of re-entering Constantinople. Michael Palaeologus, master of the capital in 1261, made full use of the Union to check the ambitious projects of Charles of Anjou. Finally, in the 14th and 15th centuries, the preliminary negotiations for the Union were more or less actively prosecuted according to the advance or the retreat of the Ottomans, and it was not until the danger from them was pressing that this union was finally realized at Florence in 1439. The popes, on their side, saw in the union primarily a means of saving Eastern Christendom from the Mussulman invasion. Such was the point of view of Gregory VII and of Urban II. Then the popes of the 12th century, Pascal II, Callistus II, Honorius II, Hadrian IV, Alexander III, thought to employ the union to secure for themselves at Constantinople a protector against the schemes of the Germanic emperors. The series of popes, which starts with Innocent III, saw, on the contrary, that the sole chance of success in the Crusades lay in the union, and pursued the policy of making Constantinople a base of operations against the infidels. Finally, in the 14th and 15th centuries, the Ottoman peril which threatened all Europe constituted the chief reason why they sought the union. The policy of the union, voluntarily adopted, was opposed by that of conquest, which was intended to bring about a union by force. The kings of Sicily, Roger II, William I, William II, being desirous of founding a mighty Mediterranean empire, initiated this policy, which was adopted by such men as St. Bernard and Suger. The Hohenstaufen, who were masters of Sicily by inheritance, dreamed of realizing this ambition of the Norman kings, and the conquest of 1204 was prepared by an agreement between Philip of Swabia and Venice. The union had forcibly been imposed on the Greek Church, and then, when some years later the collapse of the Latin Empire was apparent, Charles of Anjou and his heirs revived against Constantinople the plans of their predecessors in Sicily. Such are the different points of view which by their continuous opposition add to the complication of this period of history, but they all have the common characteristic of regarding the union merely as a means of political profit, and this lack of sincerity and altruism on both sides is the ultimate cause of the final failure of all these efforts. We know that the solidarity which united the interests of the Pope to that of the Emperor in common cause against the Normans in Italy had been the principal obstacle to the schism in 1054. It is not surprising then that the first efforts to resume relations was made in that sphere. After 1055, the trusty emissary of the alliance between Pope and Emperor, the Lombard Augurus, comes once more on the scene. In order to save Byzantine Italy, he has recourse to Henry III, to whom he sends an embassy. He himself, taking advantage of the semi-disgrace into which Michael Cerularius fell in the reign of Theodora, went to Constantinople to ask for fresh powers. One of the legates of 1054, the Chancellor Frederick of Lorraine, elected Pope under the name of Stephen IX in 1057. Thought the moment had come to resume the policy of Leo IX, and chose Desiderius, abbot designate of Monte Cassino, and 2 other legates to go to Constantinople. But when the legates were on the point of embarking with Augurus, January 1058, the news of the Pope's death stopped their departure. This policy was obsolete, and the counselors of the papacy, such as Hildebrand, clearly saw that it did not correspond with the actual situation. The Treaty of Melfi, 1059, by which Nicholas II recognized the sovereignty of the Norman Robert Guiscard over Apulia, Calabria, and Sicily, set the seal to the expropriation of the imperial power in Italy. The political basis on which the union might have been built up was removed. In 1062, the Emperor Constantine X made a fruitless attempt at Rome to secure the election of a pope pledged to the alliance with Byzantium. As the result of an intrigue engineered by the Piemontese bishop Benzo and Pantaleone, a merchant of Amalfi in high repute at Constantinople, Cadalus, bishop of Parma, elected pope under the style of Honorius II, was opposed to the candidate of reform, Alexander II. But in 1064, Cadalus, who had sought asylum in the castle of Sant'Angelo, was driven from Rome, and with him the plan of alliance against the Normans disappeared. In 1071, the capture of Bari by Robert Guiscard completed the fall of the imperial power in South Italy. The time was not far off when, on the very territory of the empire, the Basileus would have to fight the Normans, now become the allies and protectors of the Pope. Henceforward, the negotiations towards the union were transacted in another sphere. The victory of the Normans marked the first check to the expansion of Byzantium, which had begun at the end of the 9th century. The empire for the future was on the defensive. It has to face the Normans on the west, the Patzinaks on the north, the Seljuk Turks on the east. The most menacing danger was on the Turkish side. The Battle of Manzikert in 1071, in which Romanus Diogenes was taken prisoner, shook the Byzantine domination in Asia Minor and even the security of Constantinople. For a long time now, bodies of Western mercenaries, Lombards, Anglo-Saxons, or Normans, had figured in the imperial arms. Confronted by the new dangers which threatened the empire, the Basileus naturally thought of raising larger levies in the west, and the religious union seemed to him the most effective means of persuading the popes to uphold their cause among the peoples. This new policy was entered upon in 1073 by the Emperor Michael VII. On his accession, he sent 2 monks to convey to Gregory VII a letter in which he expresses his devotion to the Roman Church. The Pope sent him an answer by Dominic, Patriarch of Grado, and informed him of his wish to re-establish the ancient concord between the 2 churches. As a result of these parleys, Gregory VII published on March 1, 1074, a letter addressed to all the faithful, Ad omnes Christianus, in which, after describing the outrages of the Turks, he exhorts them to help the Christians of the East. In his letter of December 7th to Henry IV, he announced that he was ready himself to march at the head of 50,000 men to liberate the East and the Holy Sepulchre, and to bring the Oriental churches back to Christian unity. But circumstances prevented the realization of this grandiose plan. The Pope was soon involved in the struggle with Henry IV. Michael VII was dethroned by Nicephorus Botaniates, whom the Pope solemnly excommunicated in 1078 as a usurper, and relations once more broke off between Rome and Constantinople. The close alliance made in 1080 between Gregory VII and Robert Guiscard excluded all possibility of an agreement. Under Urban II and Alexius Comnenus, the conferences were resumed. On his accession in 1088, the Pope sent the Emperor 2 legates, one of whom was the Basilian abbot of Grado Ferrata, in order to ask him to allow the Latin priests to celebrate Mass with unleavened bread. The Emperor received the request graciously and invited the Pope to come to Constantinople to settle the question. The events of which Rome was then the theatre prevented Urban II from leaving Italy, but towards 1091 the tension between Rome and Constantinople was considerably relieved, as is shown by a curious treatise of Theophylact, Archbishop of Octrida, on the errors of the Latins, written at this period. He twists the Greeks on their craze for finding heresies everywhere, and for blaming the Latin priests because they shaved their beards, wore gold rings, fasted on Saturday, and so on. The only difference which seemed to him important was the addition to the creed. It appears certain that at the same time levies of troops were being raised in Italy on behalf of the Emperor, and a regular correspondence was established between Urban II and Alexius Comnenus, who the whole time continued to be in constant communication with the monks of Monte Cassino. Finally, in 1094, Greek ambassadors appeared at the Council of Piacenza to ask the Pope and the faithful to defend Christendom against the pagans. At the request of Urban II, many knights pledged themselves by an oath to go to the East. Such was the sequence of events, and it is clear, as has been established by Caledon, that when asking for extensive reinforcements, Alexius Comnenus did not contemplate the formidable movement of the Crusade, of which the Council of Clermont, November 18th to the 28th, 1095, was the starting point. It is evident that the idea of proclaiming the Holy War and launching armed multitudes on the East belonged to Urban II, but the Pope was himself supported and probably incited by the mystic impulse which drew the Western peoples to the Holy Sepulchre. The ambitious program of the Crusade widely surpassed in its scale that of the union between the churches, which according to the Pope's idea ought to have followed naturally from it. The crusade was to solve all difficulties, political or religious. We know that the crusade did not long remain true to its exalted ideal. On the one hand, Alexius Comnenus tried to exploit it for reconquering the territories torn from the empire by the Turks. On the other hand, the Western barons, become sovereign princes in Syria, were not slow in showing their hostility to the empire. The crusade, far from solving the problems, only increased the misunderstanding between the East and the West. In 1098, the Crusaders complained to the Pope, charging Alexius with being the principal obstacle to their march on Jerusalem. End of section 85. Section 86 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Attempts at Reunion of the Greek and Latin Churches, Part 2, by Louis Bréhier. The capture of Antioch and of Jerusalem had at any rate the result of bringing two of the ancient Eastern patriarchates, whose holders were henceforward Latins, directly under the authority of the Pope. The councils held by Urban II at Bari in 1098 and at Rome in 1099 were probably intended to proclaim the religious union with these patriarchates. At Bari, there was a debate on the presence of the Pope between St. Anselm and the Greek clergy on the procession of the Holy Ghost. At Rome, the Pope published decrees condemning the errors of the Greeks. But this was only a partial union, for the Patriarch of Constantinople does not appear to have been represented at these meetings. A more significant fact is that Pope Paschal II gave his support to Bohemond, Prince of Antioch, in his attempt to conquer the Greek Empire, which failed before Durazzo in 1108. This attack of Bohemond may fairly be regarded as a first attempt to settle the Greco-Latin dispute by conquest. The negotiations for the religious union were soon placed on another basis, and to achieve this object, the Basileus tried to employ the protracted struggle between the papacy and the Germanic Empire, which filled the 12th century. Alexius Comnenus seems to have initiated this policy. Paschal II, having been made prisoner by Henry V in 1111 and forced to crown him emperor, Alexius wrote, in January 1112, a letter to the Romans in which he protested against this treatment of the Pope and professed his readiness to come in person to Rome to assume the imperial crown. The Romans welcomed these proposals and sent a numerous embassy to Constantinople. An illness prevented Alexius from keeping his promise, but the correspondence between the Pope and the Emperor was continued. At the close of 1112, the Pope signified to Alexius that the first condition of the alliance ought to be the submission of the Greek Church, and suggested the calling of a new council. In 1113, Peter Chrysolanus, Archbishop of Milan, held a public debate with Eustratius, Bishop of Nicaea, but the matter went no further. Negotiations were again opened between Callistus II and John Comnenus in 1124. The Pope sent an embassy to Constantinople and received one from the Emperor. New embassies were exchanged in 1126 between John Comnenus and Honorius II. In 1136, a new controversy was broached at Constantinople between Anselm of Havelberg and Nicetas, Archbishop of Nicomedia. No agreement resulted from it. Meanwhile, the opinion spread more and more widely in the West that conquest alone would put an end to the ill will of the Greeks and assure the success of the Crusades. The chief mover in this direction was Roger II, King of Sicily, who at the very moment when the Second Crusade was starting had taken the offensive against the Greek Empire in 1147. But he tried in vain to induce the King of France, Louis VII, to favor his project and give permission to use the route through southern Italy to gain the east. The Crusaders reached Constantinople by the Danube route, but while Louis VII was actually the guest of Manuel Comnenus, The Bishop of Langres advised him to open the crusade by seizing Constantinople. Such a proposal had no chance of being entertained by the King of France, but Roger II returned to the attack when he had an interview with Louis VII at Potenza on his return from the crusade. The king, passing through Italy, communicated the project to Pope Eugenius III at Tivoli, but the pope, who feared the ambition of the King of Sicily, did not welcome the idea. Nevertheless, the plan of Roger was approved by highly qualified religious personalities, by Peter the Venerable, abbot of Cluny, by Saint Bernard, and above all by Suger, abbot of Saint Denis, who in his correspondence with the Pope saw in it the most effective means of consummating the union between the churches. The plan of a crusade against Constantinople was definitely given to the world. This danger being temporarily averted, Manuel Comnenus tried to utilize the political rivalries which divided the West to revive the grandiose project of Alexius Comnenus of bartering the religious union for the imperial crown at St. Peter's in Rome. From the very first, it was the common hostility of Pope Adrian IV and the Basileus against William I, King of Sicily, which furnished a basis of negotiations. An alliance was concluded between them at Bari in 1155. This partook of a military character, and the Pope was pledged to raise troops to help the Greek generals conquer Apulia. But the religious union was not forgotten, and Hadrian IV sent to Constantinople 2 pontifical notaries to work there. The correspondence which he exchanged on this subject with Basil, Archbishop of Ochrida, shows us how far more difficult the religious agreement was than the political alliance. When the Pope compared the Greek Church to the lost piece of silver or the lost sheep of the Gospel, Basil replied somewhat sharply that the Roman Church, which had herself made an addition to the creed, was not entitled to accuse the Greeks of having wandered from the fold. The circumstances seemed more propitious when in 1159 Alexander III sent an embassy to Manuel, asking his alliance against Frederick Barbarossa. The struggle between the Pope and the Germanic Empire began afresh with Italy as the stake, but Manuel seemed to hesitate. When in 1161 he received letters from the King of France, Louis VII, and the pontifical legate in France, William of Pavia, which urged him to recognize Alexander III and proposed an alliance. The legate, after censuring the conduct of the Germanic emperors, recalled the prosperous times which the Church had known when there was but one empire in the world. The allusion was clear. Manuel seems to have been favorably disposed towards this idea. On December 25, 1161, he writes to Louis VII that he recognizes Alexander III as lawful pope and asks the king to send an embassy to Constantinople. He himself sent in 1163 to France 3 ambassadors, whose mission was to communicate a matter of extreme importance, not to be divulged except in the joint presence of the Pope and the King at the same conference. But this preliminary condition could not be carried out, and it would appear, from the correspondence exchanged on the matter, that it was the hesitation of Louis VII which destroyed the formal conclusion of an alliance. After having seen the king, the ambassadors waited a long time at Saint-Gilles for instructions which never came. It was January 1164 before they once more reached Constantinople. This want of success did not deter Manuel, who now adopted the policy of addressing himself directly to the Pope and proposed in 1166 the reunion of the churches in exchange for the imperial crown of the West. The Pope cordially welcomed these overtures and sent to Constantinople Ubaldo, Cardinal Bishop of Ostia, and Cardinal John. Discussions were held at Constantinople between these legates and the members of the Greek clergy, but they led to nothing. According to Cinemus, the Pope required Manuel to transfer his residence to Rome, and that was the cause of the discontinuance of the negotiations. In 1170, Manuel made a final attempt with Alexander III, but the favorable moment had passed. The formation of the Lombard League had improved the position of the Pope, who only returned an evasive answer to these overtures, but sent, however, 2 legates to Constantinople. The relations between the Pope and the Basileus were excellent right up to the last. In 1175, Manuel announced to Alexander III the victory which he had just won over the Turks at Dorylaeum, and invited him to accelerate the departure of the Western Crusaders to fight the Turks. The Pope gave instructions to this effect to the legate whom he had sent to France, but notwithstanding sincerely good intentions, the Pope and the Emperor had been powerless to triumph over the obstacles which militated against their agreement. The very curious dialogue between the Emperor Manuel and the Patriarch Michael Anchialus shows unmistakably that the Greek clergy clung to all their distrust of Rome. On the other hand, the incessant interference of the Comneni in the doctrinal and disciplinary matters of the Greek Church proves that the Basileus would never consent to consign the religious authority which had been transmitted to him from his predecessors. The death of Manuel Comnenus in 1180 was followed by a violent reaction against his Western policy and against the Latins. Andronicus Comnenus, the usurper of the throne, consolidated his power by letting popular hatred work its worst on Western colonies in Constantinople. The massacre of the Latins in 1182 was an unpardonable act which led to the reprisals of 1204. From this moment it was open warfare between the West and Byzantium, and act upon act of hostility followed. Now it was the aggression of William II, King of Sicily, in 1189, and the sack of Thessalonica. Now the alliance of Isaac Angelus with Saladin in 1189. Now the hostility which he evinced to Frederick Barbarossa in 1190. Now the occupation of the island of Cyprus in 1191 by Richard Coeur de Lion. Above all, there was the preparations of Henry VI, heir to the Norman kings of Sicily, to have done once for all with the Byzantine Empire. A fleet had already been assembled in Messina, and in spite of the Pope, the Emperor was on the point of embarking for Constantinople when he died prematurely, the 28th of September, 1198. All these acts intensified bitterness. At the very time when Barbarossa's crusade was passing through, the Greeks openly treated the Latins as heretics, and the Patriarch, in a sermon preached at St. Sophia, promised indulgences to every Greek who killed 100 crusaders. The crusade against Constantinople seemed therefore inevitable, and would have taken place sooner had not the death of Henry VI produced a lull which the new Pope, Innocent III, tried to utilize on behalf of the Union. Ever since his accession, in fact, Innocent III had been busy in organizing a crusade, and to his mind, the realization of religious union with Constantinople was the postulate of its success. The first step towards agreement was taken by Alexius III, who found he had the same enemy as the Pope in the person of Philip of Swabia, brother of Henry VI, and brother-in-law of the deposed Emperor Isaac Angelus. He openly proposed to the Pope an alliance against the Hohenstaufen, but Innocent III in his answer brought the question on to the religious plane by intimating to the Emperor that, if he wanted to end the complaints of the Western peoples against him, he ought to lead a crusade to the Holy Land and work for the union of the churches. A letter on the necessity of re-establishing the union of the Church was at the same time addressed to the Patriarch. For more than a year, this correspondence was kept up without any result, and in a style which showed little diplomacy, for the two principals refused to make the slightest concession in fundamentals. The Pope, while negotiating with Alexius III, was all the time ordering the crusade to be preached, but the expedition was organized independently of him, and the barons who took the cross were content with asking him to ratify the measures which they adopted. The Pope took no share in the conclusion of the treaty with Venice for free passage in March 1201, nor in the election of Boniface of Montferrat as leader of the crusade in May 1201. The Prince Alexius, son of Isaac Angelus, escaping from his prison, lost little time in coming, first of all to ask Innocent III to support the restoration of his father, and to undertake the promotion of the religious union, but he next went to Germany to his brother-in-law, Philip of Swabia, and it was then probably that, without the cognizance of Innocent III, Philip of Swabia and Boniface of Montferrat decided at the interview at Haguenau, December 25, 1201, to divert the crusade to Constantinople. Boniface of Montferrat, on presenting himself at Rome in May 1202 to propose to Innocent III the restoration of Isaac Angelus with the support of the Crusaders, encountered a categorical refusal. The barons thereupon acted contrary to the wish of the Pope, and the crisis was precipitated. There was, first of all, the diversion to Zara, to which the Crusaders consented on the plea of paying their debt to the Venetians. Then, on the Pope's refusal to excuse the capture of Zara, it was determined to confront him with the accomplished fact: the arrival at Zara of embassies from Philip of Swabia, January 1, 1203, and from the pretender Alexius, on April 7th, decided the Crusaders to attack Constantinople. The conscience of the Crusaders had been solved by most specious promises: union of the churches, participation of the restored emperor in the crusade, the entire program of the Pope himself. Innocent III had in vain made the greatest efforts to keep the crusade on the route to Egypt. The alliance between the Ghibellines, of whom Philip of Swabia was the leader, and the Venetians, which saw in the Byzantine Empire a tempting prey, was stronger than the will of the Pope. Further, Isaac Angelus and his son, once restored, were unable to keep the promises which they had made, and the Crusaders were forced to besiege Constantinople a second time. This time it was conquest, pure and simple: the sack of the palace, the monasteries, and the churches, the partition of the empire between the barons and the Venetians. In 1205, the whole East was covered with Latin settlements, and only two centers of resistance were left, the one at Pears under the dynasty of the Angeli, the other at Nicaea round Theodore Lascaris. The conquerors could fondly flatter themselves that, by disobeying the orders of the Pope, they had put an end to the schism of the Greeks, and assured forever the supremacy of the Roman Church in the East. According to the principles of the canon law, the conquest of the East in no way necessarily involved the absorption of the Greek Church by the Latin Church. To realize the union, it was necessary, first, that the Greeks gave a formal adherence, then that the Greek Church should return to the conditions previous to 1054, communion with Rome, autonomous institutions, native clergy, national rights. But for this solution to prevail, the conquerors, clerics as well as laymen, would have had to show improbable self-abnegation. The property and revenue of the Greek clergy was too tempting a prey for them. To do this, these men of the 13th century needed a perfect familiarity with history which they could not possess. Between 1054 and 1204, the position of the papacy had been completely changed. The spiritual supremacy of the Holy See was accepted by all, and many would defend its temporal supremacy. To the west, since the schism of the Greeks, the Roman Church represented the Catholic Church. What she required from the other churches was no longer merely communion, but submission in matters of dogma and discipline. The Christian republic tended to become a monarchy. On the side of the Greeks, finally, a spirit of conciliation would have been necessary, but the events of which they had just been victims rendered this impossible. The Chronicle of Nicetas echoes the exasperation which the sack of Constantinople roused among them. A contemporary pamphlet entitled "Our Grievances against the Latin Church" enumerates a long list, as absurd as it is spiteful, of the practices with which they charge the Latins, and declares that it is impossible to communicate with men who shave their beards and eat meat on Wednesday and fish in Lent. The more moderate Greeks, in a letter to Innocent III about 1213, declared that they would gladly attempt a conciliation, but on condition that the difficulties were solved by an ecumenical council, and that no violence should be employed to secure their adhesion. Innocent III resigned to the conquest of Constantinople, which he had never wished, but in the end considered a providential event, resolved at least to turn it to the best advantage of Christendom by realizing the religious union and organizing the Church of the East. But the Crusaders, taking no account of his intentions, had confronted him with actual facts. At the very outset, on their own authority, they placed Latin clergy at the head of the churches and monasteries. Their task was lightened by the Greek clergy, of whom many members had fled for refuge at Nicaea or at Pears. On the other hand, agreeably to the bargain struck with Venice, the greater part of the property of the church was secularized. At Constantinople itself, the Venetians took possession of the richest monasteries and installed at St. Sophia a chapter of canons who elected to the patriarchate a Venetian noble, Thomas Morosini. The Pope, much against his will, was forced to confirm this choice. The same example was followed in all the states founded by the Latins, the Kingdom of Thessalonica, Duchy of Athens, Principality of Achaia, the Venetian possessions in Crete and the archipelago. The Latin clergy and the religious or military orders of the West were installed everywhere. Innocent III had no choice but to accept this spoliation of the Greek Church. He did his best, however, to stop it, and to bring the new clergy into strict subordination to the Holy See. His legate, Cardinal Benedict of Santa Susana, was able to sign a treaty in 1206 with the regent of the Latin Empire, Henry of Flanders, by which the barons relinquished to the Church a 15th of their estates and incomes. The same legate was commissioned to obtain the consent of the Greek clergy to the religious union. His instructions were to offer most conciliatory terms. He negotiated with the Greek bishops of one power after another, even treating with those of the Empire of Nicaea, and going so far as to concede the use of leavened bread for the Eucharist. The Pope even allowed the validity of the orders conferred by the Greek prelates. The only obligation which he imposed on them was to recognize formally the authority of the Holy See by means of an oath taken according to the feudal form while clasping the hands of the legate. The bishop must swear fealty and obedience to the Roman Church, undertake to answer every summons to a council, to make a journey, like the Western bishops, to the threshold, ad limina, of the apostles, to receive the legates with due ceremony, and to inscribe the name of the Pope on the diptychs. This was in reality a serious innovation, irreconcilable with the system of autonomy which the Greek Church had enjoyed before 1054. Many indeed of the Greek bishops agreed to take this oath, but it was one of the principal obstacles to the duration of the union. In many places, resistance was offered to it, and there were even scenes of violence. The mission entrusted to Cardinal Pelagius in 1213 completed the exasperation of the Greeks. His instructions were far less conciliatory than those of his predecessor, and he went far beyond them. Being commissioned to obtain the submission of all the Greek clergy, he had the recalcitrant thrown into prison, had seals affixed to the church doors, and drove the monks out of their convents. The Emperor Henry was alarmed at these events and intervened, liberating the prisoners and reopening the churches. In these circumstances, Pelagius, in order to carry out the pontifical instructions, called for the assembling of a conference at Constantinople with the Greek clergy of Nicaea. Nothing could come of this. The delegate of the Empire of Nicaea, Nicholas Mazarides, Metropolitan of Ephesus, was received with honor, but complained of the haughty attitude of Pelagius. Sharp and sarcastic words were exchanged, and after a week of discussion, the meeting broke up without any results. At the Lateran Council in 1215, there was not a single representative of the Greek native clergy, and very few of the Latin bishops of the Eastern Empire took the trouble to attend. The council proclaimed that the Greeks had come once more under the jurisdiction of the Holy See. They were permitted to preserve their ritual and their peculiar uses, but the hatred which they incessantly showed towards the Latins by rebaptizing the infants whom they had baptized, and by purifying the altars which had been used by them, was denounced in vigorous terms. The situation did not improve under the successors of Innocent III, and the relations between the Latin clergy and the natives became worse and worse. The correspondence of the popes of the 13th century is full of expostulations directed against the Latin bishops for their abuse of power and their outrages. Step by step, as the Emperor John Vataces, or the despot of Epirus, reconquered territories, the Latin bishops were compelled to abdicate and make room for Orthodox Greeks. Towards the middle of the 13th century, the Church of the Latin Empire was, like the empire itself, plunged into deep distress, and except in the Morea and in the Venetian possessions, the moment was drawing near when it would disappear. Nothing was destined to remain of the conqueror's exploits but the hatred rankling in the heart of the Greeks. But for a long time the popes had come to despair of the safety of the Latin Empire, and being supremely solicitous for the interests of Christendom, they were beginning to welcome the proposals for alliance which came to them from Nicaea. End of section 86. Section 87 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Attempts at Reunion of the Greek and Latin Churches, Part 3, by Louis Bréhier. Theodore Lascaris had indeed thought of regaining Constantinople by peaceable means through a marriage with the daughter of the Emperor Peter de Courtenay in 1219. This matrimonial policy was intended to be completed by a religious union with Rome. According to a letter of the Patriarch of Nicaea to John Apocaucus, Metropolitan of Naupactus, he contemplated calling a council at Nicaea to put an end to the schism. This project was not carried out, doubtless on account of the opposition of the clergy, sufficiently shown by the reply of John Apocaucus to the Patriarch. The process was not all on one side, for in 1232, Manuel, despot of Pears, became master of Thessalonica, and seeing his overtures rejected by the Patriarch of Nicaea, made his submission to Pope Gregory IX. At the same time, the Emperor of Nicaea, John Vataces, sent by the hands of the Patriarch Germanus a letter to the Pope and cardinals to propose the union to them. In reality, John Vataces was trying in this way to check the offensive which John de Brienne, elected Emperor of Constantinople in 1231, was preparing against Nicaea. Gregory IX was favorably inclined towards these proposals, and sent to Nicaea 2 Franciscans and 2 Dominicans who had conversations with the Patriarch and the Holy Synod. But far from ending in harmony, the conference terminated in reciprocal anathemas. Vataces at least had been able to conclude a suspension of hostilities with John de Brienne. Gregory IX made another overture to Vataces in 1237, but the letter which he sent him was never answered. The Pope then prepared a crusade against him, and the King of Hungary, Boulais, consented to direct it in 1240. Vataces, in alarm, sent to Boulais a promise of religious union with Rome, but Hungary having been invaded by the Mongols in 1241, Vataces, having no cause of anxiety from that quarter, forgot his promise. Nevertheless, with laudable constancy, the popes, who had abandoned the task of supporting effectively the Latin Empire, continued to follow up the religious union with Nicaea. At the Council of Lyon in 1245, Innocent IV reckoned the Greek schism among the 5 wounds from which the Church was suffering. In 1249, he sent to Vataces John of Parma, general of the Franciscans, in order to dissuade him from the alliance with Frederick II and to gain him over to the Union. Conferences followed, but in 1250, Frederick II captured in southern Italy the ambassadors whom Vataces was sending to the Pope. They remained in prison until his death, December 1250. Set free by Manfred, they were able to rejoin the Pope in Perugia in November 1251, but the negotiations came to nothing, and Vataces renewed his attacks upon the Latin Empire. It was Vataces who resumed the pourparlers in 1254. His ambassadors, the archbishops of Cyzicus and Sardis, were detained like their predecessors in the kingdom of Sicily, but ended by joining Innocent IV at Rome, and accompanied him to Anagni and to Assisi. Vataces demanded the abandonment of Constantinople, the re-establishment of the Greek Patriarch, and the withdrawal of the Latin clergy. In return, he undertook to recognize the primacy of the Pope, to replace his name in the diptychs, to obey his decisions insofar as they conformed to the councils, and to admit his jurisdiction and his right to assemble councils. He even admitted that the Greek clergy should take an oath of canonical obedience to the papacy. Never had the Greeks up to that time made such liberal concessions, and the matter might perhaps have been settled, but for the simultaneous deaths of Innocent IV and John Vatatzes in 1254. The conversations were resumed, however, in 1256 between Theodore II Lascaris and Alexander IV. The Pope sent to Nicaea Orbe Vieto, Bishop of Città Vecchia. He had instructions to arrange for the assembling of a council and to ask that Greek clerics should be sent to Rome. But after the interview which he had with Theodore at Thessalonica, the preliminaries were broken off. The plan of the Pope had failed, and he had not been able to use for the Union the valuable pledge of Constantinople. The Greeks re-entered that city in 1261 without ceasing to be schismatics. The Pope, Urban IV, contemplated at first preparations for a crusade against Michael Palaeologus, but to carry that out he would have been forced to tolerate the alliance of Manfred, whose idea was to restore the Latin Empire for his own advantage. On his side, Michael Palaeologus, having tried in vain to treat with Manfred, had no resource left but to turn to the Pope. It was thus a common hostility against Manfred which decided them to take up the question of the Union. Michael Palaeologus, one of the most practical minds of the 13th century and as subtle a diplomat as the Byzantine world ever produced, regarded the Union merely as an instrument which would enable him at the same time to gain all the Latin states and hinder the promotion of a new crusade against Constantinople. This is the key to the fluctuating character of his diplomacy. The whole time he was negotiating with the Pope, he was continually fighting the Latins, and his zeal for the Union varied with his successes and his reverses. In 1262, Michael sent to Urban IV an embassy which put the question in unequivocal terms. Let the Pope recognize Michael Palaeologus as legitimate sovereign of Constantinople, and the religious union would be easy. Urban answered that he would consent to that, if Michael refrained from attacking the Latin possessions. But at the beginning of 1263, Michael, finding the occasion favorable, attacked the Venetian possessions with the aid of the Genoese fleet. The Pope immediately ordered a crusade against him to be preached, and then, in consequence of the ill success of his appeal, picked up the broken threads of the negotiations. He wrote a conciliatory letter to Michael, July 28, 1263, and sent him 4 Franciscan friars, but these delayed on their route to negotiate at Venice, in Epirus, and in Achaia. It was only in the spring of 1264, at the moment when the discouraged Pope was preaching the crusade against him, that Michael Palaeologus, whose army had suffered a check in Messenia, once more contemplated the union. The letter which he addressed to Urban IV contains a formal promise of union and of participation in the crusade. The Pope, in his answer, June 1264, could not disguise his joy, and he announced the dispatch of legates to Constantinople. But Urban IV died in the close of 1264, and at the outset of his pontificate, Clement IV, occupied with the struggle against Manfred, ignored Constantinople. It was probably in 1266 that new embassies were exchanged, but at that moment the victory of Charles of Anjou over Manfred at Benevento in February 1266 was a factor which modified and complicated the question. Charles of Anjou, titular defender of the Holy See, lord of the Kingdom of Sicily, soon revived the plans of his Ghibelline predecessors against Constantinople. On May 27, 1267, by the Treaty of Viterbo, Baldwin II surrendered to Charles of Anjou his rights over the Latin Empire, and the King of Sicily made immediate preparations to start his expedition. But Clement IV, while seeming to approve them, distrusted the plans of Charles of Anjou and continued to treat with Michael Palaeologus, who, disturbed by the menaces of the King of Sicily, had sent him another embassy, imploring him to prevent the war between the Greeks and the Latins in 1267. A characteristic detail which shows how pressing the danger seemed is that even the Patriarch wrote to the Pope proposing the union to him. The Pope welcomed these overtures, but deeming himself master of the situation, insisted in his answer upon a complete submission of the Greek Church without any discussion, undertaking in return to prevent the war. Michael, whose fears were increasing, replied that he could not accept these terms of union without rousing against himself all the Greeks. To testify his goodwill, he actually offered to take part in the coming crusade. The Pope, in his answer, May 17, 1267, maintained his uncompromising attitude and refused to give any assurance to the emperor until the union was accomplished. On May 27 following, Clement IV gave his approbation to the Treaty of Viterbo, a clear proof that he counted upon the threat of Charles of Anjou to render the Greeks more tractable. Clement IV, however, died on November 28, 1268, and in consequence of divisions among the cardinals, the papal throne was vacant for 3 years. Charles of Anjou wished to profit by this circumstance to realize his plans, but in the absence of a pope, it was to the King of France, Saint Louis, that Michael Palaeologus turned in order to avert the danger. He sent 2 embassies to France in 1269 with proposals for religious union. Saint Louis referred the matter to the College of Cardinals, who returned to Michael Palaeologus the ultimatum imposed by Clement IV in 1267. The emperor had at least attained his object, for Charles, by joining his brother Saint Louis in the Crusade of Tunis in 1270, was obliged to postpone his attack upon Constantinople. Immediately after the death of Saint Louis, on August 25, 1270, however, Charles of Anjou resumed his offensive against the Greek Empire, both by diplomacy and by force of arms. It was evident that nothing but conclusion of the union would succeed in stopping him. The cause of the union, so much desired by Michael Palaeologus, found a champion in the person of the new pope, Tedaldo Visconti, elected under the name of Gregory X in September 1271, who was in the Holy Land when he heard of his exaltation. Gregory X, like Innocent III before him, saw in the union the essential condition of success of the Crusades. He could not, therefore, be anything but hostile to the ambitious projects of Charles of Anjou, and as soon as he assumed the tiara, he opened relations with Michael Palaeologus. A series of embassies were exchanged in 1272 and 1273 between Rome and Constantinople. One of the most active emissaries between the two courts seems to have been a Franciscan friar of Greek origin, John Peristron, who could speak both Greek and Latin. During these negotiations, Charles of Anjou was hurrying on his preparations and sent an army to the Morea in May 1273. Michael Palaeologus, on his side, continued to attack the Latin states. In spite of these unfavorable circumstances, the Pope and the Emperor had such interest in the union that they ended by achieving their purpose. The embassy sent by the Pope to Constantinople in 1272 announced the assembling of an ecumenical council at Lyon for May 1274. Michael Palaeologus then set on foot among the Greek clergy a very clever campaign of propaganda by emphasizing the incalculable benefits which the union could procure for the empire at the cost of trifling or purely Platonic concessions, such as the recognition of the primacy of the Pope and his commemoration on the diptychs. He met with an obstinate opposition headed by the Patriarch Joseph, but he was resolved to have his own way. In May 1273, Michael sent a new embassy to Rome. Without disguising the difficulties with which he met from the Greek clergy, he declared that the union would shortly be consummated, and he asked the Pope for safe conducts for the Greek ambassadors who would be sent to the council. Gregory X immediately took measures to ensure the safety of this embassy, and in November 1273 he called on Charles of Anjou to enter into a solemn undertaking on the point. The King of Sicily, who saw himself threatened by a possible rising of the Ghibellines in Italy, complied, sorely against his will, and gave the necessary instructions to his agents. Michael Palaeologus, meanwhile, had not been inactive at Constantinople and had continued his propaganda among the clergy. A decisive success for him was the conversion of the cartophylax John Becus to the cause of the union. This example helped to win over several bishops. The most obstinate were sent into exile or imprisoned. Finally, on the assurance that not an iota would be changed in the creed, the clergy drew up an act by which they agreed to the primacy of the Pope, his mention on the diptychs, and appeals to Rome. The Patriarch Joseph alone remained obdurate. This act was intended to be handed to the Pope simultaneously with a letter from the Emperor which recognized the Roman doctrines in a much more explicit manner. Gregory X had opened the Ecumenical Council in the Cathedral of Lyon on May 7, 1274. On June 24 following, Germanus, ex-patriarch of Constantinople, the Archbishop of Nicaea, and the Grand Logothete were received there with great ceremony, and put the letters of the Emperor and the Greek people into the hands of the Pope. On July 6, the Pope read out these letters, and in the name of the Emperor, the Grand Logothete repudiated the schism. The Pope then chanted a Te Deum. The union was achieved, and the ex-patriarch handed to the Pope letters from the Serbian and Bulgarian clergy, who formally recognized it. Thus, according to the plan which had been drawn up by Clement IV, the union had been accomplished without discussion or controversies. The Greek Church had submitted voluntarily, at least in appearance. A new era of peace seemed to dawn for Christendom, but its duration was destined to be brief. The first tangible result of the union for Michael Palaeologus was the conclusion of a truce with Charles of Anjou through the mediation of the abbot of Monte Cassino, delegated by the Pope, May 1, 1275. Gregory X had kept his promise. Would Michael Palaeologus be able to keep all of his? There is evidence that from the very first he continued in 1275 his attacks on the Latin states of Greece. Was he at least going to make a reality of the religious union? On January 16th, the day of the festival of St. Peter, he had a solemn service held in the chapel of the Imperial Palace and commemorated the name of the Pope. On May 25th following, the Patriarch Joseph, obdurate as ever, was replaced by John Becus, head of the Union party. But the public ceremony by which the decisions of the Council of Lyon should have been notified to the people was continually postponed. In the family of the Emperor, his sister Eulogia was at the head of the opponents of Rome. Michael, notwithstanding, continued to make a show of burning zeal to the Pope, and on January 10, 1276, he announced to Gregory X his intention of taking part in the much talked of crusade. Even in Rome, the conditions were becoming less favorable to the union. After the death of Gregory X, 3 popes of the Angevin party followed within a few months of each other. An ultimatum prepared by Innocent V was sent to Michael Palaeologus by John XXI in 1277. The emperor was to swear to the union personally and to obtain an oath from the Greek clergy, who were to pledge themselves also to teaching nothing contrary to the Roman doctrines. The emperor consented to take the required oath, but the mass of the Greek clergy refused, in spite of excommunications from John Becus. At the same moment, the despot of Epirus, John the Bastard, held an anti-unionist council, which excommunicated the emperor, the patriarch, and the pope. John Gaetano Orsini, elected pope in 1278 under the name of Nicholas III, was, unlike John XXI, an opponent of the Angevins, and he rendered a conspicuous service to Michael Palaeologus when he forbade Charles of Anjou to attack Constantinople. On the question of the union, however, he was more peremptory than his predecessors. The papal nuncios, whom he sent to Michael Palaeologus in October 1278, notified a new ultimatum to him. The emperor was called upon to send a fresh statement of his adherence to the Confession of Lyon, to compel the patriarch and the clergy also to swear adherence to it, to accept the permanent residence of a papal legate at Constantinople, to introduce the filioque into the creed, to renounce all uses which the pope might deem contrary to the faith, and to excommunicate the enemies of the union. A fresh breach was imminent, and yet Michael Palaeologus struggled to the end to uphold the union. A synod was convened to receive the proposals of the nuncios and drew up a reply, the exact wording of which is not known, but which appears, without running counter to the pope's wishes, to have consisted mainly of vague promises. Nevertheless, in order to satisfy the pope, John Becus introduced the filioque into the creed, but by doing so, he only supplied new grievances to the opposite party, many of whom were imprisoned by the emperor. Nicholas III was succeeded, however, on February 22, 1281, by a pope of the Angevin party, Martin IV. Charles of Anjou had already sent troops to Epirus, and with the support of the pope, was preparing a decisive attack on the Greek Empire. It is not therefore astonishing that the pope did not receive favorably the embassies which Michael Palaeologus had sent him, so much so that on November 18, 1281, he excommunicated Michael Palaeologus and threatened to pronounce his deposition if he did not submit before May 1, 1282. Some months previously, the pope had entered into the coalition formed by Venice and Charles of Anjou against Michael in July 1281. The departure of the crusade was fixed for the month of April 1283. The days of the Byzantine Empire seemed numbered when the tragedy of the Sicilian Vespers, on March 30, 1282, wrecked the schemes of the coalition. When Michael Palaeologus died, December 11, 1282, he had shaken off the nightmare of Angevin invasion, but the religious union to which he had devoted all his energies was definitely broken. With the power of Charles of Anjou disappeared the principal political reason which could justify this union in the eyes of the Greeks. The new emperor, Andronicus II, had no anxieties on the western frontier. It is not therefore surprising that his reign was marked by a violent reaction against the policy of union. All the clergy condemned by Michael Palaeologus were considered martyrs of orthodoxy and were released from their prisons. The patriarch John Becus was deposed, exiled to Prusa, and then brought before a synod. A reign of terror prevailed at Constantinople, and the Unionist clergy knew in their turn the pains of exile and imprisonment. Even the memory of the late emperor was condemned. This outburst of fanaticism shows the intense unpopularity of the Union at Constantinople. Henceforward, the monks dominated the Greek Church, and from this epoch onwards, the higher ranks of the clergy were almost exclusively recruited from among them. It was the monks then who fanned the flame of popular hatred against the Westerners. Forced into an attitude of sullen nationalism, they showed that they preferred the ruin of the empire to union with Rome. The check to the union and the attitude of Andronicus II explain why the crusade against Constantinople was still the order of the day in the West, but there was no prince now in those parts capable of renewing the attempt of Charles of Anjou. Charles of Valois in 1307–1308 and Philip of Taranto in 1312–1325, both heirs by marriage of claimants to the Latin Empire, tried in turn, but without success, to invade Greece. The danger to the empire that was destined to revive the proposals of union lay in a different quarter. End of section 87. Section 88 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Attempts at Reunion of the Greek and Latin Churches, Part 4, by Louis Bréhier. It may be said that it was during the long and disastrous reign of Andronicus II, 1282–1332, that the fate of Byzantium was sealed. Religious disputes, ravages by the Catalan Company, Turkish invasions of Asia Minor, civil war, all these calamities burst almost at once over the empire. Andronicus, by his incompetence and inveterate policy, destroyed the fabric reared by his father. It was not then surprising that he could not maintain to the end the uncompromising attitude which he had adopted towards the Latins. In 1323, learning that a French fleet in the service of the Pope, commanded by Amaury de Narbonne, was on the point of setting sail for Constantinople, he sent to the west the Genoese Bishop of Caffa to propose a new union. Soon after, in 1326, he commissioned another Genoese to bear a letter on the same subject to the King of France, Charles the Fair. The king sent to Constantinople the Dominican Benedict of Como, but the negotiations were kept secret, and Andronicus was compelled to admit to the ambassador how difficult it would be to propose a new union to the Greeks. Meantime, the Ottoman state, which had been allowed to form owing to the weakness of Andronicus II, was becoming more and more a menace to Constantinople. In 1334, Andronicus III became anxious and sent overtures of union to Pope John XXII by two Dominicans who were returning from the Tartars. The Pope gave them a favorable hearing and sent them back to Constantinople, but they were unable to discuss the matter publicly with the Greek clergy as they demanded. In 1335, as a proof of his goodwill, Andronicus III consented to take part in the crusade organized by Benedict XII under the leadership of the King of France. Finally, in 1339, the emperor sent secretly to Avignon the Venetian Stephen Dandolo and one of the most celebrated humanists of Constantinople, the Calabrian monk Barlaam, abbot of the Soter. But these emissaries had not even official letters accrediting them to the Pope. They had the difficult mission of inducing Benedict XII to promise the dispatch of prompt aid to the East. It was only subsequently that there could be any question of union. Barlaam pleaded his case eloquently. "That which separates the Greeks from you," he said, not without justification, "is not so much the difference of dogmas as the hatred they feel against the Latins, provoked by the wrongs which they on their side have suffered. It will be necessary to confer some great benefit upon them to change this feeling." He added that the union could not be effected by force, only a general council could establish it, and if the Greeks had not recognized the Council of Lyons, it was because the Greek emissaries had been appointed by the emperor and not by the patriarchs of the East. Barlaam had thus outlined the program of the future council, which was intended to effect the union, but this idea was so far premature, and the Pope offered an invincible opposition to every argument. The dispatch of Western help must, in his view, be conditional on the recognition by the Greeks of the Council of Lyons. The whole matter went no further than the exchange of fine promises. There existed, however, at Constantinople a party favorable to the union, which centered around the Empress Anne of Savoy and the nobles of her country whom she had brought to Constantinople in 1326. Having become regent in the name of her son, John V Palaeologus, after the death of Andronicus III in 1341, Anne of Savoy sent to Pope Clement VI in the autumn of 1343 a gentleman of Savoy, Philip de Saint-Germain, bearing instructions from the regent and the Grand Duke, Alexius Apicacus. He was commissioned to express to the Pope the attachment of the regent and of her son John V to the Roman Church, and to pray for the dispatch of a fleet and an army to defend Constantinople against the attacks of the Turks, as well as against those of their ally John Cantacuzene, who had proclaimed himself emperor. Clement VI was extremely favorable to the union. In 1343, he was occupied in organizing, with the help of Venice, the naval league which ended in the recapture of Smyrna from the Turks in 1344. He wrote to the Latin Patriarch Henry, who resided at Negropont, to the Dominicans of Pera, and to the Venetian and Genoese colonies of Constantinople, to invite them to exert all their efforts towards preparing the union. In spite of his friendly inclinations, the Pope held the same point of view as his predecessors. The dispatch of assistance must be conditional on the abjuration of the schism. At the time of the ill-starred crusade of the archipelago in 1346, the heir to the Dauphin, Herbert, treated with the regent, and the question between them was the union of the churches, but nothing occurred beyond conversations, and the occupation of the island of Chios by the Genoese only exasperated the Greeks. Meanwhile, Western politicians regarded the union as more and more desirable. When Prince Herbert, a disillusioned man, entered the Dominican order, he founded scholarships at the University of Paris and reserved many of them for students belonging by birth to Greece and the Holy Land, whom he destined to teach Greek in the convents of the Dominicans in 1349. But these good intentions were powerless before the hatred which divided the Greeks from the Western nations. There were incessant conflicts in the countries still occupied by the Latins. In 1364, the Greeks of Candia rose against the Venetians, who wished to impose the Latin ritual on them, and terrible massacres ensued. The anecdotes related at the same epoch by Petrarch to Urban V leave no doubt about the feeling of the people towards the Latins. Sometimes they riotously interrupted the Latin services. Sometimes they fumigated the churches frequented by the Latins, and lost no opportunity of treating them as dogs, when they could do so with impunity. John Cantacuzene, now master of Constantinople, in February 1347, sought to dissipate the justifiable distrust which his alliance with the Turks had roused against him. Unlike his predecessors, he sent to the Pope an official embassy to persuade him that, far from favoring the Turks, he was prepared to fight them, and also to ask that the leader of the coming crusade might act in concert with him. Clement VI, who was by no means friendly towards Cantacuzene, gave a vague answer and promised to send him an embassy, but 3 years elapsed before he dispatched to Constantinople 2 Dominicans, one a bishop in Venetia, the other in Crete, with instructions to negotiate the religious union. John VI replied to these overtures by testifying his zeal for the union, at the same time declaring that only a truly ecumenical council could render it possible. The Pope, on his side, informed him that he was favorable to holding a council, but that the existing state of Christendom made it impossible to assemble it. Relations, however, still continued between him and the emperor, but nothing came of them. Under cover of the civil war between John Cantacuzene and John Palaeologus, the Ottomans had gained a footing in Europe by the capture of Gallipoli in 1354, and had lost no time in overrunning Thrace. John V, who held power after the abdication of Cantacuzene in 1355, saw no hope of safety except in complete submission to the Pope. In 1356, he sent 2 ambassadors to Avignon with a document in which he pledged himself to recognize the Pope as head of the Church, to obtain like recognition from his subjects, to receive the pontifical legates with all respect, and to send his son Manuel to Rome as a hostage. In return, he claimed prompt aid for Constantinople, of which the Pope would bear the cost for 6 months. During that period, a legate could go to Constantinople and collate whom he wished to ecclesiastical benefices. As a clearer proof of his zeal, the emperor proposed to found at Constantinople colleges where Latin would be taught, and he recognized the right of the Pope to declare the throne vacant if he failed to execute his promises. Innocent replied to the emperor by a gushing letter, writing also to the Patriarch Callistus and the principal bishops, and sent 2 nuncios to Constantinople. But when the question of collecting the required fleet was broached, the Pope could not obtain anything from the Latin powers. Neither Venice, nor Genoa, nor the King of Cyprus, nor even the Knights of Rhodes consented to the slightest sacrifice. Meantime, the position of the Ottomans in the Balkan Peninsula grew stronger day by day. In 1363, Murad compelled John V to sign a treaty tantamount to vassalage, which prevented him from lending his help to the effort made by the Hungarians and the Serbs in response to the Pope's demand to recapture Hadrianople. In 1366, Murad actually took up his residence at Hadrianople, the first step towards the blockade of Constantinople. At this crisis, John V made fresh appeals to the Pope for help, and while Urban V preached the crusade, he himself paid a visit to the King of Hungary towards the close of 1365, in order to remove the scruples which the king felt in lending his help to schismatics, and to affirm by oath the intention of himself and all his family to embrace the Roman faith. The crusade, led by Amadeus VI, Count of Savoy, cousin of the emperor, succeeded in recovering Gallipoli from the Turks and in rescuing John V, whose return to Constantinople was in danger of being cut off by the Bulgarians. The Archbishop of Smyrna and the Latin Patriarch of Constantinople actually embarked on the fleet of Amadeus VI, which was returning to the west, with orders to announce to Urban V that the emperor could come and abjure the schism before him in person in 1367. Urban V lost no time in writing to the three sons of the emperor, to the Empress Helena, to John Cantacuzene, who had retired to a convent, to the Patriarch Philotheus, to the people and clergy of Constantinople, to exhort them to favor the union. On October 18, 1369, John V, received at Rome with the greatest ceremony, presented his profession of faith to the cardinals. On the 21st of October, he solemnly abjured the schism before the Pope on the steps of the Basilica of St. Peter. But this was only a personal abjuration and was not binding on the Greeks. Thus the voyage of John V to Italy failed to produce the results anticipated from it. His conduct at Venice ended in his being thrown into prison for debt, and when after this humiliation he passed once more through Rome in 1370, he could not obtain from the Pope the smallest subsidy. It was in vain that in 1373 his ambassadors scoured Europe and actually reached France, where Charles V made them vague promises. In vain, Pope Gregory XI, fully aware of the danger which the Ottomans were threatening to Europe, wrote urgent letter after letter to the crowned heads, to Loewe, King of Hungary, in 1372 and in 1375, to Edward III, King of England, in 1375. The sovereigns and their knights assumed the cross with stately pomp, for it was a time of splendid festivals and eloquent speeches, but no profitable results followed. John V, abandoned by all, had ended in 1373 by acknowledging himself the vassal of Murad and handing over to him his son Manuel as hostage. Manuel, who became emperor in 1391, renewed the same pressing appeals by embassies to the Western sovereigns. This time the King of Hungary, Sigismund, directly threatened by the Turks, backed up the Byzantine demands, and Pope Boniface preached the crusade which terminated in the disaster of Nicopolis in 1396, although its object had been the deliverance of Constantinople. In 1397, Manuel sent his uncle, Theodore Cantacuzene, to Paris. The king, Charles VI, refused permission to his brother, the Duke of Orléans, to start for the east, but he promised 600 men-at-arms, who were placed under the orders of Marshal Boucicaut, and succeeded in clearing the immediate approaches to Constantinople and breaking the blockade. At the advice of Boucicaut himself, Manuel adopted the policy of visiting the West personally, in order to plead more effectually the cause of Constantinople. He set out on December 10, 1399, passed through Venice, Padua, and Milan, made another solemn entry into Paris on June 3, 1400, landed in England, was received in London on December 21 by Henry IV, returned to France in February 1401, and remained in Paris until November 1402. After a stay at Genoa, he went to take a ship at Venice in April 1403, and on June 15 following, he was back in Constantinople. The emperor had found everywhere a courteous and splendid welcome. At Paris and at London in particular, he and his suite owed much to their being objects of public curiosity. He was overwhelmed with banquets, the most complimentary speeches and the fairest promises were lavished on him. During his stay in Paris, he even had a controversy on the procession of the Holy Ghost with a doctor of the Sorbonne. But this was only a showy passage of arms without any results. As a crowning misfortune, the West was torn by the schism, and Manuel appears to have negotiated at the same time with the two popes, Benedict XIII and Boniface IX. The latter sent, on May 27, 1400, an encyclical exhorting all Christians to arm for the defense of Constantinople, and promising them the same indulgences as for a crusade. But everyone turned a deaf ear to his appeals, and the travels of Manuel were, when all is summed up, as useless for the cause of the Union as for that of the crusade. The salvation of Constantinople came from a wholly unexpected quarter, from the Mongols of Timur. While Manuel was in France, the Ottoman power was broken at the Battle of Angora, July 20, 1402, and the dynastic discord which followed the death of Bayezid gave some years of respite to the remnant of the Byzantine Empire. It would have seemed natural to utilize this lull for negotiating the union and preparing a new crusade, but this was the period when the civil wars in France, and even more the Great Schism, distracted the West. Further, it seems that the easily won successes of Manuel in the midst of the Ottoman intrigues had greatly quenched his zeal for the union. From 1402 to 1417, he took no action in the West, and did not even send a representative to the Council of Pisa in 1409. It was only when the Turkish menace was renewed that Manuel came once more into touch with the West. In 1417, he sent to Martin V an embassy which appeared at the Council of Constance. After the siege of Constantinople by Murad II in 1422, an embassy, headed by John Palaeologus, with Francesco Filofo as interpreter, went the round of the Western courts. The Pope, Martin V, who was strongly in favor of the union, proposed that a council should be held in Italy, and offered 100,000 florins to defray the traveling expenses of the Greeks in 1423. The same Pope authorized in 1425 marriage between Greeks and Latins, and granted indulgences to those who would go to the aid of the Greeks. Deceived by the friendly attitude of Manuel, he nominated the Cardinal of Sant'Angelo to be legate at Constantinople, and sent 2 nuncios to inform the emperor of the fact. Manuel, who had just made terms with Murad II, rejected the proposals of the Pope, and let him understand that no union was possible before the Ecumenical Council was held in 1425. It is hard to say whether the cynical words, which Francis attributes to him on his deathbed, can be taken as exact. He is said to have recommended his son not to consider the union as anything except a weapon against the Turks. "Propose," he said to him, "a council, open negotiations, but protract them interminably. The pride of the Latins and the obstinacy of the Greeks will never agree. By wishing to achieve the union, you will only strengthen the schism." True or not, these words define excellently the policy which he had himself followed. Nevertheless, the union appeared to all who reflected upon the subject as an essential condition of salvation for Christian Europe menaced by the Turks. At Constantinople even, and in the very convents of Mount Athos, a party of resolute unionists was formed, of which the most authoritative representatives were Isidore, Egomen of St. Demetrius at Constantinople, and Bazarion, a native of Trebizond, subsequently a monk in the Morea. The idea of an ecumenical council, which would finally solve all dogmatic or disciplinary difficulties and put an end to all misconceptions, is from this time onwards equally popular in the West and in the East. In 1431, John VIII Palaeologus sent envoys to the Pope in order to come to some agreement with him as to holding the council which had been talked of for more than a century. The Greek clergy would have preferred it to be held at Constantinople, but the emperor accepted an Italian town on condition that the Pope undertook to defray all the traveling expenses of the Greeks. The envoys on their way learnt of the death of Martin V and retraced their steps, but a new embassy was sent to the new Pope, Eugenius IV. At this moment, an ecumenical council, called by Martin V before his death, assembled at Basel to work at the reform of the Church. The Council of Basel took in hand the problem of the Greeks, and on October 19, 1431, asked the Pope to dispatch envoys on this subject to Constantinople. But soon a veritable feud broke out between the fathers assembled at Basel and Eugenius IV. The Pope, under pretext of giving satisfaction to the Greeks, endeavored to transfer the council to Italy. In order to render this transference impossible, the Council of Basel tried to bring the Greeks to join with it in order to conclude the union. An embassy from the council arrived at Constantinople in 1433, charged with informing the emperor that the council was superior to the Pope, that it was under the protection of the Emperor Sigismund, and that if the Greeks consented to come to Basel, they would receive money and troops for the defense of Constantinople. The emperor entertained these proposals favorably and sent to Basel his brother Demetrius and the abbot Isidore. But at the same time, he was exchanging letters and embassies with Eugenius IV. By a singularly rapid change, The legate Christopher Garitoni, sent to Constantinople in 1434, accepted the proposal that the council should be held in the imperial city. He returned to Italy with 2 ambassadors of John VIII in 1435, and this decision was at once communicated to the Council of Basel, which formally refused to admit it. A second deputation, consisting of the Dominican John of Ragusa, a canon of Constance, and a canon of Orleans, left Basel in 1435. It was empowered to offer the emperor financial help, with a first installment of 9,000 florins in a bill on the banks of the Medici, on the condition that the council was held in the West. After 3 months' journey, the mission reached Constantinople on September 24, 1435. The Pope's legate, Christopher Garitoni, appeared in his turn in 1436. Each party then tried to outbid the other and to attract the Greeks to its side by offering the greatest advantages. The emperor, vacillating as ever, sent 2 ambassadors, one, Manuel Boulotis, to the Pope, the other, John de Chapetus, to Basel. At the same time, the choice of the city where the union was to be concluded roused violent storms in the Council of Basel. The majority had fixed on Avignon. The minority, supported by John de Chapetus, pronounced in favor of Florence or Udine. On the voting day, each party had prepared its decree, and the uproar was so great that it almost came to blows. A bishop of the minority forcibly seized the seal of the council, and after sealing the decree, started off to convey it to the Pope, May 7, 1437. Eugenius IV, considering the decree of the minority as alone valid, appointed an embassy to announce the fact at Constantinople. On the way, it took up at Crete 300 archers intended for the defense of the city. The ambassador of Basel, John of Ragusa, was still there. He was speedily ignored, and John VIII concluded a treaty with the Pope, who undertook to put at his disposal the necessary ships and escort. After 6 years of wearisome negotiations, the Council of Union was finally convened. In order to invest it with a truly ecumenical character, the emperor asked the 3 Eastern patriarchs to send representatives to it. The abbot Isidore, nominated Archbishop of Kiev, was intended to bring over the great prince of Russia, and delegations were secured from the prince of Moldo-Wallachia and the Iberian clergy. Conferences of theologians, in which the partisans and the opponents of the union confronted each other, were assembled in order to discuss the concessions that could be made to Rome. End of section 88. Section 89 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Attempts at Reunion of the Greek and Latin Churches, Part 5, by Louis Bréhier. John Palaeologus, accompanied by his brother, the despot Demetrius, by the patriarch Joseph, 17 metropolitans, and a large number of bishops and igumens, left Constantinople on November 24, 1437, and arrived at Venice on February 8, 1438. Pope Eugenius IV awaited him at Ferrara, where the council was to sit. The most important question, if we leave aside the preliminary difficulties which emerged at the interview of the Pope with the Patriarch, was to determine the procedure to be followed. The emperor, whose thoughts were mainly fixed on the defense of Constantinople, wished to await the delegates of the princes in order to settle first of all the political and military question. But the numerous theologians of the rival camps did not agree to this. After the opening of the council, April 9, 1438, commissions were nominated for the purpose of solving the fundamental divergences between the 2 churches, the procession of the Holy Ghost, the use of unleavened bread, the nature of the pains of purgatory, the primacy of the Pope. The opponents of the union, at whose head was Mark of Ephesus, demanded that it should first be discussed Whether it is permitted to add to the creed. Thinking thus to block the union by this preliminary question, it was in vain that Bessarion asked that the question should be put in this form: Is the filioque lawful? The point of view of Mark of Ephesus prevailed, and on October 14th began a long series of oratorical sessions, in which Greeks and Latins confuted each other in turn, and quite fruitlessly. The form of a debate by picked opponents was then tried, but after a brilliant oratorical tournament which lasted several days between Mark of Ephesus and Julian Caesarini, the discussion had made little advance. Then the plague, which was raging at Ferrara, and had already made several victims in the council, decided the Pope to remove the council to Florence, January 10, 1439. Taught by the experience of Ferrara, the Pope and the Emperor resolved to quicken the discussions. It was arranged that there should be a public session 3 times a week, and that on the other days mixed commissions should transact preliminaries for the union. But fresh and endless debates on the procession of the Holy Ghost began again for a month between Mark of Ephesus and John of Ragusa. Another change of method was tried. On March 30th, it was decided to suppress the open discussions and to substitute conferences between the unionists of both sides. But the negotiations touching the union did not start before April 13th. After a series of preliminaries, the Greeks ended by agreeing on the identity of the formula qui ex patre filioque procedit and qui ex patre per filium procedit on June 3rd. The union was now in sight. Concurrently with these theological discussions, political harmony was being promoted. The Pope undertook to preach the crusade for the defense of Constantinople, to maintain permanently a force of 300 soldiers to guard the city, and to supply galleys in the event of a siege. Then, in order to accelerate matters, the Pope put into the hands of the Emperor's delegates schedules on which were noted the doctrines to be accepted on the points in dispute. It was their duty to get the Greeks to subscribe to them. On June 12th, an agreement was reached about the nature of the pains of purgatory. On June 15th, about the Eucharistic bread, unleavened or leavened. On June 20th, about the words of consecration. But when the doctrine of the primacy of the Pope was touched upon, the whole discussion nearly began de novo. Heated debates were held, and the Emperor talked of leaving. Finally, on June 26, Bessarion proposed a formula of conciliation, which recognized the universal authority of the Pope as the representative and vicar of Christ, the rights and privileges of the Eastern churches being reserved. Nothing now was left but to draw up the decree of union, which, translated into Greek, was approved by the Pope and the Emperor on July 5th. The next day, July 6th, in the Cathedral of Florence, under the dome completed by Brunelleschi in 1436, the decree was read in Latin by Cardinal Julian Cesarini and in Greek by Bessarion. The 2 prelates then kissed each other, and all the members of the council, the Emperor at their head, bent the knee before the Pope. Finally, after the close of the council, the union was completed by the declarations of assent, which the Eastern churches sent to the Pope, each like the Greek Church retaining its liturgical and disciplinary uses. On November 22, 1439, the union was accepted by the delegates of Constantine, Patriarch of the Armenians, on February 5, 1441, by the Jacobites of Syria. On September 2, 1441, the Pope received an embassy of Constantine, king of the Ethiopians, and on February 25, 1443, he announced in an encyclical that the Ethiopians had adhered to the union. Finally, on April 26, 1442, Eugenius IV promulgated at St. John Lateran the constitutions for the Syrians, the Chaldeans, and the Maronites. For the first time since 1054, the unity of the Church seemed restored, and even the last scattered remnants of the heretical sects, most of which had been separated from the Church since the 5th century, had ended by returning to the fold. Whereas at the Council of Lyon, the union had been imposed upon the Greek clergy by the will of the Emperor, at Florence its representatives had come voluntarily to debate with the Latins. The most obstinate opponents of the union, such as Mark of Ephesus, had been able to bring forward their objections without fear. The question seemed settled for all time to come, and Christendom, united in one and the same communion, would be able to devote itself to the crusade against the Turks. In order to cement this union more closely, on December 18, 1439, the Pope admitted Bessarion, Archbishop of Nicaea, and Isidore, Archbishop of Kiev, to the College of Cardinals. Unhappily, by signing the union at Florence, John Palaeologus had only accomplished a part of his task. It was now necessary to make the clergy and the people of Constantinople accept it. On his return to his capital, February 1, 1440, the emperor encountered an obstinate opposition. If Ducas may be believed, when the Venetian ships with John VIII and his suite on board entered the Golden Horn, the travelers were greeted with ribaldry and insults. Many bishops who had subscribed to the decree of union protested that their signatures had been extracted from them by force. The Patriarch Joseph had died at Florence, and the emperor had to exercise great pressure on the clergy of St. Sophia to induce them to nominate a unionist successor, Metrophanes, Bishop of Cyzicus. The opposition was led by the emperor's own brother, the despot Demetrius, and notably by Mark of Ephesus, whose submission John VIII, notwithstanding the solicitations of the Pope, had not succeeded in obtaining. Mark soon became very popular and was venerated as a saint. He began a very active campaign against the union in the monasteries of Constantinople and on Mount Athos, where the monks refused to communicate with the unionists. In the end, Mark was ordered to return to his diocese of Ephesus. Imprisoned in the island of Lemnos, he continued his propaganda and won over to his views the emperor's private secretary, George Scalarius, who had faithfully served the council. In order that the union might triumph at Constantinople, the Western Crusade, on which it had been conditional, ought to have been rapidly organized, and ought to have won sufficiently decisive victories to release Constantinople from the grip of the Turks. In spite of the disturbed condition of the East, the Pope tried to keep his promise so far as possible. In 1443, an army commanded by Cardinal Julian Cesarini joined forces with John Hunyadi and Vladislav I, King of Hungary. The Sultan, Murad II, suffered a sanguinary defeat before Niš. On December 24, 1443, the Crusaders entered Sofia. The road to Constantinople was open. Unfortunately, the leaders of the crusade were unable to follow up their victory. On July 15th, John Hunyadi signed a truce with Murad. Julian Cesarini refused to recognize it. The Crusaders continued their march in Bulgaria, but the disaster that befell them at Varna on November 10, 1444, wrecked all the hopes of Christendom. Constantinople was nearing its death throes. This serious defeat and the death of John VIII, October 31, 1448, increased the boldness of the opponents of the union. The new emperor, Constantine XI, brother of John VIII, had been one of its most determined partisans. George Scalarius dared to propose that his coronation should be deferred until he had given pledges for his orthodoxy. Threatened with prosecution, George took refuge in a monastery and under the name of Gennadius succeeded Mark of Ephesus, who died in 1447, as head of the opponents of the union. Under his influence, an anti-unionist council, at which the three Eastern patriarchs were present, assembled in St. Sophia in 1450. The Patriarch Gregory, elected since 1443, was cited to appear there to justify himself, and on his refusal he was deposed and replaced by the monk Athanasius. Gemistos Plethon violently attacked the Latin doctrine of the Holy Ghost, denounced the pressure which the emperor had brought to bear on the bishops to force them to admit it, and resisted the ambitious schemes of Bessarion. A list of Latin errors was drawn up in 29 articles and published. The Patriarch Gregory was obliged to fly to Italy. At the moment when the blockade of Constantinople was tightening again, and on the eve of the accession of Mahomet II, No demonstration could be more inopportune. On October 11, 1451, Pope Nicholas V called upon Constantine XII to proclaim solemnly the union at Constantinople, to bring back the Patriarch Gregory, and to compel the clergy to mention the name of the Pope in the liturgy. The decree was brought to Constantinople by Cardinal Isidore of Kiev in 1452. He negotiated with the opposing party, lavished promises and threats, and ended by bringing over part of the superior clergy. Finally, on December 12, 1452, the union was solemnly proclaimed in St. Sophia in the presence of Constantine the legate and the Patriarch Gregory, who officiated together with the assistance of 300 priests. But the infuriated populace rushed to the monastery of Pantocrator, where they found written by Gennadius on the door of his cell a prophecy which threatened the empire with a coming slavery to the Turks. In that fanatical crowd, already attacked by what has been called siege fever, the conviction spread that the Panagia, or the Virgin, would herself defend her city, as in the time of Heraclius and of Photius. While the crowd was shouting in the streets, "Death to the Azymites!" the Grand Duke, Lucas Notaras, declared that he would rather see the turban at Constantinople than the hat of a Roman cardinal. Henceforward, the Church of St. Sophia, where the union had been proclaimed, was deserted by the people and remained empty until the gloomy vigil of May 28, 1453, which preceded the capture of Constantinople. Obliged to choose between the safety of the empire and the autonomy of their church, the Greeks resolutely sacrificed their political independence to their hatred of the West and to their antipathy to Rome. There is no doubt that their attitude diminished the goodwill of the Western nations, as is proved by a curious question put to the Pope on the point, whether a Christian had the right to go to the assistance of schismatic Greeks. Besides this, the new regime which the Greek Church was about to experience had already been working for many years in the provinces occupied by the Turks. The bishops, nominated by the patriarchs, were everywhere recognized by the conquerors as the civil and religious heads of the Christian community. Mahomet II, therefore, had no difficulty in extending this regime to the whole empire by requiring, immediately after his entry into Byzantium, the election of a new patriarch. This was Gennadius, the leader of the opponents of the union. Thus for 4 centuries the Byzantine emperors and the popes indefatigably labored to stay the schism which divided Christendom since 1054. Whether their object was to conclude an alliance against a common enemy, or to make Constantinople a rampart against Asiatic invasion, the necessity of first attaining religious union always thwarted their wish for agreement. This much desired union was, in truth, the ambition of the Christian policy for the last 4 centuries of the Middle Ages, but to the reasons for its failure, which the analysis of the facts has shown, we must add a more profound cause. The Christian policy, the European policy, we might say, which surpassed in breadth the narrow standpoint of the territorial policy of the various states, was clearly grasped only by the great popes of the Middle Ages, such as Gregory VII, Innocent III, Gregory X, and by Byzantine emperors such as Alexius I, Manuel Comnenus, and Michael Palaeologus. But their views were different and their interests irreconcilable. The Caesars of Byzantium, at least until Manuel Comnenus, cherished the elusive hope of regaining the heritage of the Caesars of Rome. For them, the union was but a means of rebuilding their sovereignty in the West, or of saving it in the East. The popes, on their side, saw in the union under them the unity of the restored Church, a Christendom united in one communion and forgetting its private quarrels, which were veritable civil wars, in order to repel the infidel and make the whole world the kingdom of Christ. Between these 2 conceptions, agreement was impossible, and this explains why the union could only be realized in periods of crisis, whether by violent conquest as in 1204, or in the face of an imminent peril as in 1274 or in 1439. On the contrary, every time the situation improved, the pontifical doctrine and the imperial doctrine came into conflict, without any real hope of conciliation. It is thus easy to see why the union, realized at 3 separate times, had on each occasion so ephemeral an existence. The abnormal conditions in which it was concluded doomed it to early failure. In 1204, the union imposed by force lighted in the heart of the Greeks an unquenchable hatred. The union of 1274 was tainted in its core by the violent pressure which Michael Palaeologus brought to bear on his clergy. The union of 1439, although debated by an ecumenical council, came too late. When the house is blazing, it is too late to settle disputes about ways of preventing fire. End of section 89.
Section 90 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Booker. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire, The Mongols, by Herbert M. J. Loewe. Part 1. In attempting to give an account of the Mongols, the historian is confronted with many serious obstacles. At the outset, it would seem as though the stories of these wandering tribes could never be coordinated. The incidents of their history are so heterogeneous in character that it seems an impossible task to pick out a connecting thread running through them all. The internal events, which should assist the historian in tracing the development and confederation of the various tribes, baffle and retard him. The early history is shrouded in myth and mystery. At so late an epoch in the progress of humanity, the student might not unreasonably expect trustworthy evidence and records. But in reviewing the early period of the Mongolian state, it is a matter of exceptional importance to separate the historical elements from the fictitious, and this is a task involving much discrimination and patience. Every piece of information seems, on its own merits and taken by itself, to be petty and negligible. Nor is it easy to discover any positive relation of any consequence between disconnected and sporadic occurrences. There are no central figures, no outstanding personalities before the time of Genghis. The darkness is broken by no brilliant flashes, but only by tiny gleams that serve but to intensify the obscurity. We cannot mark cause and effect. We cannot explain, by the recognized canons of historical judgment, the phenomena displayed by the Mongol history. On the other hand, if the events of their internal progress are sporadic and disconnected, if they seem to violate the normal course of national growth, when we come to examine the external events and the expansion of these savage tribes, we find ourselves confronted by facts that are equally inexplicable. Insignificant at home and enormous abroad may be said to sum their salient characteristics, in any case during the earlier periods. It is precisely on account of their foreign relations that a knowledge of the Mongols is essential to the student. Without their effect on the human race outside their borders, the Mongols could be suffered to remain in obscurity. The difficulties that await the investigator are not exhausted. He has to work with a telescope instead of a microscope. Not only has a vast extent of territory to be kept under constant observation, but movements and actions among neighboring peoples must be watched closely. The history of the Mongols knows no geographical boundaries. The settled limits of nations were swiftly and ruthlessly overthrown. Unchecked by human valor, they were able to overcome the terrors of vast deserts, the barriers of mountains and seas, the severities of climate, and the ravages of famine and pestilence. No dangers could appall them. No stronghold could resist them. No prayer for mercy could move them. Wherever their fancy roamed, their hordes followed. Flourishing cities perished in a night, leaving no memorial but ruins and mounds of piled-up corpses. The quiet that followed the Mongol invasions was not the calm that settled on a world wearied of strife, eager to foster once again the fruits of civilization. It was the gasp of expiring nations in their death agony before the eternal silence of the tomb. They made their deserts, and they called it peace. To follow the destinies of the Mongols, it is necessary to think in continents, not in countries, for like an irresistible torrent, the armies of the Khans swept over the map of Asia and Europe. A knowledge of no single language will suffice to equip a student for the task of investigating the Mongol races with any profundity. Besides the Tartar languages, some acquaintance is essential with the languages of the peoples with whom the Mongols came into contact. Their armies ranged over all Central Asia, pushing on eastwards to China and westwards to Russia and even to Germany. As a result, the student must be prepared to deal with sources in many tongues, and with more freedom and greater facility than is the case when dealing with other nations. But if this combination of circumstances invests a study of the Mongols with difficulty, it constitutes an equally potent reason for undertaking the task. We are confronted with a new power in history, with a force that was to bring to an abrupt end, as a deus ex machina, many dramas that would otherwise have ended in deadlock or would have dragged on an interminable course. The very magnitude of the Mongol influence and the colossal area of their operations should prove an additional incentive to the student and render an attempt to estimate the nature and scope of the changes which ensued alike attractive and fruitful. Subheading: Extent of the Mongol invasions. In Europe, the Mongols overran Russia, Hungary, and Silesia. To the upheaval which they brought about, the establishment of the Turkish Empire, and consequently the growth of the Renaissance, must be directly attributed. This same upheaval reacted on the contests between Saracen and Crusader and, nearer home, on the antagonism of the papacy and the empire. The extermination of the assassins (1256), a task beyond the power of Europe or Syria, was a matter of comparative ease to the Mongols. Before the terror which their name inspired, Europe seemed utterly demoralized and incapable of resistance, and, had not the Mamluks intervened (1260), and beaten back the invaders at a critical moment, there is little doubt but that a great portion of Europe would have succumbed to Tartar rule. The convulsion caused by the Mongols in Europe, great though it was, cannot be compared to that produced in Asia. The destruction of Baghdad and the overthrow of the Caliphate (1258), the annihilation of the Qin or Golden Dynasty, which had ruled the northern half of China (1234), the conquest of southern China, of Khwarezm, of Persia, and of the surrounding countries, the establishment of the rule of the Moguls. Footnote: the later Mogul emperors hated and tried to disown their Mongol origin. End footnote. In India are some of the events any of which alone would suffice to make a knowledge of the Mongol power indispensable to the general historian. It is not accurate to regard the Mongols merely as a ravaging horde. After sacking Baghdad, Hulagu founded an observatory. After conquering China, Kublai established a university at Kambalu. parentheses, Pekin, close parentheses. The, quote, scourge of God, close quote, does not smite blindly. It is a noteworthy phenomenon that a successful barbarian attack on civilization, however destructive be its ravages at the moment, is ultimately followed by a great revival, and this revival may often be traced to the very catastrophe which seemed destined to overwhelm culture in irretrievable ruin. In the sphere of religion, this may be observed by the Assyrian, parentheses, BC 587, close parentheses, and Roman, parentheses, AD 70, close parentheses, conquests of Judea, which in the end created and strengthened the diaspora and made the outer world acquainted with the moral teachings of the Pentateuch and the prophets. In the spheres of the arts and humanities, the Roman conquest of Greece, the Turkish conquest of the Byzantine Empire, are instances which go to prove how the accumulated stores of learning may be released and rendered accessible to a wider circle. The Arab conquest of Spain gave the light of science, medicine, philosophy, and poetry to Europe in the Dark Ages. The capture of Jerusalem led directly to the establishment of the schools in Jamnia. The ruthless persecution of Hadrian produced the academies of Babylon, and, quote, on the day when the temple was destroyed, the Messiah was born, close quote. Subheading: Unification of Asia. The same statement may be made of the Mongols. The fall of Baghdad transferred the seat of the humanities to Egypt. At the same time, it dispersed many scholars and humanists who survived the debacle. Their dispersion throughout the Muslim lands brought academic strength to the places where they settled, while the removal of the literary center of gravity from Baghdad to Cairo facilitated the access of the Western world to the culture of the Orient. But, apart from mere negative results, the growth of the Mongol power was responsible for other developments in the East. The first and foremost of these was the unification of Asia. This must not be interpreted in the modern sense of political unity or homogeneity. The Mongol government secured tranquility within its vast borders. The roads were open, and a traveler could, as things went, count upon a safe journey, unless he had the misfortune to pass within range of the emperor's funeral cortege, in which case his fate was death. There was complete religious toleration, and it is only a superficial judgment that will ascribe this to spiritual indifference on the part of the Mongols. Economic changes were also introduced. Thus the service of posts, though utilized by the Arabs previously, was largely increased, and the use of paper money was sanctioned by Gaikatu Khan in 1294 and previously by Kublai. No nation can claim to excel in every branch of human activity, and the deficiency of the Mongols in the domain of literature was made good in other directions. Subheading: Mongol and Tartar. It is necessary to begin a sketch of the Mongols with a brief account of their origin and an explanation, or rather an enumeration, of the names by which they are known. The name Mongol itself first applied to certain tribes inhabiting Central Asia. It has come to be a generic name, far more catholic and comprehensive, but it is doubtful whether the various tribes surrendered their own individual names in favor of a uniform imperial designation. Quote, Mongol, close quote, as a national name would seem to be more frequent in the mouths of foreigners. It is also known to Europe in the form of Mogul, a title which is more properly restricted to the Mongol rulers of India and which has probably arisen through the Arabic Mogul. Footnote: Rubrique always spells the name Moal. See Rubrique, page 112, note, parenthesis, Hakluyt Societies, ed., close parenthesis. For the etymology, see Haworth, 1, page 27. End footnote. As to the etymology of the name, opinions are divided, the most generally accepted being that of Sanang Setsen, parenthesis, B 1604, close parenthesis, who derives the name from the word Mong, which, in the Chinese language, has the signification of brave. The second name, Tartar, should more correctly be spelt Tatar, as in Persian. The first, quote, R, close quote, has been inserted in consequence of a fanciful connection with Tartarus. The paronomasia was attributed variously to Innocent IV and to others, parenthesis, ad sua Tartara Tartari detrudentur, close parenthesis. Footnote. For a discussion of the name Tartar, see Yule, 1, page 12, Rubrique 17 and 18, parenthesis, notes, close parenthesis, and Haworth, 1, page 700, note, end footnote. Various theories were held in the Middle Ages with regard to the origin of the Tartars. Footnote. See Matthew Paris, Chronica Majora, Rolls ed., pp. 76 ff. 386 ff. End footnote. According to Roger Bacon, they were the soldiers of Antichrist. Friar John of Pian di Carpine believed them to be the remnants of the 10 tribes whom Alexander the Great endeavored to shut up in the mountains by the Caspian. Most, however, of these fanciful speculations were based on the contemporary estimate of the character of the invading hordes, not on geographical or ethnological considerations. Fear, not history, was their source. As a matter of fact, the Turkish elements in the Mongol Confederacy repudiated the name Tartar, which, according to Haworth, quote, was sometimes applied generically by the Chinese to all their northern neighbors, and it was thus that it came to be applied to the Mongols. But there was a specific race, Tartar, from which the generic term was derived. This we might guess from the fact that the name Tartar was known in the West long before the days of Mongol supremacy, and when the Mongols were only an obscure tribe. Close quote. Subheading: Other tribes in the Mongol Confederation. Mongol, then, and Tartar were the names of 2 tribes living in the eastern portion of Central Asia, to the northwest of China, by the river Ulza, and by the Karelen, Orkhon, Onon, and other tributaries to the great river Amur. The origin of these tribes is shrouded in an obscurity which for the present purpose requires no investigation. It is sufficient to pick up the thread of the story at the place where, having formed a powerful confederacy, they proceeded to launch forth their hordes in all directions and play a prominent part on the stage of general history. A brief enumeration of the component elements would resolve itself into a mere list of names, but a few of the more important tribes deserve mention. Of these, the chief was that known as the Kipchaks, who ultimately spread over the districts to the north of the Black Sea and the Caspian, practically from the Danube to the Ural. They were one of the 5 sections of the Turks under Oguz Khan, whence their later Arabic name of Guz (parentheses, Uzes, Guzes, close parentheses) is derived. Footnote. See John of Pian de Carpine, page 36, note 2. See also Benjamin of Tudela, E.D. Adler, page 61, and note. End footnote. To Europe they were known as Cumans. Footnote. This was first mentioned by Rubrique. See page 38. But see supra, chapter 7, parenthesis A, close parenthesis, pages 197 to 8. End footnote. From Komania, parenthesis, Kumistan, close parenthesis, in Persia, a name derived from the river Kuma. In the 9th century, their expansion brought them to the Volga, and having conquered territory round the banks of that river, they made themselves a thorn in the side of Russia, until their incorporation by the Mongols in the Golden Horde during the 13th century. The eastern neighbors of the Kipchaks were the Khankali, whose territory lay to the north of Lake Aral, between the Ural River and Lake Balkhash. They were also part of Oghuz Khan's Turkish subjects. Rubruqui and other travelers, in the course of their wanderings, visited and mentioned them. Many of the Khankali were in the service of the Khwarazm Shah until the overthrow of the latter by Genghis Khan. Further eastward, to the south of the Ob and Yenisei rivers, were the Naimans, also Turks, in whose district was the famous town Karakorum, which Ogdai Khan made his capital. In 1211, Kushluk, Khan of the Naimans, usurped the sovereignty of the Karakitai. In the time of Rubruqui, the Naimans were, according to that traveler, footnote. Rubruqui, page 162, end footnote. Subjects of Prester John, but Monga Khan claimed their allegiance. Footnote. Ibid, pages 2 and 9. End footnote. To the south of the Naimans, in the western part of Mongolia, stretching toward China, were the Uyghurs. By the close of the 8th century, their power increased, and they had diplomatic relations with China. This tribe was one of the centers of Nestorian Christianity. To the north of the Uyghurs, beyond the lands of the Karaites, were the Merkits, who have been described by Marco Polo and Rashid. They were conquered by Genghis Khan in 1197. These were the chief tribes in the Mongol Confederacy. Footnote. For details, see Haworth. 1, pages 1 to 26. End footnote. As regards the origins of the Mongols, it is not necessary to say much. Many fables are told about the various tribes and their heroes. Among the most interesting of these is the story of the ancestral hero, nourished when a child by a wolf, thus furnishing an Eastern parallel to Romulus and Remus. But until the 12th century, the influence exercised on the outside world was insignificant. Mention is first made of the Mongols in Chinese records in the history of the Tang dynasty, parentheses 618 to 690, close parentheses, and scattered references occur later, for instance in 984 and in 1180. Subheading: Genghis Khan. Rashid traces the descent of the Mongols back to Japhet, but of course the greater part of the early period is merely mythical. It is only near the period of Genghis Khan that safe ground is reached. During the Qin dynasty in China, it is known that many Mongols, probably with their Khan, Kabul, became subject to the Chinese Emperor Taizong from 1123 to 1137, but rebelled in 1138 after his death. This rebellion marks the beginning of the rise of the Mongols. It was at this period that they suffered from internal dissension. The feud between the Mongol and Tartar tribes was ended by the triumph of the former through the instrumentality of Genghis Khan. This hero was the son of Yesukai, who was the grandson of Kabul Khan. While Yesukai, in 1154 to 1155, was ravaging the Tartar lands, his wife Ogalen Ekke, or Yulun, gave birth to a firstborn son who was called Temujin, after the name of the Tartar chieftain recently slain by Yasukai. The name Temujin is most probably Chinese by etymology and means, quote, excellent steel, close quote. The similarity of the Turkish Temurci, Smith, close parenthesis, is perhaps the origin of the fable that Genghis was himself a smith. Temujin, later known by his style of Genghis Khan, was born at a place called Delgun Buldaga, near the Onon. The name of the spot has remained until the present time. By Rubruqui, it is called Onon Kerul. When he was 13 years of age, his father Yasukai died, leaving to his son a small nucleus of subjects. At the outset, Genghis was confronted with many difficulties. The spirit of disaffection which prevailed among his followers soon developed into revolt. A general rising jeopardized the prospects of the youthful chieftain, but the energy and capability of his mother Yulun recovered some of the lost ground for him. A long period of unending strife ensued, with the Naimans, whose center is said to have been Karakorum, and the Karaites. Genghis had to wage war continuously and with varying success. Once he was captured and tortured, but managed to escape with his life. At length, after many years, he succeeded in consolidating his position. Finally, after a series of victories, Genghis overcame his last opponent, Wang Khan, and became supreme over the nucleus of the Mongols. From the date of the Kurultai, or General Convocation, which took place after this event in 1203, the beginning of the empire is usually considered to date. The title of Khan was, however, assumed in 1206 at another assembly by the river Onon. The period from this date until 1227, when Genghis died, comprises the era of extension and conquest. The first object of attack was China, which consisted of two main divisions, the northern, with Yanqin, near Pekin, as its capital, and the southern, the chief town of which was Lingnan, also called Hangzhou or Kinsai. This empire was ruled by the Song dynasty, and the northern by the Qin. The Qin rulers were supreme over Tartary. Subject to their sway were the Khitans, who had previously been supplanted in the dominion of the Northern Empire. Preliminary invasions of Hia, or Tangut, the province to the west of the Yellow River, were successfully undertaken in 1208. The Qin army was defeated, and the territory within the Great Wall reduced to submission. These victories paved the way for an attack on a larger scale, and in 1213, 3 grand armies were dispatched. The main expedition under the command of Genghis himself and Tule, his youngest son, followed a southeastern direction. He sent his 3 other sons, Juji, Jagatai, and Ogdai, with another force to form his right wing and operate on the south, while the remainder, under his brothers, were dispatched to the east in the direction of the sea. It is unnecessary to follow the steps of these armies in detail. It is sufficient to record their complete success. The subjugation of the Hia occupied him from 1208 to 1212, and the Qin and the Karakitai in eastern Turkestan from 1212 to 1214. Subheading: Conquest of Turkestan and Khwarezm. Having crushed these foes, Genghis turned his ambitions to the western horizon. His dominions now reached as far as the territory of Muhammad, the Shah of Khwarezm. This mighty empire was bounded on the west by Kurdistan, Khuzestan, and the Persian Gulf. To the east, it reached nearly to the Indus. It included the littoral of Lake Aral and partly of the Caspian on the north. It comprised Azerbaijan, Iraq, Ajami, Fars, Kirman, Mukran (Beluchistan), Sistan, Khorasan, Afghanistan, the Pamirs, Sugd, and Mawara an-Nar (Transoxiana), among its main portions. The empire had been originally founded by Anushtigin, a slave of Malik Shah, the Seljuk. At the time of Zhengiz, Muhammad, the Shah of Khwarazm, was at the height of his power, and it is estimated that he could put into the field an army of 500,000 soldiers. War was inevitable. The insatiable ambition of Zhengiz supplied the casus belli. The execution by Muhammad of the Mongol envoys was alleged as a pretense. In 1219, Zhengiz left his capital Karakorum with 2 divisions under his sons Juji and Jagatai. Massacre and pillage were the concomitants of their victories. Piles of corpses and the blackened traces of ruined cities marked their progress. Pity was unknown to them. The most atrocious treachery and disregard of oaths and of promises of quarter were employed to hunt out and extirpate the scattered survivors of their barbarity. The flourishing cities of Tashkent, Nur, Bukhara, Samarkand, and Balkh were utterly destroyed, and their inhabitants ruthlessly butchered, according to the well-known Mongol principle, quote, "Stone dead hath no fellow." Muhammad fled to Nishapur, but was pursued to the shores of the Caspian, where he died, leaving a shattered wreck of a kingdom to his son Jalal ad-Din. Merv and Nishapur shared the fate of the other cities. Finally, Zhengiz and Jalal ad-Din met in battle on the banks of the Indus. The latter was utterly defeated but managed to escape to Delhi, where he found a refuge and peace for a while at the court of the Sultan. The last act of Zhengiz in this campaign was to massacre all the inhabitants of Herat, since they had ventured to depose his nominee from the governorship. According to Douglas, 1,600,000 people were slain within the walls. Zhengiz returned, but did not long enjoy the fruits of peace. Not even the enormous booty which his victories had brought him could induce the conqueror to spare his neighbors. The death of the last of the Qin dynasty in 1223 removed the final shadow of autonomy in North China, and Zhengiz was now face to face with the Song dynasty in the south. He set out on a fresh expedition, but died in 1227 by the Saleh River in Mongolia. The funeral escort that bore his corpse homeward slaughtered every person whom they met, in order to prevent the news of his death from being divulged. Subheading: Empire of Zhengiz Khan. Zhengiz Khan deserves to be remembered as a ruler, not only as a conqueror. In the intervals of bloodshed, he found time to promote the arts of peace and order. He organized a regular service of posts and couriers, and rendered the highways secure for travelers. His tolerance to all religious beliefs was probably due less to superstition than to indifference. Not being deeply attached to any definite faith, he was not anxious that one creed should secure preponderance. Divines, physicians, and learned men were exempted from taxes. Perhaps the only plea by which a captive might save his life was that of learning, though few instances of such clemency are preserved. Genghis introduced the use of the Uyghur character and caused his subjects to acquire the art of writing. He compiled a code of laws, or rather authorized the codification of existing tribal customs, which he raised to a legal value, and to which he imparted the sanction of his authority. His personal habits were such as could be expected from his character. The joys of the chase, mingled with frequent drinking bouts, were the normal relaxations of Genghis. His wives and concubines numbered 500, but, though he ruled his subjects with an iron hand, his death found him at the zenith of popularity. The empire of Genghis Khan was the largest that ever fell to one conqueror. The brain reels at the thought of the slaughter by which it was achieved. In China, over 18 millions of human beings were slain by his armies. No plague, no other, quote, scourge of God, close quote, has ever smitten so severely. Haworth, footnote. See Haworth, O.P., CIT, 1, pages 113, SEQQ, end footnote, would seek to palliate his record, but it is impossible to do so. End of section 90. Read by Tom Booker, Knoxville, Tennessee, July 6, 2024. Section 91 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Booker. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire, The Mongols, by Herbert M. J. Loewe, Part 2. The death of Genghis was followed by an interregnum of 2 years. The affairs of state were administered without interruption by the sons of the late chief and by the officers whom he had appointed. At length, in 1229, a Kurultai was held in order to elect an overlord. It is important to notice the names of the 4 sons of Genghis, whose claims were considered at this Kurultai, for their subsequent dissensions contributed in no small degree to the disruption of the empire. Gagné, the eldest son, had died during his father's lifetime, but the claims to the succession which were his by right of primogeniture passed, according to Mongol custom, to his family. His 3 brothers, in order of age, were Jagatai, Ogdai, and Tulé. The pretensions of Gagné's family might without injustice have been passed over in favor of Jagatai, but the Kurultai had no free choice. Genghis, before his death, had settled the destinies of his sons, and, although he ventured to break down the regular Mongol ideas of inheritance, the force of his authority remained binding beyond the grave. The Kurultai, after due deliberation and no little hesitation, carried out the commands of Genghis. Ogdai, who was elected chief Khan and successor to his father, retained Tulé near the seat of government, appointing him to various official posts. The family of Gagné received possessions in the west, Jagatai in the Uyghur country. For the present, there was loyal cooperation between the brothers, and with the accession of Ogdai, a new stage in the history of Mongol expansion begins. Subheading: Conquest of Northern China. This expansion proceeded in both directions, towards China and towards Europe. The death of Genghis found the Mongol possessions extending, quote, from the China Sea to the Dnieper, close quote. In China, the Qin dynasty had been beaten and reduced to submission. In the west, the kingdom of Khwarezm had been destroyed and its ruler driven far away from his home. Numerous expeditions had spread the fame of the Mongols and shaken Europe with terror. The time was right for another ebullition. In China, the subjugated Qin were beginning to show signs of revival. Sporadic hostilities had occurred. In 1228 and again in 1230, the Mongols were defeated. The battles, though by no means serious in character, were sufficient to raise false hopes among the Chinese. The Mongols no longer appeared to be invincible. Eventually, Ogdai roused himself to punish the rebels and determined to teach them an enduring lesson. It was not merely the effect of the Qin victories and various incidents of a provocative nature that set the Mongols in motion. It was the prospect of further conquests beyond the territories of the Qin. The southern division of China under the Song dynasty, probably alarmed at the fate of the Qin, had endeavored to propitiate the Mongols and avoid any collision with them. It is in any case doubtful whether this course would have had any efficacy, but a political error at this juncture gave the Mongols a casus belli, which when they had finished with the Qin, they were not slow to utilize. The Song emperor refused to grant the Mongol armies leave to pass through his dominions and slew their envoy. This refusal was to cost him dear. Meanwhile, Ogdai marched against the Qin from the north. Tulé invaded Henan from Baoji in the Shansi province. After various campaigns, battles, and massacres, the Qin were finally swept out of existence in 1234, and the descendants of Zhengiz maintained the supreme rule until displaced by the Ming dynasty in 1368. The overthrow of the Qin was speedily followed up by an attack on the Song. The Song emperor had ended by assisting the Mongols in their war against the Qin. His reward was to have been the province of Henan. This the Mongols refused to evacuate. Having secured all that they desired from the Song emperor, they were in no mood to keep their promise, and alleging as a pretext his former refusal of a passage to the Mongol forces, they dispatched an army in 1235. Subheading: Advance westward. At this stage, it is desirable to turn back to events in the west. The last years of Zhengiz Khan were marked by signs of activity among the conquered cities of Khwarezm. When Muhammad Shah, defeated by the Mongol armies, died of illness on the Caspian shore, he left a son, Jalal ad-Din. The destruction of the Khwarezmian Empire deprived the latter of a throne. A beaten fugitive from his Mongol pursuers, he reached Delhi. Here the Sultan received him with kindness and gave him his daughter in marriage. Jalal ad-Din watched for a favorable opportunity, and with the aid of his father-in-law, succeeded in regaining piecemeal large portions of his lost heritage. He crossed the Indus and marched north. Although his troops were few in number and had suffered severely from the hardships of the journey, he effected the expulsion of his surviving brother, Ghiyas ad-Din, who ruled Iraq, Ajami, Khorasan, and Mazandaran, and seized his dominions. He attacked and defeated the Caliph of Baghdad. In 1226, he captured Tiflis in Georgia, between the Black Sea and the Caspian, and in the following year overcame a small Mongol army. The important city of Kilat in Armenia now fell into his hands, and his power increased on all sides. but vengeance fell upon him swiftly and suddenly. Ogdai sent a large force to reduce him, and before the news of its coming reached Jalal ad-Din, he was surrounded in Diyarbakir. No chance of combat remained, for the Khwarezmian troops were far away. Jalal ad-Din took refuge in flight, but was slain by a Kurd. His death brought an end to the Khwarezm Shahs and their kingdom, but the Mongols did not cease their campaign. The horror inspired by their name was such that their victims abandoned all thoughts of resistance. It is related that the whole population of a large village obeyed the command of a single Mongol and stood in line while he slaughtered them one by one. Terror and devastation spread all over the country. By 1236 they had overcome Erbil, Diyarbakir, Kilat, Mesopotamia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Armenia. They made terrible examples of Kars and Tiflis. The Caliph of Baghdad preached a jihad (sacred war) against them and won a victory at Jabal Hamrin on the Tigris. In 1238 he was, however, defeated, and the Mongol armies marched northwards. The hordes of the Mongols seemed as inexhaustible as they were irresistible. In 1235, Ogdai organized 3 large expeditions against Korea, the Song dynasty, and the country beyond the river Volga. The king of Korea had submitted to Genghis Khan in 1218, but subsequently various incidents stirred up discord between vassal and overlord. The murder of a Mongol envoy in 1231 was followed by a victorious invasion led by Subutai, who set up Mongol governors in many cities of Korea. In 1232, a popular upheaval resulted in the assassination of many of these officials, and the king of Korea, frightened of the consequences, fled to the island of Xianghua on the west coast. Ogdai summoned him to appear before his judgment seat to answer for these acts. A refusal led to the expedition of 1235. By 1241, the Korean king submitted and gave the required hostages. The expedition against the Song dynasty, though generally successful, effected no permanent conquests, and the southern dynasty was not finally reduced until the time of Kublai Khan, the second son of Tülay. Subheading: Invasion of Europe. The Third Army requires further mention, for this force swept down upon the west like an overwhelming avalanche. No crowning mercy, such as the victory of Tours in 732 against the tide of Islam, saved the destinies of Europe. Divided and distracted by internal strife, the Christian countries could offer no opposition to the invading hordes. The Mongol wave spent its energy and fell back, shattered by no rock or impediment. Had not the death of Ogdai recalled Batu and his generals, there is little doubt but that Paris and Rome would have shared the fate of Kiev and Moscow. It was originally the wish of Ogdai to lead the Western army in person, but on reflection he changed his mind and assigned the command to Batu, the son of Juji. With Batu, the renowned Subutai was associated as advisor. Ogdai's sons and nephews accompanied the expedition. The forces met in Great Bulgaria in 1237. The Mongol onslaught was characterized by its usual speed, indiscriminate slaughter, rape, and destruction, as before, marked their path. A list of Mongol victories resolves itself into a catalogue of doomed towns and ravaged countrysides. Blow after blow followed in quick succession. Bulgar, Ryazan, Moscow, Vladimir are but a few of the places that succumbed. Princes, bishops, nuns, and children were slain with savage cruelty. It is impossible to describe the barbarities that prolonged the death of the unfortunate inhabitants. None remained to weep or to tell the tale of disaster. Novgorod was saved by a thaw which melted the ice and turned the country into an impassable swamp. Kozilsk was the scene of such exceptional severity that the Mongols themselves noted the occasion by calling this place, quote, Mabalig, close quote, town of woe. In 1240, the Mongols advanced still further toward the Dnieper. Pereslavl, Chernigov, Glokov, and finally the metropolitan city Kiev were destroyed. The Mongols divided their forces, one part marching against Poland and the other through the Carpathians against Hungary. At Mohi on the Theiss, the whole chivalry of Hungary was crushed in an overwhelming defeat. The nobility and clergy shared the fate of the common soldiers, and the king Bela IV escaped as a fugitive to the Adriatic. In the same year, parentheses 1241, close parentheses, Henry, Duke of Silesia, was overthrown at Liegnitz near Breslau by the Mongols, and the whole of Silesia was given up to slaughter. The area over which the Mongol hordes were spreading seemed limitless. No country was safe. Subheading: The recall of Batu saves Europe. Batu followed up the capture of Pest by crossing the Danube and assaulting Gran, which he took. Europe was now prostrate, and no savior arose to ward off the Mongols. But the death of Ogdai, in the same year as that of Pope Gregory IX, involved the return of Batu to Karakorum in order to assist in the election of a new Khan, and the western portions of Europe were freed from the terror of the Mongol armies. End of section 91. Read by Tom Booker, Knoxville, Tennessee, July 3rd, 2024. Section 92 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Booker. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire, The Mongols, by Herbert M. J. Loewe, Part 3. The coming of the Mongols found Europe utterly unprepared and heedless. The first invasion of 1222, when the forces of Genghis Khan crossed the Caucasus and ravaged parts of Russia, created little notice. The west of Europe seems to have been ignorant of the event, but in the years 1235 to 1238, two circumstances combined to awaken the Christian kings to a knowledge of the perils awaiting them. The first of these was an embassy from the Ismailia, and the second was the arrival of the Mongol armies under Batu and his generals. Those Ismailia, or Ishmaelites, who are known to the general historian by the name of, quote, assassins, close quote, were themselves marked out by the Mongols as prey, but they escaped attention until the time of Hulagu. Stirred by premonition, or roused by the fate of their neighbors, they strove to effect a combination against the all-conquering Mongols among all nations, even those mutually hostile, that were confronted by this same foe whose coming would involve them all in common ruin. The efforts of the assassins were not limited to the rulers in their immediate neighborhood. In 1238, they sent envoys to the kings of France and England, asking their aid. The fame of this sect was great among the Crusaders. Many distinguished men, Muslim and Christian, had fallen victims to their daggers, and Saladin himself narrowly escaped assassination. It would have been thought that, seeing the terror of their dreaded enemies, the Christian princes would have awakened to a sense of their position and have concluded an alliance, at least until such time as the Mongols had been repulsed. Who knows what the effect of such an alliance might have been? Apart from all military results, it is impossible to estimate the effect on Europe of friendly intercourse and military cooperation on a large scale with the Easterns. Footnote: Heton, king of Little Armenia, parentheses 1224 to 1269, close parentheses, was a friend and ally of the Mongols. He sent missions and himself visited Batu and Manga in 1254 after the accession of the latter. An account of his travels was compiled by one of his followers. C. ENC BRIT SV CF Supra, Chapter 6, page 175. End footnote. But the warning fell on deaf ears. The Emperor Frederick II did indeed realize what was at stake. He wrote an extremely important letter to Henry III urging combined action and giving what was for that time a fairly accurate account of the Mongols. Footnote: Matthew Paris, Chronica Majora, parentheses, Rolls ed, close parentheses, pages 112 ff. End footnote. Other rulers also bestirred themselves. In 1241, a few weeks before the Battle of Liegnitz, the Landgrave of Thuringia appealed for aid to the Duke of Brabant, and the Church assisted in publishing the danger by proclaiming fasts and intercessions. In an often misquoted passage, Matthew Paris relates that in 1238 the fishermen from Friesland and Gotland, quote, dreading their attacks, did not, as was their custom, come to Yarmouth in England at the time of the herring fisheries, at which place their ships usually loaded, and, owing to this, herrings in that year were considered of no value on account of their abundance, and about 40 or 50, although very good, were sold for 1 piece of silver, even in places at a great distance from the sea. Close quote. Subheading: The Papacy and the Mongols. Nevertheless, despite the growing feeling of insecurity, no active steps were taken. The envoys were given empty answers. Nothing but the quarrel between emperor and pope occupied men's minds. Some alleged that Frederick II had manufactured the scare in order to help his cause. Others, whose lack of political foresight was only equaled by their ignorance of the Mongols, suggested that, if Europe remained inactive, Mongols and Muslims would destroy one another, and the triumph of the cross would be assured. The mass of the population were too apathetic to be moved. Nothing except the thoughts of crusades could arouse them from their torpor. Pope Gregory IX had written letters of sympathy to the Queen of Georgia and to the King of Hungary when these rulers had been smitten by the Mongol scourge, but his mind was concentrated on his quarrels with the emperor. He died shortly after the Battle of Liegnitz, when the death of Ogdai recalled the Mongols and gave Europe a breathing space. The successor to Gregory was Innocent IV, who was elected in 1243. He, as none before him, understood what was at issue and conceived 2 main plans for saving Christendom from the Mongols: attack and persuasion. In order to stimulate the former, he ordered a new combination of forces against them, and invested the expedition with the dignity of a crusade by offering to all who fought against the, quote, ministers of Tartarus, close quote, spiritual privileges similar to those offered to the crusaders. Little came of these efforts, but the second plan, though equally ineffective, has proved of infinite value to later ages on account of the information thus gleaned concerning the Mongols. The Pope imagined that, if the Mongols could be converted to Christianity, they would be restrained from attacking Europe through religious fears. Wonderful stories of Prester John filled Europe. It was possible that the Mongols were in some way connected with this strange monarch. There were the legends ascribing to the Mongols Semitic origin. They were the lost 10 tribes, shut up by Alexander within impenetrable mountains, from which they had broken forth to ravage the world. In short, the soil was ripe for the seed of the gospel, and the monk would succeed where the knight had failed. This fond hope resulted in the missions of Friars John of Pian de Carpine and Benedict the Pole in 1245, and of Friar William of Rubruck (Rubruqui), in 1253. The former were envoys of the Pope, the latter of Louis IX. The itineraries of these travelers have been preserved and can well be ranked with the accounts of Marco Polo and Don Clavijo. The mass of information contained therein constitutes one of the principal sources of extant knowledge concerning the Mongols of this period. Diplomatically and spiritually, the mission of Friar William was as unsuccessful as that of his predecessors. But from the point of view of the historian, both journeys were signally fruitful. Subheading: Ogdai and Kuyuk. Ogdai's death, which delivered Europe, occurred in his 56th year, on 11 December 1241. His comparatively early end was due to excessive intemperance, a fault to which Mongols were prone. His chief pleasure lay in hunting. He built a palace for himself at Karakoram, to which he gave the name of Ordu Balik, or City of the Camp. The site of the palace and the marvels that were to be seen there have long been disputed, but the Central Asiatic expeditions of N. Yadrintsev (1889), of the Helsingfors Ugro-Finnish Society in 1890, and of Radlov in 1891 have succeeded in fixing the position. The use of paper currency was known to Ogdai, but it is uncertain whether he actually adopted this expedient. Certain reforms are also ascribed to him, notably the curbing of the extortionate demands and requisitions imposed by the princes and state officials upon the common people. His personal gentleness forms a contrast to the severity of Jagatai, but there is little evidence of tenderness in his government. The policy of rule by brute force was not modified until the later reigns of Manga and Kublai. After the death of Ogdai, the succession did not pass to either of his nominees, Kuchu or Shiramun, the son of Kuchu. The former was the third son of Ogdai and had predeceased his father in 1236. Shiramun was kept from the throne by the instrumentality of Turakina, the widow of the late Khan. Kuyuk, the eldest son of Ogdai, was ultimately, in 1246, elected as Khan, as Turakina wished. The Kurultai at which Kuyuk was chosen is of interest because of the presence of Friar John of Pian di Carpine, who gives a full description of the ceremony in his itinerary. The ill will between the houses of Chagatai and Ogdai was all this while increasing, but the dominion of the house of Ogdai was not yet ended. The reign of Kuyuk, on the whole uneventful, is noteworthy on account of various incidents. A Mussulman called Abd al-Rahman was allowed to purchase the farming of the taxes. This circumstance was greatly resented because the efforts to distribute the taxes on a just basis were beginning to bear good fruit. The foreign wars were maintained and armies sent against Korea, the Song, and Persia. Both in Mesopotamia and in Armenia, the conquests and ravages of the Mongols continued. At the court of Kuyuk, Nestorian Christians frequently appeared. Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, and shamanism were tolerated on an equal footing. At the death of Kuyuk, parentheses 1248, close parentheses, considerable confusion ensued. Kaidu, grandson of Ogdai, and Chapar, son of Kaidu, successively held the Khanate for short and troublous periods. Discontent among the nobles and rival claims robbed the titular rulers of every shadow of authority, and finally in 1251 Manga, the son of Tulay, was elected Khan. The feud between the houses of Jagatai and Ogdai was quelled, and the house of Ogdai ruled no more. The house of Tulay, youngest son of Zhengiz, now took the lead. The accession of Manga brought a settlement to the political strife. A period of prosperity followed. Rubrukwi, whose visit happened at this time, bears testimony that the luxury prevalent at Manga's court was not incompatible with the stability of the state, efficiency in government, order, and peace throughout the empire. Internal administration was wise and popular. The Mongols were beginning to learn the lesson of ruling as well as of conquering. But fresh conquests were soon undertaken. A new outburst was ready. Subheading: Downfall of the Assassins. Reference has already been made to the Assassins. The Mongols decided that these dangerous foes could no longer be tolerated, and orders for their extermination were given. Hulagu, the brother of Manga, was appointed for this work at the Kuriltai of 1252. He sent his chief general, Kitabuka, in advance to invade Kohistan, where the assassins were strongest, and after various military operations and the capture of important towns and castles, laid siege to Maimundis, a fort of great strength. Rukn al-Din, the head of the assassins, surrendered to Hulagu. Once in his power, Rukn al-Din was forced to dismantle all his fortresses and strongholds, the investment of which might have caused the Mongols some trouble. Later on, he set out on a journey to Manga, who refused to receive him, and ultimately Rukn al-Din was slain on the homeward journey. His end synchronized with the termination of the political power of the assassins. Subheading: The fall of the Caliphate of Baghdad. Having freed the world from the assassins, the Mongols advanced against the citadel of Islam. Baghdad, the Rome of the Muslim faith, vied with and surpassed Mecca in importance. The first four caliphs had ruled from Medina. The Umayyads, who rose to power in 661 under Muawiyah, transferred the seat of government to Damascus. On the fall of the Umayyads in 750, the capital was again changed, and Baghdad, which was built by Mansur in 762, became the center of empire. The position of the caliph, or successor to Muhammad, was in many respects comparable to that of the papacy. Endowed at the outset with temporal as well as spiritual power, the holders of the office were gradually divested of the former. Lieutenants and governors made themselves independent. Separate states soon began to break the unity of the Empire of Islam. But the spiritual ascendancy of the Caliphate maintained, to a far higher degree than in the case of the papacy, both the union of all Muslim states and the authority of the Caliph in politics, international and domestic. It was the destruction of Baghdad by the Mongols that brought the old Caliphate to an end. Resurrected by the Mamluks of Egypt, it was a shadow, and the holder of the office a puppet, maintained in a fettered pomp that scarcely concealed the name of captivity. Sultans such as Baibars found the presence of a caliph convenient in order to legitimate their claims and procure popular support, but the power of the caliphate was gone. The Ottoman Turks, who conquered Egypt in 1517, compelled the last Abbasid, Mutawakkil, to resign his claims in their favor. By virtue of this and of the possession of the sacred relics of the Prophet, the sultans at Constantinople claim today to be the vicegerents of Allah over all of Islam. Yet in 1250, the caliphate was still a formidable foe. Mustasim, who held the office, could count on the allegiance of many princes. Egypt, Rum, Fars, Kirman, Erbil, and Mosul were all loyal, although at the time of Hulagu's attack, several feudatories had accepted the Mongol sway. Nevertheless, many internal causes contributed to the downfall of the caliphate. The feud between Sunni and Shia sapped the forces of Islam. The caliph, though devoted to luxury, was a pious recluse who abandoned the affairs of state to his viziers. Of these it must be said that their conduct can only be cleared from the blackest treachery to church and state by the plea of almost incredible folly and ineptitude. Footnote. C. Brown, E.G., Literary History of Persia, 2, pages 464, ff. 484. End footnote. Hulagu wrote to Mustasim, accusing him of sheltering Mongol enemies and of withholding support from the Mongols when they crushed the assassins. He also demanded complete submission and the dismantling of the fortifications of Baghdad. To this the caliph, mainly relying on mistaken ideas of his powers and the amount of help that his vassals would afford, returned a refusal couched in boastful terms. Hulagu advanced and laid siege to Baghdad, which fell on 15 February 1258. The caliph suffered a terrible death. The city was given up to pillage and the inhabitants to slaughter. The massacre exceeded even the usual Mongol limits. 800,000 perished, and scarcely a stone remained standing. Horror and woe spread to the confines of Islam. No event in the annals of the faith roused such consternation. Baghdad was the center of the arts. Literature and science found a home under the aegis of the caliph. The Muslim rulers fostered and endowed the humanities and encouraged the progress of civilization at a time when Europe was swathed in obscurantism. Philosophy and scholasticism flourished. Rhetoric and all forms of learning and education were cultivated. In the realms of art, learning, and commerce, no less than in the sphere of religion, Baghdad was the cynosure of all Muslim eyes. Its fall brought about a complete rearrangement in the political world also. Fresh boundaries, alliances, and centers of government had to be found. Yet the great catastrophe had some effects that were beneficial. Cairo, the new focus of Islam, was nearer Europe and more accessible. The scattering of Muslim savants, diffusing learning among many places, gave the impetus to a renaissance in Islam. It gave Egypt a short breathing space to prepare for the Mongol attack, with the consequence that the victory of Qutuz at Ain Jalut in 1260, which warded off the danger from Egypt, saved Christendom as well. The signal service that the Sultan of Egypt rendered to Europe was beyond the power of any Western king to accomplish. Subheading: Defeat of the Mongols by the Mamluks, 1260. The fall of Baghdad was the prelude to the invasion of Syria. Even so great an object lesson failed to teach the Muslims the necessity of union. The feud between Shia and Sunni still continued, carefully fostered by the Mongols to their own advantage. Hulagu favored the former and took precautions to preserve the tomb of Ali from destruction. Some of the princes of Syria submitted. Nasir Salah ad-Din Yusuf, a descendant of the famous Saladin (Salah ad-Din), who was prince of Aleppo and also of Damascus, defied the Mongols and prepared to offer a brave resistance. He sent his wives to Egypt, where the Sultan Qutuz protected them, and gathered an army for battle north of Damascus. But under the influence of terror, his men fled. Hulagu marched to Aleppo, capturing and destroying as he went. The town fell and was razed to the ground. Death or captivity was the lot of the victims. Damascus surrendered and was spared. Antioch surrendered but was destroyed. A terrible famine and pestilence broke out and completed the devastation of Syria, Mesopotamia, and the surrounding lands. Hulagu meditated a march on Jerusalem, and probably after that, a campaign against Egypt. But while at Aleppo, the news of the death of Manga reached him. He was obliged to return for the great Kurultai, just as the death of Ogdai had previously recalled Batu. The leadership of the Mongol army was given to Ketboha. Qutuz, the Sultan of Egypt at this time, 1260, was a Khwarezmian Mamluk, who had displaced the son of Aibok and seized the throne. Roused by the approach of the foe, he gathered an army and anticipated their attack. The Mamluks advanced to Accra, where they reckoned on the support of the Crusaders. The latter were too timid to offer any aid, and the burden of the war lay on Qutuz alone. At Ain Jalut, 1260, the armies met. The bravery of Qutuz and of Baibars, his general, won the day, and Ketboha was slain. For the first time in history, the Mongols were fairly and indisputably beaten in a decisive battle. The effect was magical. Wherever the news of the Mamluk victory became known, men gave themselves up to the wildest transports of rejoicing. The spell was broken at last, and it was clear that the superhuman power claimed by Mongol boasts and credited by the fears of their victims was a myth. Damascus rose and cast off the Mongol yoke. The Mamluks did not remain satisfied with the fruits of a single victory. The Mongols, broken and crushed, were driven out of Syria beyond Emesa. Qutuz reinstated, where possible, the former officials as governors under his command and reduced the country to order. His return was a triumphant progress. He was accompanied by prayers and thanksgiving. Wherever he passed, signs of popular joy were manifest. Extraordinary preparations were made to welcome the conqueror. As he drew nearer to his own kingdom, the celebrations became grander, and the decorations of the towns and the villages increasingly costly. All Cairo united to honor its victorious ruler as no other before. But Kutuz was treacherously robbed of the fruits of his victory. He was stabbed by his general Baibars, who usurped his master's throne and rode into Cairo, a second Zimri, amid the plaudits destined for his murdered lord. The erstwhile Mamluk slave, who had saved the proud sovereigns of Europe and had succeeded in a task which they dared not undertake, fell a victim in the height of his glory to the dagger of another slave. Subheading: Hulagu and the Ilkhans. The land which Hulagu had conquered became his own, and he retained possession of such parts as were not recaptured from him. The dynasty which he founded in Persia ruled for several generations under the title of Ilkhans, acknowledging the Khan of the eastern Mongols as their overlord. In 1282, Ahmad Khan became a Muslim. Islam had entirely permeated Persia by 1295, when Ghazan Khan succeeded to the throne, but it did not altogether eradicate many superstitions. Ghazan broke off his allegiance with the supreme Khan. The inauguration of independence by the Ilkhans is marked by the alteration in the legend on their coins. Abu Sa'id (1316) was the last of the great Ilkhans, and after his death (1335), the kingdom split into petty states, which by 1400 were incorporated by Timur in his dominions. In the meanwhile, there had been considerable military activity on the eastern borders of the empire. Reference has been made to the continual hostilities that disturbed the relations between the Song dynasty in southern China and the Mongols. In 1252, the latter ordered a great forward movement. Kublai, the brother of Manga, was to advance into Yunnan, a province outside the Song borders to the southwest, and in 1253 he assembled his forces at Shaanxi as a preliminary step. The Mongols were favored with their usual success, but Kublai was a man of different temperament from his predecessors. He saw that the policy of wanton destruction and indiscriminate slaughter, though effective for inspiring terror in the foe and thus aiding the conqueror, was inimical to the future government of the captured area. It was easier to rule a settled country than a desert waste. Industry and commerce can be overthrown with ease and speed, but cannot be revived except with infinite trouble and delay. Moreover, Kublai's nature was averse to bloodshed. His ambition sought to effect great conquests with a minimum loss of life. Thus Tali, an important city of Nanzhao in Yunnan, was taken by him without causing a single death. After this exploit, Kublai returned to Manga, leaving the famous general Uriankadai, son of Sabotai, to continue the campaign. With various intervals, the war continued until 1257. The Mongols captured Annam (Tonkin) in 1257 and achieved many successes. Kublai, who had been appointed governor at Honan, had not abandoned his policy of conciliation. The popularity which he gained from the wise and considerate treatment of his subjects provoked the jealousy of Manga, who sent a Mongol called Alemdar from Karakoram to supersede Kublai. The latter, however, returned to Manga, and by tact and submission recovered the favor of the Khan and the position of which he had been deprived. Subheading: Manga. In this same year, 1257, Manga held a Kurultai and determined to lead the army against the Song. Kublai accompanied him, and 3 strong forces invaded the province of Szechuan. 2 years were spent in conquests, and in the Mongol operations the gentle spirit of Kublai asserted itself. Finally, in 1259, siege was laid to Hozhou at the junction of the Jialing and the Fu, near the point where these rivers join the Yangtze-Kiang. The besiegers suffered much from dysentery, and Manga himself succumbed to the disease. The funeral procession, which bore the dead Khan to his last resting place at Burkhan Khaldun, according to previous custom, slew all whom they met en route, to prevent the intelligence of the death of the Khan from preceding the bier. End of section 92. Read by Tom Booker, Knoxville, Tennessee, August 10, 2024. Section 93 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Booker. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire, The Mongols, Part 4, by Herbert M. J. Loewe. Manga's sudden death created some difficulty in the appointment of a successor. The vast extent of the empire prevented a Kurultai from being summoned at once. According to the Mongol custom, the new Khan should be chosen from among the brothers of Manga, and of these, Hulagu was in Syria, Kublai in China. Of Manga's other brothers, the next in age to Hulagu was Arekbok, who was in command at Karakoram. To him Kublai sent, asking for reinforcements and supplies. Arekbok complied and sent Kublai an invitation to attend the Kurultai, which had been convoked at Karakoram to elect a new Khan. Kublai, fearing a trap, declined and summoned a Kurultai of his own at Shangtu. To this assembly neither Hulagu nor the descendants of Jagatai were invited, owing to the time which must elapse before they could attend. The conduct of the war rendered it imperative that a new head should be chosen for the state without delay. Kublai was elected for this office with the usual pomp and festivities. The election was scarcely valid, as the entire electorate was not present. Of the absentees, Hulagu acquiesced, but Arekbok and the supporters of the houses of Jagatai and Ogdai were disaffected. Nevertheless, Kublai was on the throne, and his reign lasted 35 years. His achievements were considerable, and he ruled over a wider extent than any Mongol or indeed any other sovereign. He was the first to govern by peaceful means. By this time the head of the Mongols had become invested with the state of an emperor. The splendor of his court and the magnificence of his entourage easily surpassed that of any Western ruler. The change, though gradual, was now accomplished. It was strikingly significant of Mongol development. The rude leader of nomads, governing by the sword, with no thoughts of settlement but only of rapine and conquest, had given place to a cultured monarch, eager for the good government of his subjects and the prosperity of his kingdom. Subheading: The Reign of Kublai. The beginning of his reign found him assailed by civil war. Arekbok raised the standard of rebellion and collected a large force. Kublai and his generals were active. Their clemency gained over many of Erik Bok's followers, who were enraged at the cruelties that he perpetrated. Erik Bok was defeated in 1261, but spared. Again he rebelled, and again he was defeated. (1264). He came in utter abasement to Kublai, who pardoned him once more, but soon afterwards he died. At his death, all the other rebels submitted, with the exception of Kaidu. The war with the Song dynasty was a legacy to Kublai from his late brother. When the news of the death of Manga reached Kublai, he was besieging Wuchang. The Chinese general concluded a treaty with him, but did not inform the Chinese emperor of the terms of peace. It was agreed that Kublai should retreat, leaving Wuchang seemingly unconquered, on condition that the emperor paid tribute and acknowledged the Mongol Khan as overlord. In view of Erik Bok's rebellion, Kublai accepted the conditions. Later on, he sent to demand their fulfillment, but the Chinese emperor, having no knowledge of any treaty, naturally repudiated Kublai's claims. After various delays, hostilities were resumed in 1267 and continued with great vigor. Finally, in 1279, after many victories and conquests, the whole country was subjugated, the young emperor being drowned in the last naval battle. The whole of China was now in the hands of the Mongols. They were successful in Korea and in Burma, both of which were subdued, but the expeditions to Java and Japan resulted in failure. Subheading: Kublai's government. Kublai was a generous patron of literature. The culture and religion of China had great attractions for him. While Islam was making headway among the Western Mongols, Buddhism was encroaching from the east. Hulagu became a Muslim and Kublai a Buddhist. Thus, shamanism was threatened on both sides. The name of Lama was given by the Mongols to the Buddhist priests. Kublai introduced the Chinese ritual of ancestor worship and built a large temple in which Genghis, Ogdai, and the other Khans were commemorated and worshipped. He also ordered that the Uyghur characters should be discarded, since he deemed it beneath the dignity of the Mongols to use a script borrowed from foreigners. In 1269, a new national mode of writing was invented by the chief Lama and published. Kublai's encouragement of learning was remarkable. He caused Jamal al-Din, a Persian astronomer, to draw up a calendar. He founded an academy and schools. The Chinese classics were translated at his bidding, and a history of the Mongols compiled in order to familiarize the young men with the exploits of their ancestors. An administrative council of 12 was set up, with the object of assisting the Khan in state affairs. The vast empire was subdivided into 12 provinces so as to secure effective local government by decentralization. The postal service was maintained with great care. Hostelries, horses, couriers, and vehicles were provided throughout the empire. Perhaps the most abiding memorial to the greatness of Kublai was the new capital that he built near Yenkin, which had been the capital of the Chinese sovereigns. The city that he created was known by the names Tatu, Daitu or Taitu, or, quote, Great Court, Kanbalik, Kampalu, Kambaluk, or, quote, Khan's Town, and Pekin. The description of this wonderful town given by Marco Polo seems reminiscent of the marvels of the Arabian Nights. He too gave the inspiration of Coleridge's lines, quote, "In Xanadu did Kubla Khan a stately pleasure dome decree." Close quote. The currency was reformed, block printing, far in advance of Europe, being utilized for the paper coinage. The army was reorganized and a valuable system of roads and canals constructed. Trees were planted in many places for the benefit of the public. The welfare of the subject was now the chief care of the ruler. Every act of Kublai in politics, government, war, court ceremonial, literature, religion, and personal habits shows clearly how far the Mongol state had progressed. The nomads had become civilized, but they had abandoned their chief characteristics. Islam, on the one hand, Buddhism, on the other, Arabic culture, and Chinese civilization had slowly permeated and transformed them. The establishment of the courts of Hulagu and of Kublai marked a great change. Karakorum gave place to Persia and to Pekin. The transfer changed the habits of the Mongols, and this was the beginning of the disintegration of the empire. Civilization involved a loss of military power, for the Mongols lost their hardihood with their brutality. The very size of the empire rendered unity impossible. The nomads settled down and remained savage peasants or became more cultured, according as their geographical position rendered them susceptible to outside influences or not. The barbarian at home was cut off by a growing barrier of civilization from his fellow Mongol at the fringe of the empire. A comparison between the soldiers of Genghis and the subjects of Kublai is valuable. Under Genghis and his immediate successors, the army was a machine for rapine and destruction. The range of the Mongol arms, the distance from home at which they fought, the long stretch of desert which they had to traverse, their energy and insensibility to the most exhausting hardships, their resolution and inflexible obedience to the plans and commands which, neither deterred by misfortune nor seduced by victory, they invariably carried into execution, cannot fail to impress the student of their history. Yet it cannot be denied that the efficiency of the Mongols as a military organization was only attained at the expense of their development in other spheres. The progress of civilization among them was imperceptible until the age of Kublai. The growth of culture and the humane arts can scarcely be traced. In comparison to the high level which existed among their Chinese neighbors and the Muslim nations, it is altogether negligible. Neither sporadic instances of luxury at the court of the Khan, the result of the mass of booty, nor the royal patronage and care in fostering scientific institutions can be taken as indicative of the general Mongol attitude to culture. Military prowess turned the whole nation into a marvelous fighting organization, brutal, mechanical, but invincible. Lacking the brilliancy and dash of Napoleon's armies, animated by the lust for plunder and slaughter, stimulated by blind and terrorized obedience rather than by the call of patriotism. History can furnish many instances of victorious nations being educated by contact with their captives, to whom the conquerors were inferior in culture. But the Mongols were thus influenced to a very small extent, for their wars were outbursts of extermination and desolation. No victims survived their fury to teach them valuable lessons and react on their masters. The civilization of the conquered lay buried under ghastly corpse heaps and beneath the ashes of ruined cities. Subheading: Change in the Mongols. The age of Kublai, as has already been shown, was different in character. Captives were spared, and conquered provinces were administered with a regard to the well-being of their inhabitants rather than to the mere possibilities of plunder and extortion. Literature and civilization flourished, and higher forms of religion began to pervade the state. The old Mongol spirit was dead, save in Central Asia, and the new Mongol Empire was soon destined to fall in pieces. The estimate of Haworth is well worth citing. Quote, "In reviewing the life of Kublai, we can hardly avoid the conclusion which has been drawn by a learned authority on his reign, that we have before us rather a great Chinese emperor than a Mongol Khan. A Chinese emperor, it is true, wielding resources such as no other emperor in Chinese history ever did, yet sophisticated and altered by contact with that peculiar culture which has vanquished eventually all the stubborn conquerors of China. Great as he was in his power, and in the luxury and magnificence of his court, he is yet by no means the figure in the world's history that Genghis and Ogatai were. Stretching out their hands with fearful effect over a third of the human race, their history is entwined with our Western history much more than his. Big as the heart of the vast empire was, it was too feeble to send life into its extremities for very long, and in viewing the great Khakan at the acme of his power, we feel that we shall not have long to wait before it will pass away. The kingdoms that had been conquered so recently in the West were already growing cold towards him, and were more in form than in substance his own. This was no doubt inevitable. The whole was too unwieldy, its races too heterogeneous, its interests too various. Yet we cannot avoid thinking that the process was hastened by that migration from the desert to the luxurious south, from Karakoram to Tatu and Shandong, which Kublai effected, and which speedily converted a royal race of warriors into a race of decrepit sensualists. Close quote. Subheading: Fall of the Mongols in China. Kublai died in 1294, at the age of 80, having reigned 35 years. After his death, the history of the Mongols ceases to call for much detailed comment. The reigns of his successors are of little interest to the general historian, for the empire begins to pass from the zenith of its power, and it remains but to trace the course of decay. Within 50 years of the death of Kublai, the empire was smitten by a series of floods and earthquakes. The Mongol power weakened and rebellion spread. In 1355, a Buddhist priest raised an army in China to drive out the Mongols. Korea joined in the revolt, and Peking was captured. The Khan fled and made good his escape, but the Mongol troops were driven out. In 1368, the revolution was over. A new dynasty, called the Ming, or, quote, bright, close quote, was set up, and the priest who had led the revolt became emperor, parenthesis, Hongwu, close parenthesis. The descendants of Genghis were driven away forever, but worse was in store. Hongwu carried the campaign beyond his own confines. The eastern Mongols were vigorously attacked and continually beaten. In the reign of Biliktu (died 1378), the Mongols were expelled from Liaodong. He was succeeded in the next year by Usakal, who was slain after the great disaster that overtook the Mongols at Lake Buyur, when the Chinese completely broke the power of their former conquerors. Hereafter, the supremacy passed from one branch of the Mongols to another. They became scattered and autonomous, except insofar as the jurisdiction of the Chinese compelled their obedience. Yet the tale of disruption is illuminated by occasional flashes of the old Mongol greatness. The Mongols, who were driven to the north by the Ming, gradually recovered and measured their strength with the foe. They raided Tibet and China, and one of the results of these expeditions was to bring them more into touch with Buddhism. In 1644, the Ming dynasty was overthrown by the Manchus, who ruled China until the recent proclamation of the Republic. The Manchus effectually subdued the eastern Mongols, who henceforward are merged in the Chinese Empire. The Mongol Empire can scarcely be said ever to have formed a homogeneous unity. For this reason, it is impossible to deal with all those tribes bearing the common designation Mongol or Tartar as a single corporate body. It is difficult to get a general view and to place isolated incidents in their proper setting. This difficulty in finding a true perspective involves a certain amount of individual treatment of the various tribes, and from the time of Kublai onward, the historian is compelled to trace the course of the scattered bodies one by one. The fate of the successors of Kublai has been recounted. It now remains to deal with the various other branches of the Mongol Confederacy. The Khalkhas, or Central Mongols, whose territory was the ancient Mongol home where Genghis had begun his career, after diplomatic relations with Russia and contact with Christianity, were finally merged in the Chinese Empire at the Conference of Tolonor. To this great meeting, the Emperor Kanghe summoned the chiefs of the Khalkhas in 1691, and with great ceremony they performed the kowtow in the imperial presence. With this act, their separate existence as a nation came to an end. The Karaits and Torgods for a long period were distracted by internal feuds. The kingdom of the mysterious Prester John, who has been identified with Wang Khan, is placed in their land. Later, they had diplomatic and also hostile relations with Russia, Turkey, and the Cossacks. Ayuka Khan, one of their great leaders, invaded the Russian territory as far as Kazan, but made peace with Peter the Great at Astrakhan in 1722. After some time, however, fear of the Russians and discontent at their oppressions caused them to adopt the expedient of wholesale emigration. The extraordinary spectacle was witnessed of 70,000 families breaking up their homes and marching away with all of their chattels. The old nomad spirit seemed to have revived. They traveled to China, where they were most hospitably received, but the price paid for release from Russian tyranny was the surrender of their nationality. China completely assimilated them. Thus China, Russia, and the steppes were absorbing or scattering great divisions of the former Mongol Empire. Subheading: The Western Mongols, Timur. Of the Western Mongols, importance centers round the descendants of Chagatai, who passed through many vicissitudes until the rise of Timur Lenk (Timur the Lame), or Timurlane (Tamerlane, Tamburlane), of Samarkand. In the year 1336, scarcely more than a century after the death of Genghis Khan, Timur was born at Kesh in Transoxiana, to the south of Samarkand. The Mongol hold of Central Asia was still firm, but disintegration was spreading rapidly. It was the destiny of Timur to rouse the Mongols to fresh exploits and distant victories. The direct result of his invasion of India was the rise of the Mongol dynasty at Delhi, better known as the Moguls. Much light is thrown on Timur and his reign by the narrative of Ruy González de Clavijo, who came on an embassy to his court in the years 1403 to 6. Besides this, there are several accounts of the great conqueror, but they are mostly ex parte statements written either by inveterate enemies or flattering court scribes. Yet it is not difficult to form a fair estimate of the man. In his youth he had the benefit of a fair education. He was as versed in literature as he was proficient in military skill. He was a Muslim by faith, but had no scruples about attacking and slaughtering his co-religionists. At the outset of his career, from about 1358 onward, he had to struggle for supremacy among the scattered tribes of the neighborhood and the hordes to the north of the Jaxartes. In this he may be compared to Genghis. By dint of persistence, he succeeded in becoming supreme among the Jagatai tribes, and in 1369, having overcome and slain Hussein, his brother-in-law and former ally, he was proclaimed sovereign at Balkh and ruled in Samarkand. He was now at the age of 33, and he waged incessant warfare for the next 30 years. Subheading: Conquest of India, Defeat of the Ottomans. The chief of his exploits was the celebrated invasion of India. Timur was prompted by the double motive of zeal to spread the faith and the prospect of rich plunder. He crossed the Indus in 1398 after having passed the mountains of Afghanistan. Multan was conquered, and the Mussulman leader Shihab ad-Din defeated. After other victories, notably the capture of Batnir, the road to Delhi lay open. Before the gates, the army of Sultan Muhammad of Delhi was drawn up under the famous general Malu Khan. Against Mongol ferocity, the bravery of the Indians was useless, and after a bloody battle, Timur entered Delhi on 17 December 1398. The sack of Delhi and the massacre of the inhabitants followed, and utter ruin spread far and wide. It is said that for the next 50 years the country was so impoverished that the mints ceased to issue gold and silver coins. Copper currency sufficed for the needs of the miserable survivors. Timur did not stay long. Passing along the flank of the Himalayas, he captured Meerut and returned to Samarkand through Kashmir. In the Khutbah, or prayer for the reigning monarch that is recited every Friday in the mosques, the name of Timur and his descendants were inserted, thus legitimizing the subsequent claims of Babur. From Samarkand, Timur soon marched to the west. In 1401, Baghdad was taken and sacked, the horrors almost equaling the scenes enacted under Hulagu. The captives were beheaded, and towers constructed of the heads as a warning, but mosques, colleges, and hospitals were spared. Karbala and Aleppo were taken and Damascus destroyed. Persia and Kurdistan were reconquered. He reduced the Mongols around the shores of the Caspian and penetrated to the banks of the Ural and the Volga. Advancing through Asia Minor, he met the Ottoman Sultan Bayezid I, then at the height of his power, at Angora in 1402. The Turks were beaten and the Sultan captured. Timur dragged the fallen monarch after him to grace his triumph. According to the story utilized by Marlowe, he was imprisoned in a cage. Timur, now in his 70th year, next planned a great expedition to China. He actually set out on the march, but died in 1405 at Otrar near Kashgar. His atrocities were enormous, but not comparable to those of other Mongol Khans. He made no attempt to consolidate his conquests, and after his death the decay was quick. Samarkand and Transoxiana were ruled by his son and grandson, but the various petty dynasties that soon arose weakened each other by warfare. Finally, Muhammad Shaybani, or Shahi Beg, the head of the Uzbek Mongols, captured Samarkand and Bukhara, and between 1494 and 1500 displaced all the dynasties of the Timurids. Parallel to the advance of Buddhism in the East was the growth of Islam in the West. Nowhere did the faith of Muhammad find more fruitful soil than among the Ilkhans of Persia, who traced their descent to Hulagu, the conqueror of Baghdad. Between Egypt and the Ilkhans there was often warfare. In 1303, Nasir, Sultan of Egypt, overthrew a Mongol army at Marj as-Sufar. But the relations between the two powers were sometimes friendly. The same Nasir made an extradition treaty with Abu Sa'id, the nephew of Ghazan, whose army had been defeated at Marj as-Sufar. The smaller states which succeeded the Ilkhans were finally swept away by Timur before 1400. Subheading: The Golden Horde. The descendants of the victorious General Batu were the famous Golden Horde or Western Kipchaks. Batu ruled from Lake Balkhash to Hungary. He was succeeded in 1255 by his brother Bereke, in whose reign a crusade against the Mongols was preached by the Pope. But the Mongols carried the war into the enemy's country and invaded Poland and Silesia. Krakow and Beuthen were captured, and vast masses of slaves were led away. The result of these operations was that the Mongols maintained a suzerainty over the Russians. Several European princes and princesses intermarried with them. They were on friendly terms with the sultans of Egypt, perhaps owing to the hostility between the Mamluks and the Ilkhans. In 1382, Toktamish sacked Moscow and several important Russian towns, but the campaign of slaughter was resented by Timur, his overlord, who utterly crushed him. Gradually, all these Mongol tribes were absorbed by Russia or the Ottoman Turks, but from the Uzbeks on the Caspian, Babur set forth on his journey to India and founded the Indian Empire of the Moguls, to which Sir Thomas Roe was sent on an embassy in 1615 to 1619. The lingering Khanates were crushed by the expansion of Russia, and either as subjects or protectorates have lost all independence. End of section 93. Read by Tom Booker, Knoxville, Tennessee, July 30, 2024.
Section 94 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Denis Gagné. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Section 94, Chapter 21, The Ottoman Turks to the Fall of Constantinople, Part 1, by Edwin Pears. It was in 1299 that Osman, or Othman, or Uthman, declared himself Emir of the Turks, that is, of the tribe over which he ruled. The Seljuk Turks have just been treated in a previous chapter, but there were many other Turkish tribes present in the middle and at the end of the 13th century in Asia Minor and Syria. And in order to understand the conditions under which the Ottoman Turks advanced and became a nation, a short notice of the condition of Anatolia at that time is necessary. The country appeared indeed to be everywhere overrun with Turks. A constant stream of Turkish immigrants had commenced to flow from the southwest of Central Asia during the 11th century, and continued during the 12th, and indeed long after the capture of Constantinople. Some of these went westward to the north of the Black Sea, while those with whom we are concerned enter Asia Minor through the lands between the Persian Gulf and the Black Sea. They were nomads, some traveling as horsemen, others on foot or with primitive ox wagons. Though they seem to have left Persia in large bodies, yet, when they reached Anatolia, they separated into small isolated bands under chieftains. Once they had obtained passage through Georgia or Armenia or Persia into Asia Minor, they usually turned southwards, attracted by the fertile and populous plains of Mesopotamia, though they avoided Baghdad so long as that city was under a caliph. Thence they spread through Syria into Cilicia, which was then largely occupied by the Armenians under their own princes, and into Egypt itself. Several of these tribes crossed the Taurus, usually through the pass known as the Cilician Gates, and thereupon entered the Great Tableland, 3,000 feet above sea level, which had been largely occupied by the Seljuks. By 1150, the Turks had spread over all Asia Minor and Syria. These early Turks were distributed by the huge and well-organized hordes of mounted warriors and foot soldiers under Genghis Khan, a Mongol belonging to the smallest of the 4 great divisions of the Tartar race, but whose followers were mainly Turks. The ruin of the Seljuks of Rum may be said to date from the great Mongol invasion in 1242, in which Armenia was conquered and Erzurum occupied. The invading chief exercised the privilege of the conqueror, and gave the Seljuk throne of Rum to the younger brother of the Sultan instead of to the elder. The emperor in Constantinople supported the latter, and fierce war was waged between the 2 brothers. A resident somewhat after the Indian analogy was appointed by the Khan of the Mongols to the court of the younger brother. The war contributed to the weakening of the Seljuks, and facilitated the encroachment of the nomad Turkish bands, who owned no master upon their territory. The Latin occupation of Constantinople, 1204 to 1261, had the same effect, for the Latin freebooters showed absolutely no power of dealing with the Turks, their energies being engaged simply in making themselves secure in the capital and a portion of its European territory. Hulagu, the grandson of Genghis Khan, captured Baghdad in 1258 and destroyed the empire of the caliphs. He extended his rule over Mesopotamia and North Syria to the Mediterranean. The dispersion of the new Turkish hordes not only greatly increased the number of nomads in Asia Minor, but led to the establishment of additional independent Turkish tribes under their own rulers, or emirs, and to an amount of confusion and disorder in Asia Minor, such as had not been previously seen under the Greek Empire. The chieftains and his tribe usually seized a strong position, an old fortified town, for example, held it as their headquarters, refused to own allegiance to the emperor or any other than their immediate chieftain, and from it as their center plundered the inhabitants of the towns and the neighboring country. The tribes showed little tendency to coalesce. Each emir fought on his own account, plundered on all the roads where travelers passed, or demanded toll or ransom for passage or release. In this want of cohesion is to be found one explanation of the fact that though the Turks were defeated one day, yet they emerged with apparently equal strength a short time after in another place. They had to be fought in detail in their respective centers or as wandering tribes. During the 13th century, many such groups of Turks occupied what a Greek writer calls, quote, the eyes of the country, end quote. Even as far south as Aleppo, there was such an occupation by a tribe with a regular Turkish dynasty. Some such chiefs, established on the western shores of the Aegean, not only occupied tracts of country, but built fleets and ravaged the islands of the archipelago. During the half-century preceding the ascension of Osman, Tenedos, Chios, Samos, and Rhodes fell at various times to these Turkish tribes. Some of them, who had occupied during the same period the southern and western portions of the central highlands of Asia Minor, met with great success. Karaman established his rule around the city of Karaman, whose strongly fortified and interesting castle still stands, a noble ruin on the plain about 64 miles southeast of Konya. But the same Karaman ruled over a district extending for a time to the northwest as far as and including Philadelphia. Indeed, he and his successors were for perhaps half a century the most powerful Turks in Asia Minor. Other chiefs or emirs ruled in Jeremian, at Italia, called Satalia by the Crusaders, at Trales, now called after its emir Aydin, and at Magnesia. The shores of the Aegean opposite Lesbos and large strips of country on the south of the Black Sea were during the same period under various Turkish emirs. The boundaries of the territories over which they ruled often changed, as the tribes were constantly at war with each other or in search of new pasture. Needless to say, the effect of the establishment of so many wandering hordes of fighting men unused to agriculture was disastrous to the peaceful population of the country they had invaded. The rule of empire in such districts was feeble. The roads were unsafe, agriculture diminished, and the towns decayed. The nomad character of these isolated tribes makes it impossible to give a satisfactory estimate of their numbers on the accession of Osman. The statements of Greek and Turkish writers on the subject are always either vague or untrustworthy. 3 years before Osman assumed the title of emir, namely in 1296, Pachemer reports that the Turks had devastated the whole of the country between the Black Sea and the territory opposite Rhodes. Even 2 centuries earlier, similar statements had been made. For example, William of Tyre, after describing Godfrey of Bouillon's siege of Nicaea in 1297, says the Turks lost 200,000 men. Anna Komnena tells of the slaughter of 24,000 around Philadelphia in 1108. 4 years later, a great band of them were utterly destroyed. Matthew of Edessa in 1118 describes an, quote, innumerable army of Turks, end quote, as marching towards that city. It would be easy to multiply these illustrations. The explanation is to be found in the nomadic habits of the invaders, and in the fact, already noted, that there was a constant stream of immigration from Asia. The tribe over which Osman ruled was one which had entered Asia Minor previous to Genghis Khan's invasion. His ancestors had been pushed by the invaders southward to Mesopotamia, but like so many others of the same race, continued to be nomads. They were adventurers, desirous of finding pasturage for their sheep and cattle, ready to sell their services to any other tribe. The father of Osman, named Ertugrul, had probably employed his tribe in the service of the Sultan Alad ad-Din of Rum, who had met with such opposition from other Turkish tribes. According to the Turkish historian, he had surprised Morocastrum, now known as Afyon Karahisar, a veritable Gibraltar rising out of the central Frisian plain, about 100 miles from Eski Şehir, or Dorileum. Ertugrul's deeds, however, as related in the Turkish annals, are to be read with caution. He became the first national hero of the Turks, was a Ghazi, and the victories gained by others are accredited to him. They relate that he captured Bilecik, Akgül or Philomelium, Yenişehir, Lefke or Leuke, Akhisar or Asprocastrum, and Give or Geyumkome. A romantic story, which is probably largely mythical, is told of the early development of the tribe of the Ottoman Turks. It relates how Ertugrul found himself by accident in the neighborhood of a struggle going on to the west of Angora or Ancira between the Sultan of the Seljuks, Kai Kubad, and a band of other Turks who had come in with the horde of Genghis Khan, neither of whom were known to him. Ertugrul and his men at once accepted the offer of the Seljuks, who were on the point of losing the battle. Their arrival turned the scale, and after 3 days' struggle, the Seljuks won. The victors were generous, and the newly arrived tribe received a grant from them of a tract of country around Eskişehir, 190 miles distant from Constantinople, with the right to pasture their flocks in the valley of the Sangarius, eastward towards Angora and westward towards Brusa. Whatever be the truth in this story, it is certain that the followers of Ertugrul obtained a position of great importance, which greatly facilitated their further development. 3 ranges of mountains, which branch off from the great tableland of Western Asia Minor, converge near Eskişehir. The passes from Bithynia to this tableland meet here. It had witnessed a great struggle against the Turks during the First Crusade in 1097, in which the Crusaders won, and again in 1175 in the Second Crusade. Its possession gave the Turks the key to an advance northwards. It commanded the fertile valley of the Sangarius, a rich pasture ground for nomads. Ertugrul made Sugyuk, about 10 miles southeast of Bilecik, now on the line of the Baghdad Railway, and about the same distance from Eskişehir, the headquarters of his camp. Ertugrul died at Sugyuk in 1281, and there too his famous son Osman was born. The number of his subjects had been largely increased during the reign of his father by accessions from other bands of Turks, and especially from one which was in Paphlagonia. Osman from the first set himself to work to enlarge his territory. He had to struggle for this purpose both with the empire and with neighboring tribes. The Greek historians mention 2 notable victories in 1301 gained by the Greeks over the Turks, in the first of which the Trapezutines captured the Turkish chief ClemmFandango Aga at Sarasis and killed many of his followers, and in the second, the Byzantines defeated another division at China with the aid of mercenary Alans from the Danube. Neither of these Turkish bands were Ottomans. The second belonged to a ruler whose headquarters were at Aydin or Tralles, and who had given trouble to the empire. One of the last acts of the Emperor Michael Palaeologus, 1259 to 1282, had been to send his son Andronicus, then a youth of 18, in 1282 to attack the Turks before Aydin. But the young man was unable to save the city for the Greek Empire. Andronicus II, in his turn, dispatched his son and co-regent Michael IX, 1295 to 1320, with a force of Alans to Magnesia in 1302 to attack other Turks. But they were in such numbers that no attack was made. Michael indeed took refuge in that city while the nomads plundered the neighboring country. To add to the emperor's difficulties, the Venetians had declared war against him. His mercenaries, the Alans, revolted at Gallipoli, and the Turkish pirates or freebooters, fighting for themselves, attacked and for a time held possession of Rhodes, Carpathos, Samos, Chios, Tenedos, and even penetrated the Marmora as far as the Prince's Islands. The Emperor Andronicus found himself under the necessity of paying a ransom for the release of captives. Taking advantage of the preoccupation of the empire in fighting these other Turks, Osman had made a notable advance into Bithynia. In 1301 he defeated the Greek general Muzalan near Bephaeum, now Koyun Hisar, the sheep castle, between Izmid and Nicaea, though 2,000 Alans aided Muzalan. After the victory, Osman established himself in a position to threaten Brusa, Nicaea, and Izmid, and then came to an important arrangement for the division of the imperial territories with other Turkish chieftains. He was now, quote, lord of the lands near Nicaea, end quote. It was at this time that Roger de Flor, or Roger Bloom, a German soldier of fortune of the worst sort, took service with the emperor after August 1302. The latter was indeed hard-pressed. Michael had made his way into Pergamus, but Osman and his allies pressed both that city and Ephesus and overran the country all around. At the other extremity of what may be called the sphere of Osman's operations, in the valley of the Sangarius, he ruled either directly or by a chieftain who owed allegiance to him. One of his allies was at Germian and claimed to rule all of Phrygia. Another at Calamus ruled over the coast of the Aegean from Lydia to Mysia. It was with difficulty that Michael IX succeeded in making good his retreat from Pergamus to Cyzicus on the south side of the Marmora. That once populous city with Brugia, Nicaea, and Izmid were now the only strong places in Asia Minor which had not fallen into the possession of the Turks. It was at this apparently opportune moment, when the emperor was beset by difficulties in Anatolia, that Roger de Flor arrived, autumn 1303, with a fleet, 8,000 Catalans, and other Spaniards. Other and Western mercenaries, German and Sicilians, had come to the aid of the empire both before and during the Crusades, but great hopes were built on the advent of the well-known but unscrupulous Roger. His army bore the name of the Catalan Grand Company. Roger at once got into difficulties with the Genoese, from whom he had borrowed 20,000 bezants for transport and the hire of other mercenaries. One of Roger's first encounters in Anatolia was with Osman. The Turks were raiding on the old Roman road, which is now followed by the railway from Eskişehir to Izmit, and kept up a running fight with the imperial troops, and Roger, defeating them near Lefki, in 1305 took possession of that city. The Grand Catalan Company soon showed that they were dangerous auxiliaries. Roger at various times defeated detached bands of Turks and made rapid marches with his band into several districts, but his men preyed upon Christians and Muslims with equal willingness. The first 30 years of the 14th century were a period of chaotic disorder in the empire, due partly to quarrels in the imperial family and partly to struggles with the Turks and other external foes. But of all the evils which fell upon the state, the worst were those which were caused by the Catalan mercenaries. The imperial chest was empty, the Catalans and other mercenaries were without pay, and the result was that when they had crossed the Dardanelles at the request of the emperor and had driven back the enemy, they paid themselves by plundering the Greek villagers, a plunder which the emperor was powerless to prevent. Feebleness on the throne and in the councils of the empire, and the general breakup of the government opened the country to attack on every side. The so-called Empire of Nicaea, which had made during the half a century a not inglorious struggle on behalf of the Greek race, had ceased to exist. The city itself, cut off from the resources of the neighboring country and situated in an almost isolated valley, ill adapted for the purpose of commerce, became of comparatively little importance, though its ancient reputation and its well-built walls still entitled it to respect. The progress of the Ottoman Turks met with no organized resistance. In 1308, a band of Turks and Turcopuli, or Turks who were in the regular employ of the empire, were induced to cross into Europe and join with the Catalan Grand Company to attack the Emperor Andronicus. This entry of the Turks into Europe, though not of the Ottoman Turks, is itself an epoch-making event. But the leaders of the Catalans were soon quarreling among themselves. Roger had killed the brother of the Alban leader at Cyzicus. He was himself assassinated by the surviving brother at Adrianople in 1306. The expedition captured Rodosto on the north shore of the Marmora, pillaged it, and killed a great number of the inhabitants, the emperor himself being powerless to render any assistance. One of the Catalan leaders, Roquefort, however, shortly afterwards delivered it to the emperor. In the same year, Ganos, on the same shore, was besieged by the Turks, and though it was not captured, the neighboring country was pillaged, and again the emperor was powerless to defend his subjects. In the year 1308, another band of Turks, this time allied with Osman, captured Ephesus. Brusa was compelled to pay tribute to the Ottoman emir. The Turks who had joined the Catalans in Europe withdrew into Asia, while their allies continued to ravage Thrace. Osman took possession of a small town, spoken of as Tricoca, in the neighborhood of Nicaea. In 1310, the first attempt was made by him to capture Rhodes, an attempt which Clement V states to have been due to the instigation of the Genoese. The knights had only been in possession of the island for 2 years. It was the first time that the famous defenders of Christendom, who were destined to make so gallant a struggle against Islam, met the Ottoman Turks. An incident in 1311 shows the weakness of the empire. Khalil, one of the allies of Osman, with 1,800 Turks under him, had agreed with the emperor that they should pass into Asia by way of Gallipoli. They were carrying off much booty which they had taken from the Christian towns in Thrace. The owners, wishing to recover their goods, opposed the passage until their property was restored. Khalil took possession of a castle near the Dardanelles, possibly at Sestos, and called other Turks to his aid from the Asiatic coast. The imperial army which had come to assist the Greeks was defeated, and Khalil, in derision, decked himself with the insignia of the emperor. The struggle went on between the Greeks and the Turks with varying success during the next 3 or 4 years, the Turks maintaining their position in Thrace and holding the Chersonese and Gallipoli. In 1315, the Catalan Grand Company, after having done great injury to the empire, finally quitted the country. The struggle between the young and the old Emperor Andronicus increased in violence and incidentally strengthened the position of Osman. Both emperors, as well as Michael IX, who had died in 1320, employed Turkish troops in their dynastic struggles. The young Andronicus, when he was associated in 1321 with his grandfather, had the population on his side. The old emperor, having been compelled to levy new and heavy taxes in order to oppose the inroads of the Turks, who had joined his grandson's party. Shortly afterwards, the partisans of the young emperor attacked near Silivri a band of Turkish mercenaries and Greeks who were on his grandfather's side. They disbanded on his approach, and this caused terror in the capital. The mercenaries refused to defend it and demanded to be sent into Asia. Chalcondyles states that Osman slew 8,000 Turks who had crossed into the Chersonese. Thereupon the old emperor sued for peace. In addition to the dynastic struggles and those with the Turks, the empire had now to meet the Serbs, Bulgarians, and Tartars. The Tartars made their appearance in Thrace, having worked their way from South Russia round by the Dobruza. Young Andronicus III in 1324 is reported to have defeated 120,000 of them. While in the last years of the reign of Osman, the empire was unable to offer a formidable resistance. Osman himself was making steady progress. He never lost sight of his main object, the conquest and occupation of all important places between his capital at Yenişehir, which he had chosen instead of Eskişehir, and the Marmara, with the straits that lead to it from north and south. 2 points are noteworthy in his campaign of conquest. First, that he trusted largely to the isolation of the towns which he desired to capture. Secondly, that he made great use of cavalry. Every Turk under him was a fighter. They continued their nomad habits, and many of them almost lived on horseback. The result was that they moved much more quickly than their enemies, and this mobility, combined with the simple habits of others who traveled readily on their simple ox carts, which served them as dwellings, greatly favored Osman's method of isolating a town. By pitching their tents or unyoking their oxen in the neighborhood from which cavalry had driven away the inhabitants, they reduced the town by starvation. Osman had now during 9 or 10 years applied this method to the capture of Brusa. His son Orkhan, born 1288, was in command of his father's army, and in 1326 the position of Brusa was so desperate that when the emperor was unable to send an army to break the blockade, the inhabitants surrendered the city. The surrender of Brusa to Osman's army in November 1326 marked an epoch in the advance of the Ottoman Turks. He had gained a most advantageous position for attacking the empire from the Anatolian side. Once in the hand of the Turks, who readily held the country between it and the passes concentrating near Eskişehir, its situation rendered it secure from the south. The Bithynian Olympus immediately in its rear made it inaccessible from that side, while its commanding natural position on the mountain slope rendered it strong against an army attacking it in front. While itself occupying an exceptionally strong natural position, no other place was so good a center for operations against an enemy on the Marmora. It dominated Cyzicus and was not too distant to serve as a defensive base against an enemy attempting to cross from Gallipoli to Lampsacus. On the other side, it threatened Nicaea and facilitated the capture of Izmit. Henceforth, it became the center of operations for the Ottoman Turks, and when immediately afterwards, in November 1326, Osman died, his historian could truthfully note that while he had taken many strongly fortified places in Anatolia, and in particular nearly every seaport in the region on the Black Sea between Ineboli and the Bosphorus, his greatest success, the most important to the race which history was to call after him Osmanlis or Ottomans, was the surrender of Brusa. Osman was at Sugiot, the capital chosen by his father, when the news was brought to him of the success of his son at Brusa. He was then near his end and died in November 1326 at the age of 68. The expression of his desire was to be buried in Brusa marks the value which he attached to its possession. His wish was complied with, and the series of tombs of the early sultans of his race, which are still shown to visitors to the city, mark its importance during the following century and a half. Osman, rather than Ertugrul, is regarded as the founder of the Ottoman nation. His successors on the throne are still girt with his sword. The Turkish instinct in taking him as at once their founder and greatest national hero is right. While rejecting most of the stories regarding him, we may fairly conclude that he was a ruler who recognized that to obtain the reputation of a lover of justice was good policy. His merits as warrior statesman rest on a surer foundation. There is reason to believe that the advance of his people from the time he ascended the throne until the capture of Brusa was in accordance with a general plan. While occasionally finding it necessary to carry on war to the south of the mountain ranges which on his ascension formed the southern boundary of his territory, he never lost hope of an advance to the Straits and the Marmora. In making an advance in that direction, he increased the number of his own immediate subjects by allying himself with other Turks, and by gaining the reputation of a ruler who might be safely followed, and under whose protection Christians might find security both from other Turks and from the exaction of their own emperor. He drew even Christians to accept his rule. End of section 94. Section 95 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Denis Gagné. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Section 95, Chapter 21. The Ottoman Turks to the Fall of Constantinople, Part 2, by Edwin Pears. Orkhan, 1326 to 1359. Osman had been a successful conqueror. It remained for his son to extend his father's conquests on the lines which he had laid down, and organize the administration of his government. Orkhan offered to share the government with his brother Ala ad-Din, who refused, but consented to be his vizier, or, quote, burden-bearer, end quote. To him, quite as much as to Orkhan, is due the organization of the army, which is one of the main features of the reign. As the Turkish writers report the matter, while Orkhan occupied himself with the conquest of new territories, Ala ad-Din gave a civilized form to the government. The line of advance of the victorious tribe from Brusa was clearly indicated. Iznik, the name by which the Turks know Nicaea, quote, the city of the creed, end quote, is not more than a day's journey for an army from Brusa. Izmid, or Nicodemia, is only a few hours farther off. It was to these strongholds that the new emir directed his attention. Nicaea, which had been occupied at least twice by the band of Turks, though not by Ottomans, was attacked by Orkhan. Although surrounded by good walls, its resources would not allow of a long defense, and the inhabitants were about to surrender when they learned that the emperor, young Andronicus, with Cantacuzeni, who afterwards in 1341 was associated as joint emperor, were coming to its relief. In the late spring of 1329, they arrived with a hastily gathered army, met the Turks, and defeated them. But a band of two impetuous Greeks endeavored to follow up the victory, and the Turks, employing the ruse which continued for centuries to give them success, simulated flight. When the band had thus well separated themselves from the main body of the army, the Turks turned and attacked. The emperor and Cantacuzene then intervened. In the battle which ensued, the emperor was himself wounded, and the result of the struggle was indecisive. Shortly afterwards, however, a panic followed, and the Turkish troops took advantage of it to capture the city and pillage the imperial camp. The capture of Nicaea was effected in 1329. Its wealth was probably still great. After the recovery of Constantinople in 1261, its importance had at once lessened, but it was still the storehouse of Greek wealth in Asia Minor. Orkhan decreed that tribute should be exacted from every place in Bithynia, and this cause, combined with a knowledge of its wealth, probably led to the pillage of the city by the Turks in 1331. The next stronghold of the empire which Orkhan attacked was Izmid, formerly Nicomedia. Situated at the head of the gulf of the same name, which stretches 40 miles into Asia Minor from Constantinople, its position was always an important one. Diocletian had selected it as the capital of the empire in the east. Instead of being landlocked as is Nicaea, which at the time of the First Council, 325, was for a while its rival. It is on the sea at the head of a noble valley, through which the great highway leads into the interior of Asia Minor. In 1329, Orkhan sat down before its great walls. But the Emperor Andronicus III, now the sole occupant of the throne, had command of the sea, and hastened to its relief with so strong a force that Orkhan was compelled to abandon the siege and make terms. A few months passed, and Orkhan once more appeared before its walls. Once more the emperor hastened to its relief, and the siege was raised. But Orkhan pursued the plans already mentioned of starving the inhabitants into surrender by devastating the surrounding country. The emperor was unable to furnish an army sufficiently strong to inflict a defeat upon the elusive hordes who were accustomed to live upon the country, and in 1337 Nicomedia surrendered. In 1329, during the next 10 years, attacks by the Turks suggest unceasing movement on their part. In that year, the emirs of Aydin and Caria, jealous of the conquest of the Ottomans, arranged with the emperor for his support. An army sent by Orkhan against them by sea was destroyed near Trajanopolis. In the following year, the Greeks were still more successful. 15,000 Turks were defeated and destroyed in Thrace. In 1333, Omar Beg, the emir of Aydin, sent an expedition to Pears in Thrace, which was defeated and compelled to retire. Another band of Turks was destroyed at Rodosto, and again another at Salonika, both in the same year. In 1335 we hear of the Turks as pirates in various parts of the Mediterranean, and of the emperor's vain attempts to combine his forces with those of the west to destroy them. His territory on the eastern shore of the Aegean was in constant danger from the Turkish emirs established there. In 1336 Andronicus was compelled to ally himself with the emir of Magnesia and other local Turkish chieftains in order to save Phocaea. A struggle with the Turks continued in the same neighborhood for 2 years. In the spring of 1338, a great invasion of Thrace by the Tartars compelled the emperor's attention. They attacked the Turks who were still in that province and exterminated them. But as the emperor was unable to pay for their services, they captured 300,000 Christians. Other Turks, however, came the following year and devastated even the neighborhood of the capital. Being now in possession of the chief port in Bithynia, the head of all the great roads from Anatolia to Constantinople, and of Brusa, well fitted by its natural strength to be the capital of a race of warriors, Orkhan turned his attention to the organization of his government. He had from his ascension been conscious that he had succeeded to the rule of a greatly increased number of subjects and of a larger extent of territory than his father, and judged that he was entitled to abandon the title of emir and to assume the more ambitious one of, quote, Sultan of the Ottomans, end quote. Hitherto the coinage current was either that of Constantinople or that of the Seljuks. Orkhan, with his new sense of sovereignty, coined money in his own name. Besides having greatly increased the number of his Muslim subjects, he had to rule over a large number of Christians. Most of them were the inhabitants of conquered territory. Many of the peasants, however, from neighboring territories, sought his protection. For as the Greek writers record, his Christian subjects were less taxed than those of the empire. He saw that it was wise to protect these rayas. He left them the use of their churches, and in various ways endeavored to reconcile them to his rule. This policy of reconciliation, commenced on his ascension, was continued during his reign, and did much to set his army free of service in the field. He took a step, however, with regards to his Christian subjects, of which he could not have foreseen the far-reaching results. In this he was at least greatly aided by his brother Ala ad-Din and by Khalil, a connection of his family. He formed a regiment of Christians who were kept distinct from the remainder of his army. The men were at first volunteers. The inducement of regular pay, of opportunities to loot and adventure, and of a career which was one for life, appealed to many amid a population which had been greatly harassed and impoverished by his army. The experiment was a new one, and when Haji Bektash, a celebrated dervish, was asked to give a name to the new corps, the traditional story is that he laid the loose white sleeve of his coat over the head of one of them, declaring that this should be their distinctive headdress, and called them new troops, or janissaries. Under this name they were to become famous in history. The special feature which has attracted the attention of Europeans, namely that they were tribute children, probably did not apply to them in the time of Orkhan. Von Hammer follows the Turkish authors who claim that Khalil, called Kara or Black Khalil, suggested that Christian children taken into military service should be forcibly brought up as Muslims. But the first mention of compulsory service by Christians made in the Greek authors is attributed to the first year of the reign of Orkhan's successor, Murad, in 1360. They relate that 1/5 of all Christian children whose fathers were captured in battle were regarded as ipso facto the property of the Sultan, and that Murad caused his share of the boys to be taken from their parents and brought up as Muslims to become Janissaries. It may be noted, however, that not all Janissaries were soldiers. A large proportion, perhaps even 1/2, were educated for the civil service of the state. The seizure and apportionment of the children and other property of Christians in resistance to the Sultan was in accordance with Islamic law. Orkhan and his brother Ala ad-Din organized the army. In the early stages of their history, the Ottomans had possessed only a tribal organization. Every Turk continued to be a fighter and was always liable to serve, but now classification had become necessary. We have various accounts of how this was accomplished, all agreeing that the army under Orkhan was organized on the basis of a militia associated with land tenure, but that there were, in addition, paid troops who constituted a standing army, of which the Janissaries soon formed the most notable division. The general lines of the organization of the Ottoman army, as laid down in this reign, provided that the first and most important portion should consist of men who held their lands from the Sultan and were liable to well-defined military service. The second portion was formed of men who were paid for their services. The first military tenants were the, quote, nerves and sinew of the empire, end quote. These tenants received various names in accordance with the rent they paid for the crown lands and the services required of them. The Timariates held lands by title deeds or tezkeres, either from the Sultan's land courts, for which they paid any rent up to 20,000 aspers annually, or from a beglerbi on paying annual rent up to 6,000 aspers. Each Timariot had to furnish himself with a small tent when on campaign, and was required to carry 3 or 4 baskets for making earthworks and trenches. Those who paid rent higher than 20,000 aspers were known as zaims. If the rent were above 100,000 aspers, the zaim became a pasha or sanjakbi, and if above 200,000, he was a beglerbi. The zaims had not only to render personal service, to find their own tents, needful utensils for campaigning, stabling, etc., but for every 5,000 aspers at which the zaim was rated, he had to bring 1 horseman into the field. The zaim might be called upon to supply up to 19 men. The organization recalls the feudal service in Western Europe with its tenants of the crown and their retainers. The second portion of the army consisted of men who were paid for their services. It consisted first of the Janissaries who served for life, and secondly of the Sipahis, who were cavalry, armorers or smiths, gunners, and mariners. All in the second division were hired for the campaign only, and though, like all Ottoman subjects, liable to serve at all times, in the intervals between campaigns they returned to their homes and pasturage. It was in forming an army mostly of infantry and retaining the services of all his male subjects that Orkhan is credited with having formed the first standing army of modern times. The infantry were known as piade. Subsequently, the name piade was restricted to such infantry as had lands apportioned to them. Those who had no such lands were known as azabs and resembled the irregulars who, at a later period, were known as bashibazuks. Corresponding to them, with the exception that they were cavalry, was a body of light horsemen known as akinji, who also were without regular pay and dependent on plunder. It was Orkhan who first gave Turkish soldiers a distinctive uniform. The general remark must, however, be made that modern authors, in describing the organization of the Turkish army, credit Orkhan with the later organization. Only the general outlines of this can safely be attributed to Orkhan. The last 20 years of Orkhan's reign were years of less active aggression, but the Sultan found abundant occupation for his army. The facts justify us in assuming that he never lost sight of his father's intention to extend his empire northwards so as to encroach on that of Constantinople. The ravages of the Turks who had been called into Thrace to resist the Tartars continued during 2 years. Then, until 1344, we hear of fewer troubles with them in Thrace, though in that year they were before Salonika in the west and before Trebizond in the east of the empire, while still another band attacked the Knights of Rhodes, who once more defeated them. It was probably shortly after the capture of Nicaea that Orkhan took possession of Gemlik, formerly called Civitote, and almost all the south coast of Marmora. In order to attach Orkhan to his side, the Emperor Cantacuzene in 1344 promised his daughter Theodora in marriage to the Ottoman Sultan. The offer was accepted, and Orkhan sent 6,000 troops into Thrace. Perhaps the most noteworthy fact during the dynastic struggle, which went on in the imperial family during Orkhan's reign, was that two opposing bands of Turks were preying upon the country and thus impoverishing the empire. In the midst of the civil war, Cantacuzene gave another daughter in marriage to the young emperor John Palaeologus, aged 15, who had been associated with him. Orkhan came to Scutari to congratulate his father-in-law in 1347, and thus effecting a reconciliation, though Cantacuzene asserts that the object of his visit was to kill the young emperor, whom he regarded as the rival of Cantacuzene, or of a son that he himself might have by his wife Theodora. The Serbs now developed into a formidable nation. Orkhan sent 6,000 Ottomans against Stephen Duzan. The Turks defeated the Serbs, but then recrossed into Asia with their booty. 2 years later, in 1347, Orkhan sent 20,000 of his horsemen against the Serbs, who were attacking Salonika. Matthew, the youngest son of Cantacuzene, was with the Ottomans. In 1352, the Tsar of Bulgaria united with Stephen Duzan to support the young emperor Palaeologus, who was now quarreling with his father-in-law. Much of the fighting centered about Debatica, in the neighborhood of which in the same year Suleiman, the son of Orkhan, defeated the Serbs. Orkhan himself refused to assist in attacking his brother-in-law. In these later years also, the struggle between the Genoese and the Venetians disturbed the empire and assisted in furthering the advance of the Ottomans. On more than one occasion, the Venetian fleet had successfully resisted the Turks. For the fleet of the Republic, like that of Genoa, often made its appearance in the Aegean, and penetrated even to the Euxine to protect the trade of its subjects. As the two states were at this time almost constantly at war, it was practically inevitable that the civil war raging during the time of Cantacuzene, one or both of them should be invited to take sides. The Genoese were already established in Galata, and they had strongly fortified it with walls which may still be traced. In 1353, 14 Venetian galleys fought at the entrance of the Bosphorus against the combined Greek and Genoese fleets, and their passage through the straits was intercepted. In the following year, Cantacuzene had to take a decided line between the two powers. He refused to ally himself with the Venetians, who had sent a fleet to invite him so to do, probably because of his unwillingness to give offense to Orkhan. His conduct, however, was of so dubious a character that the Genoese declared war against him. The Venetians and the fleet of King Aragon went to his assistance. Fighting took place once more in the Bosphorus, and the Genoese persuaded Orkhan to come to their aid. Thereupon, Cantacuzene was compelled to come to terms with the Genoese. He granted them an extension of territory beyond the then existing walls of Galata, doubling in fact its area, and surrendered to them the important towns of Heraclea and Selymbria, or Silivri, on the north shore of the Marmora. Cantacuzene, however, had fallen into disfavor with the citizens of his capital, who suspected that he was prepared to hand over Constantinople itself to Orkhan. It was when he proposed to place the fortress of Cyclopeum around the Golden Gate in Orkhan's possession, for so went the rumor, that the old emperor resigned, and assuming the habit of a monk, retired to a monastery at Mangana, but a different version is given a century later by Francis. Orkhan now assumed an attitude of open hostility to the empire. The year 1356 marks an epoch in the progress of the Ottoman Turks. They and other Turkish tribes had frequently found themselves in Thrace, either to help one of the parties in the civil war, or to assist the empire to repel Serb or Bulgar or Tartar invaders. But now Suleiman, the son of Orkhan, succeeded in crossing the straits simply with the intention of conquering new territory. A boat was ferried across the north end of the Dardanelles. A Greek peasant was captured who assisted the Turks in making rafts united by bullocks' hides. And on each raft 40 horsemen were ferried across to Tzempe, possibly at the foot of the hill on which the castle of Sesto stands. In 3 nights, 30,000 men were transported to the European shore, either in boats or, as seems more likely, on a bridge supported on inflated skins. This was the real entry of the Turks into Europe. Shortly afterwards, the Ottoman army, now under the command of Murad, the second surviving son of Orkhan, took possession of three of the most important towns in Thrace, Corlu on the direct line to Hadrianople, Epibadus, and Pergas. In 1357, the Ottomans pushed on to Hadrianople, which they captured and held as their European capital until Constantinople fell into their hands. The capture was made by Suleiman, who, however, died shortly afterwards. A few weeks later, Demotika, which had had various fortunes during half a century, and which was near the Bulgarian frontier, fell into the hands of the Ottomans. To have obtained possession of Hadrianople and of Demotika, and to be able to hold them, was the greatest Ottoman advance yet made in Europe. An incident occurred in the last year of Orkhan's life, which is instructive as showing how much influence the fear of his power had in the empire. His son Khalil, by Theodora, the daughter of Cantacuzene, was taken prisoner by pirates, probably Turks under the emir of Magnesia, and set to Phocaea at the head of the Gulf of Smyrna. The emperor, with whom Matthew, the son of Cantacuzene, was associated, went himself with a fleet to capture the city, but returned without having accomplished his object. After some weeks spent in the capital, Orkhan insisted that he should return to set Khalil free. The request was in the nature of a command and was obeyed. The Palaeologus met his fleet returning. Negotiations went on, but for a while without effect. Finally, in 1359, Khalil was ransomed by the emperor, brought to the capital, and made governor of Bithynia, and took up his quarters at Nicaea. Previous to his arrival, the emperor had agreed with Orkhan to give his 10-year-old daughter to Khalil. The agreement was made at Chalcedon. The betrothal was celebrated at Constantinople with great pomp, and amid the rejoicing of people who believed that by the marriage and the signature of a treaty of perpetual peace they would have rest. Orkhan died a few months afterwards at Brusa in 1359, 2 months after the death of his son Suleiman. He had consolidated the realm over which Osman had ruled and had largely extended it. The Turkish writers claim that he had captured nearly every place between the Dardanelles and the Black Sea, including the shores of the Gulf of Gemlik and Izmit. The claim is exaggerated, for though he had harassed all the neighborhood, he had not taken possession of it. If, instead of speaking of his taking possession of these places, it is said that he claimed sovereign rights from the Dardanelles to the Black Sea, the statement would be correct. On the European side also he had acquired many places in Thrace, and, most important of all, had captured Hadrianople, which was to serve as the chief center of attack on the empire by his successors. End of section 95. Section 96 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Denis Gagné. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Section 96, Chapter 21, The Ottoman Turks to the Fall of Constantinople, Part 3, by Edwin Pears. Murad I, 1359 to 1389. The 30 years' reign of Sultan Murad marks a great advance of Ottoman power. On his ascension, the Ottomans were already the most powerful division of the Turks in Asia Minor. With 2 or 3 exceptions, such as Karamania, little attention had to be given to the Turks in the rear, that is, to the south and east of the territory the Ottomans occupied. The greater body was constantly attracting to itself members of the smaller bodies. The attention of Murad was devoted at the beginning of his reign mainly to the development of the important territory his people had already acquired, extending from the north of the Aegean eastward to Ineboli on the Black Sea. This territory, though for the most part conquered in the sense that it paid tribute and contained no population able to revolt, was ill-organized, and it was the business of the new sultan to complete its organization for the purpose of government. But the great object of Murad's life was to make a still further advance into Europe. Indeed, the remark may be made, once for all, that the Ottomans were never prosperous except when they were pushing forward to obtain new territory. Times of peace always showed the worst side of the race. Inferior in civilization and intelligence to the races they conquered, they resented their inferiority and became oppressors. Religion at this early stage of their history was not a powerful element in their character, but as they had adopted Islam, the difference in religion between the conquerors and the conquered tended to become more and more the distinguishing mark between them, with results which became increasingly important as time went on. Various Greek writers note the commencement of a religious persecution by Murad and attributed it to the influence of a mufti. The Sultan is said to have promised to the ulama 1/5 of the spoils of war. We have seen that the predecessor of Murad had effected a landing in Thrace, had overrun the country, and claimed sovereignty over several towns. Murad's object was to make such sovereignty real and permanent, and to obtain effectual possession of further territory, and especially of important centers like Hadrianople and Salonika. We have seen that the first of these cities had been taken by his father, but its occupation had been only temporary. The explanation is that numerous as the hordes of the Ottoman Turks were, they had not sufficient men to hold the cities they conquered. They were now destined to meet much more formidable enemies than the Greek emperor. The great Slav nations, Bulgars and Serbs, were strong and were indeed at the height of their power. They too had taken advantage of the weakness of the empire and had strengthened their already powerful kingdoms. The chief struggles of Murad were to be with them, aided as they were by the Magyars and the Romanians of Wallachia. Meantime, the advance of the Ottomans had aroused some of the nations of the West. England and France were too much occupied with the 100 Years' War to take an active part in opposing the common enemy of Christendom. But the Pope, who was perhaps the strongest power in Western Europe, had long seen the advance of the Muslims, and accordingly did his utmost to rouse Christian nations to check that advance. The Greek Empire at that time was in the midst of civil war, though the fullest account we have of its condition is that written by the Emperor Cantacuzene himself. The picture presented is one of hopeless incompetence. Nor was Asia Minor unmolested. The Mamluks had invaded Cilicia and had captured Tarsus, Adana, and other cities. In the following year, Italia was taken by the King of Cyprus with the aid of the Knights of Rhodes. Murad did not trouble himself with the capture of Asiatic territory. The Ottomans were constant to their purpose of extending their conquests in Europe. The rival parties in the empire were ready to buy their services. Suleiman, the brother of Murad, had taken Hadrianople. Cantacuzene, after remonstrances based on appeals to the treaties made by Orkhan, was compelled to pay 10,000 crowns to Suleiman on his promise to abandon his conquests in Thrace and return to Asia. Nevertheless, on the death of Suleiman, Murad again took possession of Hadrianople. Probably, however, it was not held in permanence until 1366, 6 years after its occupation by Murad. In the same way and in the same year, Gallipoli, which several times was occupied for a short time by the Ottomans, was taken from them by the Count of Savoy and given back to the emperor within a year of its capture. The emperor tried to induce the Serbs to join with him to expel the Turks, but his effort failed. After Murad had taken Demotica in 1361, he drove the Serbs out of Cyrus and then attacked various claimants to both the Serbian and Bulgarian thrones. In 1363, Murad was obliged to give his attention to Asia Minor. So strong was he that he was able, before crossing into Asia, to obtain a treaty from the emperor that he would not attempt to retake any of the places captured in Thrace, but would send aid to him across the Bosphorus. Returning the same year from his Asiatic territory, Murad made an agreement with the Genoese to transport 60,000 of his followers into Thrace. Proceeding to Hadrianople, we find him attacking and defeating an army composed of Serbs, Bulgarians, and Magyars. 3 years later, in 1366, the South Serbs made an effort to capture Hadrianople. Their army of 50,000 men was, however, defeated. To have accomplished this result, the number of the Turks in Europe must certainly have been great. Other evidence is to the same effect. Duca, writing 3/4 of a century later, states his belief that there were more Turks between the Dardanelles and the Danube than in Asia Minor itself. He describes how the Turks from Cappadocia, Lycia, and Caria had crossed into Europe to pillage and ruin the lands of the Christians. 100,000 had laid waste the country as far as Dalmatia. Notwithstanding the defeat of the Serbs just mentioned, they again attacked the Turks. In September 1371, Vukazin, king of South Serbia, with an army of 70,000 men, made a desperate stand near the banks of the river Maritsa. In his battle, the rout of the South Serbs was complete. 2 sons of the king were drowned in the river, and Vukazin himself was killed in flight. The kingdom of the South Serbs had perished. It is noteworthy that in the Battle of the Maritsa, the Greeks took no part. It may be said that the impotency of the empire reached its highest point 2 years later, in 1373, when Murad was formally recognized as his suzerain by the emperor, who promised to render him military service and consented to surrender his son Manuel as a hostage. John V, the Greek emperor, was meantime seeking aid from Western Europe. In 1366, the Pope, in reply to his request for aid, pressed for the union of the 2 churches as a condition precedent, and urged him to take part in a crusade headed by Louis, King of Hungary. Urban V, in the following year, wrote to the Latin princes to facilitate the voyage of John and to assist him in raising means to oppose the Turks. In 1396, John visited Venice and thence went to Rome, where he formally professed the Roman faith. Upon such profession, he was allowed to collect troops. Meantime, the Pope urged Louis and the Voivode of Wallachia to join in attacking the Turks. John went to France, but his mission failed, and he found himself in money difficulties when in 1370 he returned to Venice. A new Pope, Gregory XI, preached once more a crusade with the object of driving the Turks back into Asia, and tried to obtain soldiers for Louis. The effort met with little success, and in 1374 the Pope reproached Louis for his inactivity, ignoring the fact that the task assigned to him was beyond his means. The union of the churches had not been completed, and though the Knights of Rhodes were urged to attack the Turks and to send 700 knights to attack them in Greece, and although a papal fleet was building, these preparations resulted in very little. In reference to the proposed union, one thing was clear, that whatever the emperor and his great nobles were prepared to do in the matter, the majority of his subjects would have none of it. An incident in 1374 is significant of the relations between the chief actors, Murad the Sultan and John Palaeologus the Emperor. In 1373, John had associated his younger son Manuel with him as emperor. Both father and son loyally fulfilled their obligations to Murad and joined him in a campaign in Asia. The elder son, Andronicus, was on friendly terms with Soji, the son of Murad. These 2, who were about the same age, joined in a conspiracy to dethrone their fathers. When Murad and John returned from Asia Minor, they found the army of the rebellious sons in great force on the Maritsa near Demotica. The most powerful element in the rebel army was Turkish. A bold appeal was made in person to them by Murad, caused large defections. Though both the rebel sons resisted, Demotica was captured. The inhabitants were treated with exceptional cruelty, which revolted Turks as well as Christians. The garrison was drowned in the Maritsa. Fathers were forced to cut the throats of their sons. The Sultan and the Emperor, say the chroniclers, had agreed to punish the chief rebels. Soji was blinded. The disastrous war between members of the imperial family, a war without a single redeeming feature, continued. The chief combatants were the rival sons of John, Manuel and Andronicus, the latter of whom gained possession of Constantinople in 1376, having entered it by the Pegay Gate. He imprisoned John, his father, and his 2 brothers in the Tower of Animus. He had promised the Genoese the island of Tenedos in return for their aid, but the Venetians were in possession and strongly opposed the attempt of Andronicus and the Genoese fleet to displace them. Amid these family disputes, the Turks were steadily gaining ground. The one city in Asia Minor which remained faithful to the empire was Philadelphia. In 1379, when John was restored, the Turks, possibly at the instigation of Bayezid, who later became Sultan, stipulated that the annual tribute paid by the emperor should be 30,000 gold Byzants, that 12,000 fighting men should be supplied to the Sultan, and that Philadelphia should be surrendered. The bargain was the harder because the emperor had to send his own troops to compel his subjects to open their gates to the enemy. The Turks were now waging war in southern Greece and in the archipelago with great energy and success. Even Patmos had to be surrendered to them in 1381 in order to effect the ransom of the Grand Master of Rhodes. Islands and towns were being appropriated by the Turks or Genoese without troubling the consent of the emperor. Scio and Chios, however, was given on a long lease by him to a company of Genoese who took the name of Giustiniani. In 1384, Apollonia on the Black Sea was occupied by Murad after he had killed the villagers. 2 years later, Murad sent 2 of his generals to take possession of several of the flourishing towns north of the Aegean. Gumalgina, Kavala, Ceres, and other farther afield into Macedonia as far as Monastir fell into Turkish hands. As we near the end of Murad's reign, the increasing impotency of the Greek Empire becomes more manifest. Almost every year shows also an increase in numbers of the subjects who had come under Ottoman rule, and the widespread character of Ottoman conquest. The Muslim flood, which though not exclusively was mainly Ottoman, had spread all over the Balkan Peninsula. Turks were in Greece and were holding their own in parts of Epirus. West of Thrace, the most important city on the coast which had not been captured by the Turks was Salonika. After a siege lasting 4 years, it was captured for Murad in 1387. The growth and development of the Bulgars and Serbs during the early part of the 14th century forms one of the leading features in the history of Eastern Europe. Their progress was checked by the Ottoman Turks. The Serbs had been so entirely defeated as to accept vassalage at Murad's hands. In 1381, their king was ordered to send 2,000 men against the emir of Karamania, or Karaman. On the return of this detachment, the discontent at their subjugation of Murad was so great that King Lazar revolted. He was defeated and thereupon set to work to organize an alliance against Murad. In 1389, the decisive battle was fought on the plains of Kosovo. Lazar was taken prisoner, and the triumph of the Ottomans was complete. As the battle on the Maritsa had broken the power of the South Serbs and of the Eastern Bulgarians in 1371, so did this battle on the plains of Kosovo in 1389 destroy that of the Northern Serbians and the Western Bulgarians. During or immediately before the battle, there occurred a dramatic incident. A young Serb named Miloš ran towards the Turkish army, and when they would have stopped him, declared that he wanted to see their Sultan in order that he might show him how he could profit by the fight. Murad signed him to come near, and the young fellow did so, drew a dagger which he had hidden, and plunged it into the heart of the Sultan. He was at once cut down by the guards. Lazar, the captive king, was hewn in pieces. Murad was the son of a Christian woman who, in Turkish, is known as Nullifer, the lotus flower. She was seized by Orkhan on the day of her espousal to a Greek husband, and became the first wife of her captor. It is a question which has been discussed, whether the influence of the mother had any effect in molding the character of her distinguished son. Murad seems to have possessed traits quite unlike those of his father or grandfather. A singular independence, a keen intelligence, a curious love of pleasure and of luxury, and at the same time a tendency towards cruelty, which was without parallel in his ancestors. In his youth he was not allowed to take part in public affairs, and was overshadowed by his brother Suleiman. It is claimed for Murad that he was inexorably just, and that he caused his, quote, beloved son Soji to be executed for rebellion, end quote. Von Hammer believes that he had long been jealous of him, but the better opinion would appear to be that Bayezid intrigued to have his brother condemned. When this elder brother came to the throne, he put another brother named Yakub to death so as to have no rival. The reign of Murad is the most brilliant period of the advance of the Ottomans. It lasted 30 years, during which conquest on the lines laid down by his 2 predecessors extended the area of Ottoman territory on a larger scale than ever. Its especial feature being the defeat of the Serbians and Bulgarians with their allies in the 2 crowning victories of the Maritsa in 1371 and Kosovo in 1389. On Murad's assassination, it looked as if the Balkan Peninsula was already under Ottoman sway. They had overrun Greece, had penetrated into Herzegovina, and had captured Niš, the position which commands the passes leading from Thrace into Serbia. The success of Murad was due to 4 causes: the impotence of the Greek Empire, the organization of the Ottoman army, the constant increase of that army by an unending stream of Muslims from Asia Minor, and the disorganized condition of the races occupying the Balkan Peninsula. We have already spoken of the impotence of the empire. Murad and his brothers had developed the organization of the Ottoman army, had improved its discipline, and had perfected a system of tactics which endured for many generations. It was already distinguished for its mobility, due in great part to the nomad character of a Turkish army. We may reject the stories of Turkish writers that the Christian armies were encumbered with women and with superfluous baggage due to their love of luxury, but in comparison with the simple requirements of an army of nomads, it was natural and probably correct on the part of the Turks to regard the impedimenta of the other armies as excessive and largely useless. The constant stream of Asiatic immigrants is attested by many writers, Muslim and Christian. Moreover, the great horde from Central Asia, under the leadership of Timur, was already on the march and had driven other Turks before it to the west. To them were due the constant accretions to the Ottoman army. The disorganized condition of the races once occupying the Balkan peninsula aided the advance of the Ottomans. The Slavs, as we have seen, were divided. There were Bulgars, Serbs, and inhabitants of Dalmatia. There were also Albanians, Wallachs of Macedonia, and Greeks. In the Ottoman army, there was the tie of a common language. Patriotism, that is, love of country, did not exist, but its place was taken by a common religion. Among the Christians whom they attacked, though there was unity of religion, patriotism was far from forming a bond of union. The reign of Murad is important not merely because of his successes in the Balkan Peninsula, but because it was the beginning of an Ottoman settlement in Europe. It is true that the army still marched as a disciplined Asiatic horde, but the soldiers, wherever they took possession of territory, had lands, or chifliks, granted to them according to their valor and the Sultan's will. Liable as they were at all times to continuous military service, they were always ready on the conclusion of peace to return to their lands, their flocks, and herds. The occupation of Hadrianople caused that city soon to be the center from which further Ottoman conquests were made, so that, while nominally Brusa remained the capital of the race, Hadrianople soon became a more important city and the real center of Ottoman rule. End of section 96. Section 97 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Denis Gagné. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Section 97, Chapter 21, The Ottoman Turks to the Fall of Constantinople, Part 4, by Edwin Pears. Bayezid, 1389 to 1403, Wars of Succession, 1403 to 1413. On the assassination of Murad, Bayezid succeeded to the Ottoman throne. He was popular with the army because already renowned for his successes as a soldier. He is known as Yildirim, or the Thunderbolt, a title conferred upon him on account of the rapidity of his movements in warfare. Regarded simply as a man, he was the most despicable of Ottoman sultans who had as yet been girded with the sword of Osman. He alternated periods of wonderful activity with others of wild debauch. He was reckless of human life and delighted in cruelty. Had he possessed the statesmanlike ability of either of his predecessors, he might have made an end of the Greek Empire. As it was, he would probably have done so if he had not encountered an opponent even more powerful and ruthless than himself. Immediately after the victory of Kosovo, he led his troops in quick succession against the Bulgars, the Serbs, the Wallachs, and the Albanians, reducing them to submission. He compelled Stephen, the son of Lazar, to acknowledge him as suzerain, and to give him his sister Maria in marriage. To such an extremity was the lingering empire of Trebizond reduced that its emperor Manuel, in 1390, was compelled to contribute a large subsidy to aid Bayezid in a campaign against his father-in-law, the emir of Germian, or Frisia, and to bring 100 knights to aid in the campaign. Bayezid had in the meantime strengthened his fleet, which overran the islands in the Aegean as far as Euboea and the Piraeus. 60 of his ships burnt the chief town of the island of Chios. A swift campaign in Asia Minor made him complete master of Frisia and of Bithynia. Then he turned his attention to Constantinople. The emperor proposed to strengthen the landward walls and rebuild the famous towers at the Golden Gate. Bayezid objected and threatened to put out the eyes of the emperor's son Manuel, who was with him as a hostage, unless the new buildings were demolished. The old emperor John had to yield, and the surrender helped to kill him. The towers were shortly afterwards, on the death of Bayezid, rebuilt. Simultaneously, Bayezid demanded payment of tribute, a recognition of the emperor's vassalage to him, and the establishment of capitulations by which a Muslim Katty should be named in the capital to have jurisdiction over Ottoman subjects. He appears to have waged, during 1392 and 1393, a war of extermination throughout Thrace, the subjects of the empire being either taken captive or killed. The advance of the Turks was now well known in Western Europe, but the effort made to resist it were spasmodic and showed little power of coherence between the Christian states. Those who were nearest to the Balkan Peninsula naturally were the most alarmed. Venice in 1391 decided to aid Durazzo in opposing Turkish progress. In the following year, its Senate treated with the King of Hungary for common action. 10,000 Serbs from Illyria joined Theodore Pelagolas of Mistra in his attempt to expel the Turks from Achaia. Theodore himself in 1394 was compelled by Bayezid to cede Argos. The Sultan later sent his general Yakub into the Morea with 50,000 men, who penetrated as far as Methone and Coronea, captured Argos, which Theodore had not surrendered, and carried off or killed 30,000 prisoners. The Emperor Manuel, whose rule hardly extended beyond the walls of Constantinople, made a series of appeals to the Western princes. Sigismund, King of Hungary and brother of the Emperor of the West, was the first to respond. He attacked the Turks at Little Nicopolis in 1393 and defeated them. This encouraged the Western powers to come to his aid. The Pope Boniface IX preached a new crusade in 1394, and in 1396 the Duke of Burgundy, at the head of 1,000 knights and 9,000 soldiers, French, English, and Italian, arrived in Hungary and joined Sigismund. German knights also came in considerable numbers. The Christian armies defeated the Turks in Hungary and gained the victory in several engagements. The Emperor Manuel was secretly preparing to join them. Then the Allies prepared to strike a decisive blow. They gathered on the banks of the Danube an army of at least 52,000, possibly 100,000 men, and encamped at Nicopolis. The elite of several nations were present, but those of the highest rank were the French knights. When they heard of the approach of the enemy, they refused to listen to the prudent counsels of the Hungarians, and with the contempt which so often characterized the Western knights for the Turkish foe, they joined battle, confident of success. Bayezid, as soon as he had learned the presence of the combined Christian armies, marched through Philippopolis, crossed the Balkans, made for the Danube, and then waited for attack. In the battle which ensued, 1396, Europe received its first lesson on the prowess of the Turks, and especially of the Janissaries. The French, with rash daring, broke through the line of their enemies, cut down all who resisted them, and rushed on triumphantly to the very rear guard of the Turks, many of whom either retreated or sought refuge in flight. When the French knights saw that the Turks ran, they followed and filled the battlefield with dead and dying. But they made the old military blunder, and it led to the old result. The archers, who always constituted the most effective Turkish arm, employed the stratagem of running away in order to throw their pursuers into disorder. Then they turned and made a stand. As they did so, the Janissaries, Christians in origin from many Christian nations, as Ducas bewails, came out of the place where they had been concealed, and surprised and cut to pieces Frenchmen, Italians, and Hungarians. The pursuers were soon the pursued. The Turks chased them to the Danube, into which many of the fugitives threw themselves. The defeat was complete. Sigismund saved himself in a small boat, with which he crossed the river and found his way, after a long wandering, to Constantinople. The Duke of Burgundy and 24 nobles who were captured were sent to Brusa to be held for ransom. The remaining Burgundians, to the number of 300, who escaped massacre and refused to save their lives by abjuring Christianity, had their throats cut or were clubbed to death by order of the Sultan and in the presence of their compatriots. The Battle of Nicopolis gave back to Bayezid almost at once all that the Allies had been able to take from him. The defeat of Sigismund with his band of French, German, and Italian knights spread dismay among their countrymen and the princes of the West. Bayezid, having retaken all the positions which the allied Christians had captured from him, hastened back to the Bosphorus, his designs being to conquer Constantinople. For this purpose, having strengthened his position at Izmit and probably at the strong fortification still remaining at Gibesh, he immediately gave orders for the construction of a fortress at what is now known as Anatolia Hisar. The fort was about 6 miles from the capital on the Asiatic side, and at the mouth of a small river now known as the Sweet Waters of Asia. The arrival in March 1397 of the great French soldier Boucicaut in the capital probably influenced the design of the Sultan. For although he had defeated the Christian allies at Nicopolis and had made all the preparations for the capture of Constantinople, and although the emperor had been summoned to surrender it, a demand to which he had not replied, the Grand Vizier represented to him that its siege would unite all Christian Europe against him, and the project was therefore delayed. The construction of Anatolia Hisar, which was to serve as his basis of attack, was however pushed on and completed. A few months later, in 1397, the Sultan endeavored to accomplish his object by persuading John, the nephew of the Emperor Manuel, to claim the throne, promising that if he did so, he would aid him in return by the cession of Silivri. John refused, and when Bayezid made further proposals, Manuel took a step which suggested patriotism, and which Godefroy, the biographer of Boucicaut, attributes to his wise intervention. Manuel agreed to admit John into the city, to associate him on the throne, and then to leave for Western Europe to bring the aid so greatly needed, 1398. Boucicaut arrived in the following year at the head of 1,400 men-at-arms and with a well-manned fleet. At Tenedos, he was joined by Genoese and Venetian ships and became admiral-in-chief. He met near Gallipoli a Turkish fleet of 17 galleys and defeated them. Then he pushed on to the Bosphorus and arrived in the Golden Horn just in time to prevent Galata being captured by the Turks. The emperor appointed him Grand Constable. The French knights under him fought the Turks whenever they could find them, from Izmit to Anatolia Hisar, defeated them in many skirmishes, and sent many Turkish prisoners to Constantinople. But their numbers were too few to have much permanent value. They harassed Bayezid's army at Izmit, but failed to capture the city. They burnt a few Turkish villages, but after a year's fighting, Boucicaut left for France in order to obtain more volunteers. He left in Constantinople Chateaumorin with 100 knights, and their esquires and servants to assist in defending the city. The Turks were now spread throughout the Balkan peninsula and claimed to rule over almost all Asia Minor. Western Europe was alarmed at their progress, and many attempts were made to resist it. Had their forces been capable of united action under a great general like Boucicaut, they might have succeeded in effecting a check. But while that general was fighting on the shores of the Marmora, destroying many Turkish encampments and greatly harassing the enemy, he was only hopeful of success if he could obtain a larger contingent of French knights. While others, as we have seen, were fighting the battle of civilization in the Morea, the Knights of Rhodes had captured Budrun, the ancient Halicarnassus, and had already made themselves a strong power in the Aegean and Levant. But they were themselves a cause of weakness to the empire. Theodore of Mistra, the brother of Manuel, had ceded Corinth to them, but they attempted to obtain other concessions, and Bayezid tempted Theodore with the promise of peace if he would give his aid to expel the knights. While Bulgarians, Serbs, and Albanians were ready for resistance whenever a favorable opportunity occurred, there was little solidarity between them in their efforts to resist the invaders. Bayezid, a ruthless invader with forces ever increasing, was ready everywhere to employ his genius for warfare and the great mobile army whose interest was to follow him. And the result was that the efforts of his disunited enemy hardly impeded his progress. Boucicaut persuaded the Emperor Manuel to offer to become the vassal of Charles VI of France, and the Venetians, Genoese, and the Knights of Rhodes consented to his doing homage. Venetians and Genoese in the Bosphorus agreed to join forces and work for the defense of the city. The Emperor Manuel and Boucicaut left together for Venice and France. Charles received both with great honors and consented to send 1,200 soldiers and to pay them for a year. In order to avoid the responsibility of giving Manuel the protection of a suzerain, he seems to have refused to accept him as a vassal. Manuel went in 1400 from Paris to England, where Henry IV received him with great honor, but gave no assistance. In 1402 he returned to Venice by way of Germany. In the same year, Bayezid summoned John to surrender the capital. During 3 years it had been nearly isolated by the Turks, but now it was threatened by assault. Bayezid swore, quote, by God and the Prophet, quote, that if John refused, he would not leave in the city a soul alive. The emperor gave a dignified refusal. Chateaumorin, who had been in charge of the defense for nearly 3 years, waited to be attacked. At this time, remarked Zuka, the empire was circumscribed by the walls of Constantinople, for even Silivri was in the hands of the Turks. Bayezid had gained a firm hold of Gallipoli and thus commanded the Dardanelles. The long tradition of the Roman Empire seemed on the eve of coming to an end. No soldier of conspicuous ability had been produced for upwards of half a century, none capable of inflicting a sufficient defeat or series of defeats on the Turks to break or seriously check their power. The empire had fought on for 3 generations against an ever-increasing number of Muslims, but without confidence and almost without hope. It was now deficient both in men and in money. The often promised aid from the West had so far proved of little avail. The power of Serbia had been almost destroyed. Bulgaria had perished. From Dalmatia to the Morea, the enemy was triumphant. The men of Macedonia had everywhere fallen before Bayezid's army. Constantinople was between the hammer and the anvil. Asia Minor, on the one side, was now nearly all under Turkish rule. Europe, on the other, contained as many Turks as there were in Asia Minor itself. Bayezid passed in safety between his 2 capitals, one at Brusa, the other at Hadrianople, and repeated his proud boasts of what he would do beyond the limits of the empire. It seemed as if, with his overwhelming force, he had only to succeed once more in a task which, in comparison with that he and his predecessors had done, was easy, and his success would be complete. He would occupy the throne of Constantine, would achieve that which had been the desire of the Arab followers of Muhammad, and for which they had sacrificed hundreds of thousands of lives, and would win for himself and his followers the reward of heaven promised to those who should take part in the capture of New Rome. The road to the elder Rome would be open, and he repeated the boast that he would feed his horse on the altar of St. Peter. When he had sent his insolent message in 1402 to John VII, the answer was, quote, tell your master we are weak, but that in our weakness we trust in God, who can give us strength and can put down the mightiest from their seats. Let your master do what he likes. End quote. Thereupon Bayezid had laid siege to Constantinople. Suddenly, in the blackness of darkness with which the fortunes of the city were surrounded, there came a ray of light. All thought of the siege was abandoned for the time, and Constantinople breathed again freely. What had happened was that Timur the Lame, quote, the scourge of God, quote, had challenged, or rather ordered Bayezid to return to the Greeks all the cities and territories he had captured. The order of the Asiatic barbarian, given to another ferocious barbarian like Bayezid, drove him to fury. The man who gave it was, however, accustomed to be obeyed. Timur, or Tamerlane, was a Muslim and a Turk. His nomad troops advanced in well-organized armies under generals who seemed to have had intelligence everywhere of the enemy's country and great military skill. After conquering Persia, Timur turned westward. In 1386, he appeared at Tiflis, which he subsequently captured at the head of an enormous host estimated at 800,000 men. At Erzincan, he put all the Turks sent there by Bayezid to the sword. Bayezid seems from the first to have been alarmed, and went himself to Erzincan in 1394, but returned to Europe without making any attempt to resist the invader, probably believing that Timur had no intention of coming further west. He soon learned his mistake. Timur was not merely as great and cruel a barbarian, but as ambitious as Bayezid himself. In 1395, while the Sultan was in the Balkan Peninsula, Timur summoned the large and populous city of Siwas to surrender. The inhabitants twice refused. Meantime, he had undermined the wall. On their second refusal, his host stormed and captured the city. 120,000 captives were massacred. One of Bayezid's sons was made prisoner and put to death. A large number of prisoners were buried alive, being covered over in a pit with planks instead of earth so as to prolong their torture. Bayezid was relieved when he heard that from Siwas, which had been the strongest place in the empire, the ever-victorious army had gone towards Syria. Timur directed his huge host towards Aleppo, the then frontier city of the Sultan of Egypt, his object being to punish the Sultan for his breach of faith in imprisoning his ambassador and loading him with irons. On his march to that city, he spread desolation everywhere, capturing or receiving the submission of Malatya, Ain Tab, and other important towns. At Aleppo, the army of the Egyptian Sultan resisted. A terrible battle followed, but the Egyptians were beaten, and every man, woman, and child in the city was slaughtered. After the capture of Aleppo, Hama and Baalbek were occupied. The last, which, like so many other once famous cities, has become a desolation under Turkish rule, with only a few miserable huts amid its superb ruins, was still a populous city and contained large stores of provisions. Thence he went to Damascus, and in January 1401 defeated the remainder of the Egyptian army in a battle which was hardly less bloody than that before Aleppo. The garrison, composed mostly of Circassian Mamluks and Negroes, capitulated, but its chief was put to death for having been so slow in surrendering. Possibly by accident, the whole city was burned. Timur was stopped from advancing to Jerusalem by a plague of locusts, which ate up every green thing. The same cause rendered it impossible to attack Egypt, whose sultan had refused to surrender Syria. From Damascus, Timur went to Baghdad, which was held by contemporaries to be impregnable. Amid the heat of a July day, when the defenders had everywhere sought shade, Timur ordered a general assault, and in a few minutes the standard of one of his sheikhs, with its horsetail and its golden crescent, was raised upon the walls. Then followed the usual carnage attending Timur's captures. The mosques, schools, and convents with their occupiers were spared, so also were the imams and the professors. All the remainder of the population between the ages of 8 and 80 were slaughtered. Every soldier of Timur, of whom there were 90,000, as the price of his own safety, had to produce a head. The bloody trophies were, as was customary in Timur's army, piled up in pyramids before the gates of the city. It was on his return northward from Damascus that in 1402 Timur sent the message to Bayezid, which at once forced him to raise the siege of Constantinople. Contemporaneously with this message, Timur requested the Genoese in Galata and at Genoa to obtain aid from the west and to cooperate with him to crush the Turkish Sultan. Timur organized a large army on the Don and around the Sea of Azov, in order that in case of need it might act with his huge host now advancing towards the Black Sea from the south. His main body passed across the plain of Erzincan, and at Siwas Timur received the answer of Bayezid. The response was as insulting as a Turkish barbarian could make it. Bayezid summoned Timur to appear before him, and declared that, if he did not obey, the women of his harem should be divorced from him. Putting his threat in what to do to a Muslim was a especially indecent manner. All the usual civilities and written communications between sovereigns were omitted, though the Asiatic conqueror himself had carefully observed them. Timur's remark when he saw the Sultan's letter containing the name of Timur in black writing under that of Bayezid, which was in gold, was, quote, "The son of Murad is mad," end quote. When he heard the insulting threat as to his harem, Timur kept himself well in hand, but turning to the ambassador who had brought the letter, told him that he would have cut off his head and those of the members of his suite, if it were not the rule among sovereigns to respect the lives of ambassadors. The representative of Bayezid was, however, compelled to be present at a review of the whole of the troops, and was ordered to return to his master and relate what he had seen. Meantime, Bayezid had determined to strike quickly and heavily against Timur, and by the rapidity of his movements once more justified his name of Yildirim. His opponent's forces, however, were hardly less mobile. Timur's huge army marched in 12 days from Siwas to Angora. The officer in command of that city refused to surrender. Timur made his arrangements for the siege in such a manner as to compel or induce Bayezid to occupy a position where he would have to fight at a disadvantage. He undermined the wall and diverted the small stream which supplied it with water. Hardly had these works been commenced before he learned that Yildirim was within 9 miles of the city. Timur raised the siege and transferred his camp to the opposite side of the stream, which thus protected one side of his army, while a ditch and a strong palisade guarded the other. Then, in an exceptionally strong position, he waited to be attacked. Disaffection existed in Bayezid's army, occasioned by his parsimony, and possibly nursed by emissaries from Timur. Bayezid's own licentiousness had been copied by his followers, and discipline among his troops was noted as far less strict than among those of his predecessors. In leading them on what all understood to be the most serious enterprise which he had undertaken, his generals advised him to spend his reserves of money freely so as to satisfy his followers. But the capriciousness and self-willed Yildirim refused. They counseled him, in presence of an army much more numerous than his own, to act on the defensive and to avoid a general attack. But Bayezid, blinded by his long series of successes, would listen to no advice and would take no precautions. In order to show his contempt for his enemy, he ostentatiously took up a position to the north of Timur and organized a hunting party on the highlands in the neighborhood, as if time to him were of no consequence. Many men of his army died from thirst under the burning sun of the waterless plains, and when, after 3 days' hunting, the Sultan returned to his camping ground, he found that Timur had taken possession of it, had almost cut off his supply of drinking water, and had fouled what still remained. Under these circumstances, Bayezid had no choice but to force on a fight without further delay. The ensuing battle was between two great Turkish leaders, filled with the arrogance of barbaric conquerors, each of whom had been almost uniformly successful. Nor were pomp and circumstance wanting to impress the soldiers of each side with the importance of the issue. Each of the two leaders was accompanied by his sons. 4 sons and 5 grandsons commanded the 9 divisions of Timur's host. In front of its leader floated the standard of the red horsetail, surmounted by the golden crescent. On the other side, Bayezid took up his position in the center of his army with his sons Isa, Musa, and Mustafa, while his eldest son Suleiman was in command of the troops who formed the right wing. Stephen of Siberia was in command of his own subjects, who had been forced to accompany Bayezid and formed the left wing of the army. The Serbians gazed in wonder and alarm upon a number of elephants opposite to them, which Timur had brought from India. At 6 o'clock in the morning of 20 July 1402, the two armies joined battle. The left wing of Bayezid's host was the first to be attacked, but the Serbians held their ground and even drove back the Tartars. The right wing fought with less vigor, and when the troops from Aydin saw their former prince among the enemy, they deserted Bayezid and went over to him. Their example was speedily followed by many others, and especially by the Tartars in the Ottoman army, who are asserted by the Turkish writers to have been tampered with by agents of Timur. The Serbians were soon detached from the center of the army, but Stephen, their leader at the head of his cavalry, cut his way through the enemy, though at great loss, winning the approval of Timur himself, who exclaimed, quote, "These poor fellows are beaten, though they are fighting like lions." End quote. Stephen had advised Bayezid to endeavor, like himself, to break through, and awaited him for some time. But the Sultan expressed his scorn at the advice. Surrounded by his 10,000 trustworthy janissaries, separated from the Serbians, abandoned by a large part of his Anatolian troops, and many of his leading generals, he fought on obstinately during the whole of the day. But the pitiless heat of a July sun exhausted the strength of his soldiers, and no water was to be had. His janissaries fell in great numbers around him, some overcome by the heat and fighting, others struck down by the ever-pressing crowd of the enemy. It was not until night came on that Bayezid consented to withdraw. He attempted flight, but was pursued. His horse fell, and he was made prisoner, together with his son Musa and several of the chiefs of his household and of the janissaries. His other 3 sons managed to escape. The Serbians covered the retreat of the eldest, Suleiman, whom the Grand Vizier and the Aga of the janissaries had dragged out of the fight. The Persian, Turkish, and most of the Greek historians say that Timur received his great captive with every mark of respect. assured him that his life would be spared, and assigned to him and his suite 3 splendid tents. When, however, he was found attempting to escape, he was more rigorously guarded, and every night put in chains and confined in a room with barred windows. When he was conveyed from one place to another, he traveled, much as Indian ladies now do, in a palanquin with curtained windows. Out of a misinterpretation of the Turkish word, which designated at once a cage and a room with grills, grew the error into which Gibbon and historians of less repute have fallen, that the great Yildirim was carried about in an iron cage. Until his death he was an unwilling follower of his captor. After the battle of Angora, Suleiman, the eldest son of Bayezid, who had fled towards Brusa, was pursued by a detachment of Timur's army. He managed to cross into Europe and thus escape. But Brusa, the Turkish capital, fell before Timur's attack, and its inhabitants suffered the same brutal horrors as almost invariably marked either Tartar or Turkish captors. The city, after a carefully organized pillage, was burned. The wives and daughters of Bayezid and his treasure became the property of Timur. Nicaea and Gemlik were also sacked, and their inhabitants taken as slaves. From the Marmora to Karamania, many towns which had been captured by the Ottomans were taken from them. Asia Minor was in confusion. Bayezid's empire appeared to be falling to pieces in every part east of the Aegean. Suleiman, however, established himself on the Bosphorus at Anatolia Hisar. In about the same time, both he and the emperor at Constantinople received a summons from Timur to pay tribute. The emperor had already sent messengers to anticipate such a demand. Timur learned with satisfaction that the sons of Bayezid were disputing with each other as to the possession of such parts of their father's empire as still remained unconquered. In 1402, the conqueror left Kütahya for Smyrna, which was held, as it had been for upwards of half a century, by the Knights of Rhodes. In accordance with the stipulation of Muslim sacred law, he summoned them either to pay tribute or to become Muslims, threatening them at the same time that if they refused to accept one or the other of the conditions, all would be killed. No sooner were the proposals rejected than Timur gave the order to attack the city. With his enormous army, he was able to surround Smyrna on 3 sides and to block the entrance to it from the sea. The ships belonging to the knights were at the time absent. All kinds of machines then known for attack upon walled towns were constructed with almost incredible speed and placed in position. The houses within the city were burned by means of arrows carrying flaming materials steeped in naphtha or possibly petroleum, though, of course, not known under its modern name. After 14 days' vigorous siege, a general assault was ordered and the city was taken. The knights fought like heroes but were driven back into the citadel. Seeing that they could no longer hold out, and their ships having been returned, the Grand Master placed himself at their head, and he and his knights cut their way shoulder to shoulder through the crowd of their enemies to the sea, where they were received into their own ships. The inhabitants who could not escape were taken before Timur and butchered without distinction of age or sex. The Genoese in Phocaea and in the islands of Mytilene and Chios sent to make submission and became tributaries of the conqueror. Smyrna was the last of Timur's conquests in Western Asia Minor. He went to Ephesus, and during the 30 days he passed in that city, his army ravaged the whole of the fertile country in its neighborhood and in the valley of the Caister. The cruelties committed by his horde would be incredible if they were not well authenticated and indeed continually repeated during the course of Tartar and Turkish history. In fairness, it must also be said that the Ottoman Turks, although their history has been a long series of massacres, have rarely been guilty of the wantonness of cruelty which Greek and Turkish authors agree in attributing to the Tartar army. One example must suffice. The children of a town on which Timur was marching were sent out by their parents, reciting verses from the Quran to ask for the generosity of their conqueror but co-religionist. On asking what the children were whining for and being told that they were begging him to spare the town, he ordered his cavalry to ride through them and trample them down, an order which was forthwith obeyed. Timur, wearied with victories in the west, now determined to leave Asia Minor and return to Samarkand. He contemplated the invasion of China, but in the midst of his preparations he died in 1405 after a reign of 36 years. Bayezid the Thunderbolt had died at Akshar 2 years earlier, March 1303, or according to Duka, at Karahisar, and according to another account, by his own hand. His son Musa was permitted to transport his body to Brusa. The next 10 years were occupied in struggles amongst the sons of Bayezid for the succession to his throne. These struggles threatened still more to weaken the Ottoman power. The Battle of Angora had given the greatest check to it, which it had yet received. Timur's campaign proved, however, to be merely a great marauding expedition, most of the effects of which were only temporary, but its immediate result was that the victorious career of the Thunderbolt was brought suddenly to an end. The empire of the Ottomans, which he had largely increased, especially by the addition to it of the southern portion of Asia Minor, was for a time shattered. Muhammad of the Old Dynasty had taken possession of Karamania, Caria, and Lycia were once more under independent emirs. The sons of the vanquished sultan, after the departure of Timur and his host, quarreled over the possession of what remained. 3 of them gained territories in Asia Minor, while the eldest Suleiman retook possession of the lands held by his father in Europe. Most of the leaders of the Ottoman host, the viziers, governors, and sheikhs, had been either captured or slain, and in consequence the sons of Bayezid fighting in Asia Minor found themselves destitute of efficient servants for the organization of government in the territories which they seized on the departure of the great invader. The progress of the Asiatic horde created a profound impression in Western Europe. The eagerness of the Genoese to acknowledge the suzerainty of Timur gives an indication of their sense of the danger of resistance. The stories of the terrible cruelties of the Tartars lost nothing in the telling. When the news of the defeat at Angora, along with the capture of Brusa, of Smyrna, and of every other town which the Asiatic army had besieged, and of the powerlessness of the military knights, reached Hungary, Serbia, and the states of Italy, it appeared as if the West were about to be submerged by a new flood from Asia. Then, when news came of the sudden departure of the Asiatics and of the breaking up of the Ottoman power, hope once more revived, and it appeared possible to the Pope and to the Christian peoples to complete the work which Timur had begun by now offering a united opposition to the establishment of an Ottoman Empire. Constantinople itself, when Bayezid passed it on his way to Angora, was almost the last remnant of the ancient empire. The Battle of Angora saved it and gave it half a century more of life. Suleiman, in 1405, sought to ally himself with the emperor, and his proposals show how low the Battle of Angora had brought the Turkish pretensions. He offered to cede Salonika and all the country in the Balkan Peninsula to the southwest of that city, as well as the towns on the Marmora to Manuel and his nephew John, associated as emperor, and to send his brother and sister as hostages to Constantinople. The arrangement was accepted. Suleiman attacked his brother Isa in 1405 and killed him. Another brother, Musa, in the following year, attacked the combined troops of Suleiman and Manuel in Thrace, but the Serbians and the Bulgarians deserted the younger brother, and thereupon Suleiman occupied Hadrianople. Manuel consented to give his granddaughter in marriage to Suleiman, who in return gave up not merely Salonika, but many seaports in Asia Minor, a gift which was rather in the nature of a promise than a delivery, since they were not in his possession. Unhappily, Suleiman, like many of his race, had alternate fits of great energy and great lethargy, and was given over to drunkenness and to debauchery. This caused disaffection among the Turks, and Musa, taking advantage of it, led in 1409 an army composed of Turks and Wallachs against him. The Janissaries, who were dissatisfied with the lack of energy displayed by their sultan, deserted and went over to the side of Musa. Suleiman fled with the intention of escaping to Constantinople, but was captured while sleeping off a drinking bout and killed. Then Musa determined to attack Manuel, who had been faithful to his alliance with Suleiman. He denounced him as the cause of the fall of Bayezid, and set himself to arouse all the religious fanaticism possible against the Christian population under the emperor's rule. According to Duka, Musa put forward the statement that it was the emperor who had invited Timur and his hordes, that his own brother Suleiman had been punished by Allah because he had become a Giaour, and that he, Musa, had been entrusted with the sword of Muhammad in order to overthrow the infidel. He therefore called upon the faithful to go with him to recapture Salonika and the other Greek cities which had belonged to his father, and to change their churches into mosques. In 1412 he devastated Serbia for having supported his brother, and this in as brutal a manner as Timur had devastated the cities and countries in Asia Minor. Then he attacked Salonika. Orkhan, the son of Suleiman, aided the Christians in the defense of the city, which however was forced to surrender, and Orkhan was blinded by his uncle. While successful on land, Musa was defeated at sea, and the inhabitants of the capital in 1411 saw the destruction of his fleet off the island of Plataea in the Marmora. In revenge for this defeat, he laid siege to the city. Manuel and his subjects stoutly defended its landward walls, and before Musa could capture it, news came of the revolt of his younger brother, Muhammad, who appeared as the avenger of Suleiman. The siege of Constantinople had to be raised. Muhammad had taken the lordship of the Turks in Amasia shortly after the defeat of his father at Angora, and had not been attacked by Timur. The emperor proposed an alliance with him, which was gladly accepted, and the conditions agreed to were honorably kept by both parties. Muhammad came to Scutari, where he had an interview with the emperor. An army composed of Turks and Greeks was led by Muhammad to attack his brother, but Musa defeated him in 2 engagements. Then Manuel, after a short time, having been joined by a Serbian army, attempted battle against him, and with success. The Janissaries deserted Musa and went over to Muhammad and Manuel, and his army was defeated. Musa himself was captured, and by order of Muhammad was bowstrung. Muhammad was now the only survivor of the 6 sons of Bayezid, with the exception of Kazim, the youngest, who was still living with Manuel as a hostage. 3 of his brothers had been the victims of fratricide. In 1413, Muhammad proclaimed himself Grand Sultan of the Ottomans. End of section 97.
Section 98 of the Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Denis Gagné. The Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 4, The Eastern Roman Empire. Section 98, Chapter 21, The Ottoman Turks to the Fall of Constantinople, Part 5, by Edwin Pears. Muhammad I, called the Gentleman, 1413 to 1421. Muhammad was a soldier at the age of 15 and proved himself from the first an able one. After the 10 years of civil war already mentioned, he was formally recognized as Sultan. Shortly before his ascension, he charged the representatives of Venice, Serbia, Bulgaria, and Wallachia, who went to offer their congratulations, not to forget to repeat to their masters that he purposed to give peace to all and to accept it from all. He added, quote, "May the God of peace inspire those who should be tempted to violate it." End quote. At his ascension, the Ottomans had lost nearly all their possessions in Europe, except Hadrianople. Bosnia, Bulgaria, and Wallachia had recovered their freedom. In Asia Minor, revolts followed each other in rapid succession. According to his promise, Muhammad restored to the Emperor Manuel the strong positions which the Turks had occupied on the Black Sea, on the Marmora, and in Thessaly, and he acknowledged the rule of the Serbians over a considerable portion of the territory they had lost. When the emperor returned by sea from the Morea, the 2 rulers had a friendly interview in Gallipoli on an imperial ship. In 1416, Muhammad gave permission to the Knights of Rhodes to build a castle in Lycia as a refuge for fugitives from the Muslims. The following year, 1417, he crossed from Hadrianople to Asia Minor and recaptured Smyrna from Junaid, who had declared himself independent during the War of Succession. Venice at the time sent out many rovers who, while owning allegiance to the Republic, fought for their own hands, annexed territory to the sovereign city, but were allowed to establish themselves as rulers. They plundered the Turkish coasts and captured Turkish vessels wherever they found them. War with the Republic was declared in 1416. The Sultan had so far not sought war with any European state, nor did he now seek war with Venice, the Republic indeed forcing it upon him. He fitted out no less than 112 ships, of which 13 were galleys. The Venetian fleet was under the command of Loredan. The 2 fleets met off Gallipoli on 29 May 1416, when a bloody encounter took place and the Turks were utterly defeated. 27 Turkish vessels were captured, and a tower built by the Genoese at Lampsacus to prevent the Turks passing into Europe was razed to the ground. Muhammad did not seek to play the part of a conqueror in his expeditions against Hungary in 1416 and the 2 following years, but he introduced a better organization into the places which his predecessor had captured. He erected a series of forts on the frontier of the Danube. One of the most important was at Jurjevo, opposite Rottger. Junayd, the former governor of Smyrna, was named to the same post in Nicopolis. Severin, near Trajan's bridge, was fortified. Muhammad endeavored, but with less success, to introduce better organization among the Serbs, west and northwest of Belgrade, as far as Styria. Sigismund, however, declared war and obtained a victory over the Turks between Nis and Nicopolis in 1419. The last years of Muhammad's reign were comparatively peaceful. Muhammad had to meet a pretender, as he is called by the Turkish historians, who claimed to be Mustafa, brother of the Sultan, who had disappeared after the Battle of Angora. He was supported by Junayd, the ex-rebel of Smyrna, whom we have seen named governor of Nicopolis, and also by the Wallachs. The rebellion raised by them became more serious in the reign of the following sultan. Muhammad died from a fit of apoplexy, in which he fell from his horse at Hadrianople at the end of 1421, or perhaps in January 1422. Halil Ghanem claims that Muhammad was the greatest, wisest, noblest, and most magnanimous of the Ottoman conquerors. He was called Celebi, quote, the gracious lord, quote, the gentleman, end quote. He was renowned for his justice as much as for his courage. He was the rebuilder, the restorer, whose practical wisdom was of as much value to the Ottomans as the military genius of his predecessor. The empire on his accession appeared as a mass of fragments. The attacks on the Greek Empire almost altogether ceased because the Sultan considered it was his first duty to undo the mischief following Timur's dislocation of the Ottoman dominions. The defeat of the Turks by the Venetians and the Sultan's treatment of the empire led its rulers to hope once more for the recovery of their rule and enabled them to strengthen their position in the capital. The story of Muhammad's reign would appear to justify the belief that when he came to the throne, he had decided that instead of seeking for an extension of his dominions, he would consolidate and strengthen those which his predecessors had conquered and he had inherited. While therefore he did not seek war, he not only improved the administration of his government, but also found mosques and schools in the large towns. Brusa itself contained the most important of the institutions established by him, and the Yeşil Cami, or Green Mosque, of that city is at once the most beautiful specimen of Turkish architecture and decoration, and one of the world's artistic monuments. Murad II, 1421 to 1451. Murad, the lawful heir to the throne, was on the death of Muhammad at Amasia. Indeed, the death was concealed by Bayezid, the faithful vizier, until Murad could be produced. Notwithstanding the comparative calm which characterized the reign of Muhammad, the evidence shows that during his reign and during the War of Succession which preceded it, the number of Turks, both in Europe and in Asia, was continually increasing. Remembering the huge hordes under Timur, and still more the Turks who had fled westward before his advance, there can be little doubt that this increase in numbers of invading Asiatics was largely due to the great movement in question. Zuka notes that after the hordes of Timur left Persia and passed through Armenia, they invaded Cappadocia and Lycaonia, where they received permission to pillage the lands of Christians, and that, without swords or lances, they were in such numbers that they swept the country before them. The invasion, he adds, was so general that it spread all over Anatolia and Thrace, and even into the provinces beyond the Danube. They ravaged Achaia and Greece, while trying to keep on good terms with the empire, attacked the Serbians, Bulgarians, and Albanians. They destroyed all nations except the Wallachs and the Hungarians. Zuka believed that there were more Turks between the Danube and Gallipoli than in Asia. When often to the number of 100,000, they entered the various provinces. They took possession of everything they could find. They desolated the country as far as the frontier of Dalmatia. The Albanians, who were considered innumerable, were reduced to a small nation. Everywhere they obliged Christian parents to give to the Grand Signior 1/5 of the prisoners and booty captured, and the choicest children were taken. From the rest, the young and strong were purchased at low prices and were compelled to become janissaries. The victims were then compelled to embrace the conqueror's religion and to be circumcised. Everywhere the army formed of tribute children was victorious. Among them, says Dukas, were no Turks or Arabs, but only children of Christians, Romans, Serbians, Albanians, Bulgarians, and Wallachs. The statement of Dukas is confirmed by both Turkish and Christian writers. It was the increased and ever-increasing body of Turks which, under the Second Murad, was destined to carry the Ottoman banner throughout the length of the Balkan Peninsula. Murad commenced his reign by an action which showed, as the Turkish writers insist, that he was a lover of peace. He proposed to the Emperor Manuel to renew the alliance which had existed with his father. The Emperor had supported the claims of the pretender Mustafa, who succeeded in capturing Gallipoli, but then refused to surrender it to the Emperor, alleging that it was against the religion of Islam to yield territory to infidels except by force. Shortly afterwards, however, Mustafa was defeated at Laupadium on the river Rindakos by Murad, who obtained possession of Gallipoli, followed Mustafa, and hanged him at Hadrianople in 1422. Murad then made war on John, who in 1420 was associated with his father Manuel, and laid siege to Constantinople in June 1422. The siege continued till the end of August, and was then abandoned. One of the reasons alleged for so doing was that Murad's younger brother, 13 years old, named Mustafa, aided by Elias Pasha, had appeared as a claimant to the throne, and was recognized as sultan by the emirs of Karamania and Jermian, as well as in Brusa and Nicaea. The rebellion appeared formidable and was not ended until 1426, when the boy was caught and bowstrung. Thereupon, in 1423, Murad returned to Hadrianople and made it his capital. John, who was now the real emperor, made peace with Murad, but on condition that he paid a heavy tribute and surrendered several towns on the Black Sea, including Derikos. The Turks, during the next 7 years, steadily gained ground. Salonika, after various vicissitudes, the chief being its abandonment by the Turks in 1425, was finally captured from the Venetians in 1430, and 7,000 of its inhabitants were sold into slavery. In 1430, Murad took possession of Joannina. In 1433, he recolonized the city with Turks. He later named a governor at Uskub, or Skopje, the former capital of Serbia. George Brankovic bought peace with Murad by giving his daughter in marriage to him with a large portion of territory as dowry. From Serbia, the Sultan crossed to Hungary, devastated the country, and retired. But pushing on to Transylvania was so stoutly opposed that he had to withdraw across the Danube. In Greece, during the year 1423, the Turks took temporary possession of Hexamilion, Lacedaemon, Kardikon, Tavia, and other strongholds. In 1425, they captured Modon, or Methone, and carried off 1,700 Christians into slavery. In the same year, one of Murad's generals destroyed the fortifications at the Isthmus of Corinth. In 1413, the Sultan granted capitulations to the Republic of Ragusa. 3 years later, a Turkish fleet ravaged the coast of Trebizond. The Emperor Sigismund, the King of Hungary, with Vladislav, King of Poland, was beaten by Murad on the Danube in 1428. We're not concerned here with the profoundly interesting negotiations which went on between the Greek emperors and the Pope, except to note that the price required to be paid for assistance from the West was the acceptance by the Orthodox Church of the supremacy of Rome. That the great mass of the Greek population, owing to many causes, mainly the recollection of the Latin Empire of Constantinople 1204 to 1261, was bitterly opposed to union, and that the emperor and the few dignitaries who were willing to change their creed so as to bring it about had no authority, expressed or implied, to act on behalf of the Orthodox Church. The union, however, such as it was accepted in 1430 by the Emperor John, who had gone to Florence for that purpose. Thereupon the Pope undertook to send 10 galleys for a year, or 20 for 6 months, to attack the Turks and give courage to the Christian powers. Early in 1440, he sent Isidore as delegate to Buda. John, who returned from Italy in February of the same year, finding that Murad had become restive at the action of the Pope, sent to him to declare that his journey had been solely for the purpose of settling dogmas and had no political object. He was, however, treating already for common action with Vladislav, now also King of Hungary. In the same year, Skanderbeg, Skander or Alexander Bey, an Albanian who had reverted to Christianity, declared war against the Sultan. Meantime, the Pope had invited all Christian princes, including Henry VI of England, to give aid against the Turks. The King of Aragon promised to send 6 galleys. Vladislav responded to and joined George, King of Serbia, in 1441. John Corvinus, surnamed Huniadi, who was voivode of Transylvania, at the head of a Hungarian army, drove the Turks out of Serbia. A series of engagements followed, in which the brilliant soldier Huniadi defeated the Turks. The Emir of Karamania also attacked the Ottomans in his neighborhood. Murad went in consequence into Asia Minor, but the invasion of the Serbians and Bulgarians compelled him to return. Several engagements took place between the Slav nations and Murad, most important being in 1443 at a place midway between Sofia and Philippopolis. 300,000 Turks are stated, probably with gross exaggeration, to have been killed. Thereupon a formal truce was concluded for 10 years in June 1444 between Murad and the King of Hungary and his allies. Each party swore that his army should not cross the Danube to attack the other. Vladislav swore on the Gospels and Murad on the Quran. Dukas states that Huniadi refused either to sign or swear. This peace, signed at Szegedin, is regarded by the Turkish writers as intended by Murad to be the culminating point of his career. Murad was a philosopher, a man who loved meditation, who wished to live at peace, to join his sect of dervishes in their pious labor, and to have done with war. But his enemies would not allow him. The treaty thus solemnly accepted was almost immediately broken. The story is an ugly one, and whether told by Turks or Christians, shows bad faith on the side of the Christians. The Cardinal Legate Julian Cesarini bears the eternal disgrace of declaring that an oath with the infidel might be set aside and broken. Against the advice of Huniadi, the ablest soldier in the army of the Allies, battle was to be joined. The decision was ill-considered, for the French, Italian, and German volunteers had left for their homes on the signature of the treaty. John was not ready to send aid. George of Serbia would have no share in the war. He refused not only to violate his oath, but even to permit Skanderbeg to join Vladislav. The place of rendezvous was Varna, but the whole number of the Christians who gathered there in the early days of November 1444 probably did not exceed 20,000 men. Huniadi reluctantly joined. To the astonishment of the Christians, they found immediately after their arrival at Varna that Murad had advanced with a rapidity then characteristic of Turkish military movements, and that he had with him 60,000 men. A great battle followed, during which one of the most notable incidents was that the Turks displayed the violated treaty upon a lance, and in the crisis of the battle, according to the Turkish annals, Murad prayed, quote, "O Christ, if thou art God, as thy followers say, punish their perfidy." End quote. The victory of the Turks was complete. The Christian army was destroyed. Murad, who in June 1444 had abdicated in favor of his son Muhammad, when the latter was only 14 years old, again retired after the victory of Varna and fixed his residence at Magnesia. But in 1445 the Janissaries became discontented. His son is reported to have written to him in the following terms, quote, "If I am Sultan, I order you to resume active service. If you are Sultan, then I respectfully say that your duty is to be at the head of your army." End quote. Murad accordingly was compelled to reascend the throne. In 1446, one of Murad's generals desolated Boeotia and Attica. His fleet, in the meantime, attacked the Greek settlements in the Black Sea. Later in the same year, Murad destroyed the fortifications at the isthmus, though he was opposed by 60,000 men. Patras was also taken and burned. Thereupon the Morea was ravaged, and the inhabitants were either killed or taken as slaves. Constantine, afterwards the last emperor of Constantinople, was compelled to pay tribute for the Morea. During the year 1445-8, a desultory war was being waged against the Albanians under Skanderbeg. In 1445, Murad, having failed to capture Croia, later called Akhisar, the capital of Albania, withdrew to Hadrianople where, according to Chalcondyles, he remained at peace for a year. In the autumn of 1448, the war against the Albanians recommenced. George Castriotes, known to us already as Skanderbeg, was still their trusted leader, and now, and for many years, was invincible. Meantime, under the direction of Pope Nicholas V, the Hungarians and the Poles were preparing once more to aid in resisting the advance of the Turks. Hunyadi, notwithstanding the defeat at Varna, for which he was not responsible, was named general and succeeded in forming a well-disciplined but small army of 24,000 men. Of these 8,000 were Wallachs and 2,000 Germans. As the king of Serbia refused to join, Hunyadi crossed the Danube and invaded his kingdom. While Murad was preparing for a new attack on the Albanians, Hunyadi encamped on the plains of Kosovo, where in 1389 the Sultan's predecessor of the same name had defeated his enemies and had been assassinated. The Turkish army probably numbered 100,000 men. For some unexplained reason, Hunyadi did not wait for the arrival of Skanderbeg. A battle ensued on 18 October 1448. It lasted 3 days. On the second, the struggle was the fiercest, but the brave Hungarians were powerless to break through the lines of Janissaries. On the third day, the Wallachs turned traitors, obtained terms from Murad, and passed over to his side. The Germans and a band of Bohemians held their ground, but the battle was lost. 8,000, including the flower of the Hungarian nobility, were said to have been left dead on the field. During the fight, 40,000 Turks had fallen. The effect of this defeat upon Hungary and Western Europe was appalling. The Ottoman Turks had nothing to fear for many years from the enemy north of the Danube. Skanderbeg struggled on, and in 1449 beat in succession 4 Turkish armies, and again successfully resisted an attempt to capture Croia. Indeed, one author states that the Sultan died while making this attempt. In the autumn, Murad returned to Hadrianople, where he died in February 1451. End of section 98.